Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 17, Rebirth, Duty and Vengeance. Ichigo Kurosaki lay in bed reading when a knock came at his door. A premonition passed through him. He shut the book and sat up straight. Ko. The word came out as a whisper, like he hadn't spoken in days. Ichigo coughed to clear his throat. Come on in. The door opened, and Nanao Ise entered with his father close behind. For a second they just stood together looking at him. At last Ishine Kurosaki rubbed his bearded jaw gloomily before declaring, "We got word from Soul Society. They've set a date." Ichigo could have screamed at them to stop stalling and spit it out. Instead he restrained himself and simply nodded. All right. When? Nanao adjusted her glasses. Next Sunday. A queasy feeling in his stomach came at this declaration. At the same time, though, he could actually feel the anxiety in the back of his mind release. He found himself smiling at this news. They had waited over a month. Now less than a week remained. If he failed, Rukia would be forced to marry Katsura Arashi. Imagining this made bile climb up his throat. Ichigo swung around to plant bare feet on the floor. He didn't rise. Instead he stared down at his hands. Am I ready? He asked softly. Nanao crossed over to sit beside him on the bed. I've seen you perform miracles, Ichigo-san. And that was when you hardly knew anything about being a Shinigami. There's no doubt in my mind that the outcome will be in your favor again. Thanks, sensei. He gave her a wan smile which she returned, reaching up to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. All of a sudden the bespectacled Shinigami frowned. Mercy, are you always this tense? She demanded. Feels like a bundle of ropes. Hey, I've had a lot on my mind. He protested lamely. Between school, our training, and everything on top of that, there wasn't really. Just stop. To the teen's surprise, Nanao drew up on the bed behind him to sink her fingers into his stiff shoulders. Grimacing at the resistance, she rolled up her sleeves and proceeded to apply a practiced elbow into that mass of cord muscle. Ichigo was about to protest when it struck him what unbelievable relief such treatment afforded. Only now did he truly realize just how much stress he had been laboring under over the past few months. Shock and bliss served to rob him of any volition to escape. How are you doing that? He demanded, afraid she might stop if he made the slightest move. Nanao pressed both thumbs determinedly up the sides of his spine. When your captain winds up passed out drunk in the oddest positions and strangest places, you learn to work the kinks out or he'll be incapacitated for days. Any attempt at words transformed into a groan as Ichigo submitted to his Kido instructor's assiduous ministrations. The sudden realization of how this must look made his head start up guiltily to focus on his father. Far from appearing angry, however, Ishine had leaned back against a wall to gaze thoughtfully at the ceiling. In terms of skill, Ichigo, the older Shinigami mused aloud, there's a lot you have yet to learn. Nobody can figure out combat in just a few years unless it's ingrained in their bones like Zaraki. But what you're dealing with isn't a fight to the death. Or at least, it isn't meant to be. A Yurei is more formulaic, archaic, rule-bound. In a way it's a lot like Kendo. Your experience in that sport might serve you better than any amount of training, however brief it's been. Are you, Ak? He threw a pleading look back at Nanao, who ignored him while concentrating on her task. Ichigo returned to the conversation at hand. Are you trying to say I'm at a disadvantage? Ishine just shrugged. It's hard to say. Historically Katsura was deemed a failure as a Shinigami owing to him being unable to achieve Bankai in a timely manner. But he's had 5 centuries to practice. I think it's safe to assume you're fighting against someone who's at least a captain-class Shinigami. To say nothing of whatever eclectic techniques his clan might have developed since they broke from the Godai 13. The use of Kido is forbidden during Yurei duels. That doesn't mean he might not have a surprise or two up his sleeve. Reserve and patience are what's needed in the battle ahead. Thanks for, the advice. We've provided you with all the information we have available, Nanao spoke up as she continued to work on his shoulders, finally kneading some semblance of human flesh out of that solid steel mass. Your father will attend as proxy to the duel. I'll remain here to keep an eye on things. Since Lady Kukaki has elected not to leave the mortal realm from this point on until the baby is born, you can expect Captain Commander Kukaki will be in evidence as well to represent the clan. It was still hard not to think of Byakuya as a lord. Which was a little irksome in and of itself, as if the guy exuded some kind of aura that demanded he be officially recognized for his superiority. But as things stood, he was more like an ambassador or a token representative or an advisor. Meanwhile, Rukia was the High Lady of the Kukaki. Like I really needed another reason to put her out of my reach. Maybe the universe is trying to tell us something? Well, universe, you can just bite me. He was swift becoming a limp noodle thanks to Nanao's painfully spot-on massage. Meanwhile as Hein crossed over to pick up the book he had been reading. Examining the cover, both eyebrows rose in surprise, and he swung about with a huge grin to regard his son. What? Ichigo demanded in surly teenage fashion. As Hein turned the paper back to display its cover, Household and Money Habits for New Parents. Without waiting for an explanation, the teary-eyed widower spread his arms wide and strode over. My boy! He roared in approval. You've truly become a man. Perhaps she sensed his instinctive urge to commit violence, because whatever Nanao did next caused every muscle to lock up. This prevented Ichigo from resisting when his father proceeded to catch him in a warm exuberant embrace. All he could do was grind his teeth while contemplating the best way to cripple the bawling buffoon once feeling returned to his limbs. It's worth it, he told himself. Remember who you're doing this for. She'd just better appreciate it. Please. Crouched on his knees, Kon bowed forward to touch the tatami mats with his forehead. I beg you to grant my request. Before him Kyokaku Shiba reclined on some cushions smoking a pipe. She frowned at the sight of the penitent abasing himself. Lifting her head to blow out a stream of smoke, the mistress of her fallen house gave a sour groan and pressed hand to brow, contemplating. For a while all was quiet. Any other time. I'd think you were joking. He flinched at the tone of voice she used. There was a very strong sense of imminent peril in the air, like facing a she-wolf in her den. Could it be I made a mistake coming here? After my brother died, I resolved to have nothing more to do with the nobility or their Shinigami. They liked to pretend we Shiba no longer existed. Suited me fine, so I did the same. Now you're asking me to put my family on the line, against an opponent who could easily wipe us out if he were so inclined. Her bare foot tapped against the floor restlessly. Kon remained crouched down without moving, and after a while he heard Kyokaku stir. But I know what this means to you, Kon. And how could I hold myself with any trace of pride if I let this affront to an ally of the Shiba go unchallenged? So. She rose upright to tower over him in all her glory. What the hell? My answer's yes. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Eagerly Kon sprang to his feet wearing the happiest smile anyone could imagine. Thank you, Shiba-sama. Green eyes blazed, and in an instant that beautiful face lapsed into a vicious thug profile which made him cower back. Kyokaku chewed on her pipe stem while regarding him with a baleful look. Definitely a mistake coming here. At last that menacing figure took a step forward to get right up in his face. She was nearly a foot shorter than him and missing an arm, but Kon couldn't rid himself of the impression that it was he who would be at a disadvantage if push came to shove. Not to mention, like this her stupendous boobs were hovering right up near his chest. Better enjoy it while you can, cuz after today. Don't push it, Kyokaku warned, jolting him out of that pleasant reverie. I don't need to be buttered up, especially from someone in your position. Good advice. Except now he was imagining a stick of butter melting between her cleavage. Nice and slippery, and oh my lord, what is wrong with me? Is this some kind of lizard brain reaction to having my life threatened? Okay, Kon, just give yourself a mental cold shower. Like picture all that hair clogging the drain every time Ganju finishes taking a bath, which he never bothers to clean out, meaning I have to do it. Or the way Ichigo's dad likes to walk around the house in just a thong when nobody's home, which I know about because I spent a lot of my time pretending to be a stuffed doll and couldn't move, even though it turns out the freak knew about me all along and... down periscope. His relief lasted right up till the moment an elbow connected sharply with his chin, sending the mod soul pitching hard to the floor. The pain left him seeing stars, although it didn't prevent Kon from registering the view when Kyukaku stepped right over him, that long skirt swishing around her bare legs. "Keep it in your pants," she warned him darkly before exiting the room. "Now get off your ass and follow my lead." Kon scrambled to obey. Outside he almost ran right into Ganju Shiba, who stood at military attention as his sister stalked by. The look he gave Kon clearly demonstrated he did not share his certainty as to the wisdom behind this course of action. The two of them took up step behind their leader. "I hope you know what you're doing," Ganju palmed out of the side of his mouth. "How bad could it be?" he murmured back. "Next one of you to whisper something gets around on the steel wheel." "The what?" "You know what, considering the shade of white Ganju just turned, maybe it's best I don't know." "Yes, big sis," he announced loudly. "Really big. Gargantuan-sized. We're talking." Kyukaku's head spun about to send him a glare so chilly it iced his libido. "Holy crap, she can read my mind. Maybe she's into it?" Wham. "Not sure where that foot came from. But I think I've got a new fetish." Thoroughly discombobulated but seeing no other recourse, Kon picked himself off the ground and followed the Lady of Shiba into the depths of her lair. She was reaching for another meatball with her chopsticks when Orium suddenly asked, "Tatsuki-chan, are you a drug addict?" Arisawa took a moment to verify she had heard that correctly. With deliberate care she settled back in her seat to regard her host. Sitting across the table, Orium Inu appeared troubled, twisting a napkin between her fingers and staring down at the table. She had invited Tatsuki up to her apartment for dinner. The semester was almost over, and soon it would be time for summer break, which meant they wouldn't be seeing as much of one another. This offer made sense in that regard, a bit out of the blue, but nothing to be concerned about. Far more perilous was whatever the little bubblehead might be serving to eat. The grub turned out to be not quite as bad as normal, which had left Tatsuki feeling relaxed and off guard. Maybe that was intentional? "Orium," she began slowly. "You're in trouble." This startled Tatsuki more than the previous accusation. Tongue-tied, she could only stare open-mouthed as her old friend's eyes rose sadly to train on her. "I know it. You look scared, a lot. Like you're being followed. And when you turn your phone off and I can't find you, I know something's wrong. I just don't know what, and I was afraid if I asked you'd lie to me." A lie was actually halfway out her throat. "I'm attending a prep school for the university entrance exams next January. That would explain the absences and not having a phone on during cram classes." Orium didn't know that she had already been scouted by several high-ranking academic institutions, including Meiji University and Nippon Sports Science University. They all wanted her for their sports programs. She had half a dozen different excuses ready to fly at any given moment. But none of them would work now. Orium would know. Say nothing. Her spine stiffened as Ulquiorra's presence intruded once again. "But out, Nosferatu. This is my life. Speak a word and she dies." Cold fear brought her up short. Tatsuki stared trembling at the innocent girl sitting there all unaware of how close she was to dying. "My friend could be killed right in front of me. Because I made a terrible mistake. I realize that. But it's too late to back out now." Tatsuki's teeth ground in anger. "Damn it, I have to do something." "Does it have to do with Ichigo?" All trace of dread was swept abruptly away. What?" Tatsuki asked, distraught for a different reason. Orium regarded her speculatively. After a while she shook her head. "No, that wasn't it. Your whole body language shifted the moment I asked. You were scared before. Now you're just anxious." A clock shaped like a cat on the wall ticked the seconds away with every swing of its tail. Meanwhile the two girls regarded one another silently. At last Arisawa collected herself enough to speak. "Orium, I'm not on drugs." "Okay." She accepted it so matter-of-factly. Maybe because she knew something even worse was coming. "You asked me about this before, and I wouldn't tell you. Nothing's changed. I'm not going to talk about it." That lovely face took on a new shade of grief and worry, tempered by rejection. It reminded Tatsuki of the way she looked after Ichigo turned her down. I pounded him for that. Now I'm the one making her feel this way. Resolutely she knuckled down and continued. Because I know you'd try to help me. And the whole reason I'm doing this is to keep you and all our friends safe. If things go wrong, then hopefully that means only I get hurt. But it is bad, Orium. Really bad. And I'm really scared. Here she drew in a quivering breath at the utter enormity of that statement. I'm terrified. Usually I can forget about it, until something reminds me. So I try to tell myself there's no other option available even when I know that's not true. Can't I help? Inu whispered, and the desperation evident in her voice cut Tatsuki with its familiarity. She shook her head no. I just have this feeling like things are coming to a head, you know? As if all the pieces are falling into place, and when they do, the only thing that determines whether the life we know will be allowed to continue, graduation, university, finding a job, making a family, that all might depend on what I'm doing here. I hate the thought of sitting there helplessly as our future goes down in flames without being able to do anything to stop it. I felt that way in the caves of Hueco Mundo. That'll never happen again. But there are so many people defending us already. Inu protested. All the Shinigami, and the captains, and Ichigo. Don't you think that's enough? A frown crept up Tatsuki's face. Ichigo shouldn't be the only one who has to put himself at risk. We're all owed a future, him included. I might just be able to ensure that he gets one. But then you might die, Orium declared, to which the young martial artist only shrugged. I've spent my life learning how to fight, you know? Maybe it was just a way to honor our culture, or as a career, or even a means of exercise. When it comes right down to it, though, I want to fight. Not just to say no one did it for me, but because I can. Karate let me stand up to threats. Learning there were actual monsters out there, it was scary, sure, but at the same time, like. Tatsuki threw up her hands, and now she found herself grinning in a mad energetic way. Ah. Suddenly I realized everything I worked for had a purpose. The training, the focus, it all made sense if I knew there was an enemy worth pitting myself against. So when the opportunity arises, why shouldn't I step up and lend a hand? There might never be another chance to make good on what I've been given. It's weird, I know, but still, I'm happy. It had never occurred to Tatsuki simply talking about her predicament might lead to an epiphany. Still, that's exactly what just happened. She had come to her feet without even realizing it and now stood beaming down at a shocked Orium. The prospect of a future battle made her blood run hot. Maybe this is how the old samurai felt whenever war rolled around, allowing them to pick up the tools of their craft and put them to use, come what may. Not every battle led to victory. At the same time, fighting in and of itself was their way of life. I can appreciate that. I didn't just throw a die when starting this gig, I put myself on the front lines. And there's no place I'd rather be. The expression on Orium's face caused Tatsuki to regret her outburst. It was eerily similar to how she looked after her brother died, bereft, as though the whole world had shrugged off her existence. She retook her seat feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Hey, it's not like I'm dead yet. Have a little faith in me, okay? Orium dabbed at her eyes and made an effort to appear happy. You're right. I'm sorry. They went back to their meal with no words exchanged between them for a time. All of a sudden Inu said, Tatsuki-chan. Her old friend looked up with a half-chewed dumpling in her mouth, causing her to smile much more sincerely. I'll do my part too. Arisawa swallowed and returned the grin a bit uncertainly. Yeah. Whatever that means, she thought privately to herself. Orium offered to let her spend the night, which Tatsuki accepted. They talked to one another after going to bed until both girls fell asleep, neither willing to be completely honest about their intended paths. It sat alone on a hill overlooking an endless ocean of sand. Skin white as the landscape, the creature's eyes were an unhealthy combination of black and orange. It fingered a thin golden string emerging from the hole in its chest to go winding off into the distance. After a time, Ichigo's hollow put its head between its knees and squeezed both arms around them, as though trying to crush its own skull. At a certain point self-preservation kicked in, forcing it to slack off. A flare of anger followed. Without hesitation the creature grasped its index finger and yanked hard, ripping it off. The pain proved soothing, and it stared at the severed digit, watching blood drip down to be immediately gobbled up by the sands. While doing so the healing factor kicked in, which saw a new finger emerge even as the old one disintegrated. Eventually the hollow held nothing in its hand, and the pain was only a diminishing memory, easily forgotten. Will Ichigo feel the same when I'm gone? Damn you! It hissed. Black teeth ground with fury. The hollow slammed its fists wildly into the ground and howled at the starry sky, a cry of rage that broke down to become sobs at the end. It sprawled forward in misery upon the dunes, bereft, despairing, desolate. If I just sit here, I'm going to die. But I can't do any more. They're not letting me. Which wasn't so bad when I thought I had time. Then the bitch went and got pregnant, and all my plans were shot to hell. Things went by so fast after that. Thought for sure there'd be another chance to kill at least one of them. I'm running out of time. A faint, eerie sound came to its ears. Mindless. Multitudinous. Mad. The hollow looked up. Looming on the horizon like a black picket fence, the wild hunt spread out in all directions screaming a demented song. In their midst crouched Cernunnos. Even from this distance, it could feel the hunt master's eyes watching it with obsessive intensity. Slowly the hollow stood. I'm really down to this. The only play left? Fine. Screw it. I'm sick of waiting, on Ichigo, on Aizen, on anybody. In an instant Ichigo's hollow had crossed the divide separating them to stand before Cernunnos. The big brute lowered its horned head to regard it, making no sound, as though the bastard had been expecting this all along. I know what you want, the hollow rasped. The crown of antlers tilted at a curious angle. And if that kid is born, you'll never get it. This might be the last chance. For both of us. Its breath came harder, faster. The Lord of the Hunt bent over until its gigantic bear skull loomed right before the hollow expectantly. For one thunderous moment inside its head there came an overwhelming urge to leap forward and destroy this sinister apparition with all its fellows. Rend them limb from limb and go roaring mad running across the desert killing everything it could, drunk on slaughter, until its own end came. That would be better. For everyone involved. Instead it tore a long gash down one white arm with its nails and held it aloft. Black blood dripped free. Ichigo's hollow looked up to meet Cernunno's empty black sockets and snarled, "Kill the baby. Kill her too. At least with you I've got a shot at winning. So just, go." Without hesitation Cernunno's tongue came out to lap at the blood, dry and hideous to the touch. The hollow felt a connection as a result, a sort of contract forming between them, filled with horrible promise that made the remorseless doppelganger shudder in fear. Cernunnos reared upright to let loose an eerie wail. The Wild Hunt's lesser members left off their senseless cacophony as though hearkening to this call. Thousands strong, they all suddenly went tearing away, passing around the immobile hollow without giving it any heed, jostling and snapping at one another in an ecstasy of bloodlust. The Hunt Master joined them to eventually come out at the head of this murderous pack. Once it had, that mighty army of Minos Grande flew along, buoyed by madness and ancient magic. As they sped into the distance, the hunt became a flailing conglomerate of twisting forms. From its perch Ichigo's hollow could have sworn this black mass was shrinking, or somehow folding in on itself from the sides like a huge mouth closing. Whatever the case, after a few moments it was left completely alone once more. It settled into wait, keeping a hand enclosed tightly on the cord binding it to its master. I might have just signed my own death warrant. But who cares at this stage? Even if they succeed, I won't lose out to that horned fuck. No one's going to control me anymore. The hollow somehow felt certain it would know when the hunt located its target. When that happened, it must be ready to strike. Ichigo had no idea just how deeply their connection went. He thought a little Kido spell or two put him out of my reach. Well, I've got a few tricks of my own. And when I think the time is right, I'll come to you, no matter where you are. No more master. No more hollow. Just me. All me. Forever. On the eve of the Yurei duel, Rukia found herself unable to sleep. She sat alone in her room gazing out a window at the slowly lightening sky. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Lately she seldom got more than 3 hours of uninterrupted rest. The discomfort of being locked inside a jigai had only been amplified with time, such that she felt weak and heavy for the most part. More than simple bodily discomfort prevented her from taking to bed, though. Worry and anticipation served to rob the anxious young woman of respite. By the end of the day tomorrow, the fate of the Kukaki clan would be decided. To say nothing of her own. Even now it seemed ridiculous. How could I rule the Kukaki? That honor belonged to Nii-sama. It was his right and heritage. Yet by some archaic combination of rules so outdated even the clan elders were taken aback at the revelation, I am without a doubt the High Lady of the Kukaki. The changes this wrought in her life were both unexpected and innumerable. For 2 months she had been attended every day by a veritable fleet of accountants, legal scribes, and petitioners. Most of them were ostensibly there to lighten her duties, a claim Rukia found hard to lend credence. If being barraged with 1,000 technicalities and niceties concerning all manner of obscure undertakings conducted under the auspices of the Kukaki counted as aid, it seemed incredible Byakuya could have found any time in his daily life to perform the role of a Shinigami captain. There was always something to sign, a memorandum needing her approval, a promise of surety regarding negotiations between vendors, or a decision about deploying resources in maintaining the halos. Having undertaken this very same position during her brother's convalescence following the revelation of the 3 traitors, Rukia was not without experience in the running of her household. But back then there had always been the comforting reassurance that eventually her Nii-sama would return to take the reins. He would then clean up any mess she might make. Now that reassurance was absent, and overseeing the most powerful family in Siriti rested solely on her shoulders. Next to his performance, her own efforts seemed woefully amateurish at best. It was all a farce anyway. Lady Rukia Kukaki? Her power extended only into matters that paled in comparison to the big challenges facing her. Over those she had no control whatsoever. The decision to remain in the mortal realm for the last few months of her pregnancy had contributed to the overall sense of inadequacy. But on this course of action she would brook no issue. The child's condition remained a mystery, and Rukia would not risk the slightest chance that she might go into labor while in Soul Society. She was resolved not to let her insecurities impede her responsibilities regarding Soul Society, and had made careful arrangements to safeguard her assigned halo, her lieutenant duties in Heron, and even her status as patroness to Ibis Company. Some representatives from the latter came regularly to keep her informed regarding certain developments she had an eye on. "You're stretching yourself thin. Believe me, I feel it. I know there's no point in telling you to take it easy. But would you at least consider maternity leave? Without even knowing whether or not I will be raising the child. You mean you still haven't come to a decision? I thought for sure you'd, give him to Ichigo. Katsura afforded me control of my baby's future prior to the revelation of his underhanded dealings. I intend to retain hold of that concession till the end. And you seriously believe he'll keep his word? Having seen what that man is capable of? He's as devious as Aizen, and about as trustworthy. Oddly enough, I do. Our marriage was simply an effort to strike against the Kukaki and Nii-sama in particular. The baby holds no part in those matters. Ultimately it is as unimportant as anything else unrelated to Katsura's designs. He has no reason to go back on our agreement. Unless it suits him. Rukia had no response for that. Instead she continued to contemplate the gradual approach of dawn. On the rooftops and within alleyways surrounding the Usagi Shoten, 10 armed Kukaki retainers lurked out of sight. They represented around-the-clock honor guard assigned to the current head of the clan. This was a detail previously unknown to her. Had Byakuya always afforded himself such security? Or had it been considered unnecessary for one so powerful? She had to admit it came as both comfort and mild nuisance. Much like so many things she was forced to deal with nowadays. The night had never seemed so long. Rukia rocked back and forth while the stars grew ever more faint. The moon was now a mere circle of paler blue. Today 2 men would fight for her sake. And for yours, she thought, hands resting on her stomach. After a while she stood up. Some matters still required her attention. Of late, daily running of the shop had been taken in hand by the team of Ganju, Khan, and Yururu in order to lessen the number of tasks demanding her attention. This was a concession she was only too happy to make, especially since Ibis Company had always handled the financial side of things since she took over. There was actually a regular competition amongst those devoted researchers to see who could plumb the depths of the hopelessly convoluted Japanese business code and secure the most advantageous arrangement come tax time. Mortal professionals trembled in fear at such a prospect. Apparently the Ibis crew considered it a simple and diverting little game. Compared to the pursuits they normally engaged in, that made sense. Rukia shut the door behind her and headed downstairs. She took the steps carefully, unwilling to risk overbalancing. Doing so allowed her to hear the sound of someone else moving down below. Curious, she headed off to investigate, finally reaching the entrance to the underground training area. Khan. The mod looked up. "Nei-san. Good morning." "Good morning." He finished closing the door and stood there with his hands on the latch. Rukia didn't stir, feeling more uncomfortable than usual. Despite living under the same roof most of the time, she hadn't spoken to Khan much since his confrontation with Ichigo. This was not by choice. Oddly enough, he seemed to be avoiding her, which was cause for alarm in and of itself. Usually he took every opportunity to keep her company. Far from being a distraction, it was welcome, reminding her of how Yumichika used to stop by whenever the mood struck him. The absence of Khan's presence had not gone unnoticed. While there was much to consider of late, for him she felt a strange sense of, one might call it obligation. Because he loved her. She knew that. And it would be easy to overlook such feelings in the face of everything arrayed against her. But she need only think about Ichigo to be reminded that, even with the whole world at stake, love should never be discounted. "Did you go to Soul Society?" she asked. He looked nervous all of a sudden, only giving a quick nod. "Had some business to take care of there." "I see." Apparently he felt no need to elaborate on that statement. "Is Ganja with you?" "Yeah. He came along." Those two had been spending a lot of time together recently. Perhaps this was Khan's way of coping with everything going on. "Poor kid loved you even before Ichigo was in the picture. Now you might have to get married to somebody else. That has to hurt." "I know. But what can I do for him at this point? I can't even control my own life." "Today's the day, huh?" Khan asked unexpectedly. She left off considering. "Yes. Today everything will be decided." Khan crossed his arms and fidgeted, face twisting in obvious consternation. He seemed on the verge of saying something, and so Rukia waited patiently. That much she could do for this perplexing soul whose future had always seemed as much in doubt as hers was now. "What will he do with himself when I'm gone? I could offer him a position in the Kukaki household, however that would probably serve only to exacerbate his troubles. Once again I am unable to make a difference when it counts." "Rukia." Rukia gave a start and gazed at him in surprise. "Did he just?" "Nei-san." "Rukia Nisan." Khan quickly amended before she could speak. The way he said her name sounded like he was forcing himself to add the honorific. "I wanted to tell you something." "Yes, Khan?" she inquired in a soft voice. "I." He closed his eyes. When he did, tears slid swiftly down his cheeks, and he opened them again just as fast. "I'll never give up." Grief settled in her at hearing these words. "Khan. I'll always support you," he pressed on determinedly. "No matter what. And I'm going to be there. When Ichigo fights that guy. I'll His voice broke on this word. Khan shook ever so slightly. "Support him too. For your sake. Because I need you to be happy. And I won't let someone take that away from either of us. Not now, not ever. You can count on me. That is, my soul, has value because of you. Please, when you're feeling low, remember that. It might not be much, but it's something. I won't say anything else because there's nothing left unsaid between us. You know the rest." An ache struck Rukia in the chest. Seeing him standing there pouring his heart out, she was compelled to confess to him how weak and helpless she felt. Just rush forward and wrap herself tight in the embrace of this person who loved her. Being strong all the time only brought loneliness. If you appeared unflappable, no one thought they needed to help you. Was this true even for Byakuya sometimes? Would he have appreciated my help if it came unrequested? Damn it, there's just so much it seems like I messed up in all this. Isn't there anything I can claim to have done right? Sweetheart, you're looking at one of those things right now. Hearing this caused her breath to hitch. Then a strong sense of relief and accomplishment spread through her whole body, leaving it tingling and warm. Rukia closed her eyes in unexpected bliss at this feeling of pride in herself. After basking in it for an achingly short time, she looked at Kon with that same triumph sparkling in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. The beautiful Shinigami stepped forward and placed her hands over his. At her touch Kon shuddered, as if whatever lingering remnant of that experience had passed through her into him. All trace of unease melted away, and he gripped her hands in return. He looked at such peace. Kon bent down and kissed her. It didn't last long, but while it did, nothing else mattered. Like both of them took a chance in that moment to feel something. Everything. He stepped away, breathing heavily. Before him Rukia stood with mouth partly open and dark purple eyes half closed. She touched a hand to her lips, still flushed from the shared experience. Her eyes drifted up to his face. Before she could say a word, Kon turned and whipped open the door. He sped over to wrench up the trapdoor, letting it fall shut behind him as he dropped inside without looking back. Moments later, she felt a pull on her soul as the portal in the training area opened, only to close a second after. Several seconds passed. Outside, the sun finally peeked over the horizon, a blazing band of orange gold greeting this part of the world. The Kukaki guardsmen were approached by their daytime replacements and reported on the day's happenings before taking their leave. Elsewhere the people of Karakura town began to stir. Eventually Rukia remembered her original purpose. She continued on that assignment, bidding greeting to Yururu as the tiny defense system came out into the halls rubbing an eye sleepily. The shop was closed today, but there was still much to do. The two girls went about their business with due haste. And all around them, a new day dawned. "On your feet." Rudo Bonchuruyut bolted upright, casting about in trepidation for the source of that voice. His Calaveras turned in recognition of their progenitor's distress. The hissing sound of nearly 50 swords being drawn from identical sheaths only served to make him more on edge. Grimjo's on his way back, Infantissima informed him from an empty patch of air 2 meters to his right. Try as he might, the former exequious captain could not divine any sign of her presence whether visually or not. "Spread the word." "Understood," he bit out, wishing for even the slightest indication of where to aim an attack. As usual this did not take place, and he was soon left with the impression that their second-in-command had withdrawn. Her tendency to spy on them unawares was normal given the sense of mistrust common with hollows. Which didn't make it any more bearable. Sullenly Rudobon turned to his ripened offspring and gave an authoritative sweep of his hand. "Inform the others that we will be departing soon." The Calaveras hastened to obey, leaving a dozen behind for his personal protection. Watching them go, not for the first time he found himself chafing at the lack of respect afforded him in this company. Even the other loyal vestiges of Aizen's forces who cooperated with the presumptuous Jaggerjacks treated him like cannon fodder. He often wondered if it had something to do with how many of his clone soldiers they had seen get taken apart. Like they were so used to seeing a virtual copy of him get destroyed, it left them used to thinking of him as inferior. Granted, Rudobon's strength lay in quantity, not quality. But power such as he had been granted would put even a large force of enemies to rout if properly applied. Unfortunately among this crew he never got the opportunity to show what he was really capable of. They mainly relied on him to send messages or scout the terrain ahead. Which left him a useful but marginalized member of a very diverse crew. Rudobon paced back through the forest of bone-white spikes that littered this section of Hueco Mundo. From a distance he could see the gateway rising up slightly higher than all the rest. It bore a similarity to their environment in that it looked like a portico composed of two thin limbless tree trunks sprouting from the soil whose tops curved together to form a lintel. It had taken them a while just to locate the blasted thing. First time the gate came shooting out of the ground he nearly attacked on instinct. Apparently it only revealed itself to Grimjoe as a result of that prize he received performing the task set them by the Vastolord Halibel. So far only he and a handful of the higher-ranked members were permitted to see what lay beyond that portal. For the most part the remaining pack was left to their own devices until their leadership returned, forbidden to stray too far from their ostensible base. After 2 months coming and going from here, Rudoban had a strong grasp of the land's layout. Despite which he still had no idea what this place might be. The pillars decorating the landscape were too clean and regular to be naturally formed. Why would anyone go to the trouble of creating something like that anyway? Einvogel had theorized this was once part of the Dead Zone until very recently. It was true they weren't far off from that Dreadborn where only the mightiest hollows dared to tread. But did that mean the Dead Zone changed in size, growing and shrinking from one day to the next? Rudoban could never recall seeing any evidence of this. Up ahead the Horned Hunter could pick out a soft white glow which meant their alpha was back. Already he sensed the former Espada's terrible power, enough to make him shiver. As soon as they left here the gate would disappear underground until Grimjoe returned. Whoever made the thing clearly didn't want for it to be stumbled across by just anyone. But that only begged the question of just who had constructed such a means of dimensional travel. Hollows had no need of such a device, which left only the Shinigami as an option. Could Lord Aizen have used this cleverly hidden means to disguise his movements between here and Soul Society whilst he was deceiving them? Would certainly explain how Halibel learned about it. I wonder where it might lead? Pardon me, but you're the prime exequious Rudborn, right? Rudoban stopped and looked to one side. His bodyguards did the same. Leaning with one hand against a bone spire and a bare katana draped over his shoulder was what appeared to be another Calavera. He was dressed in the same white uniform as all the rest and had a bone mask that resembled a human skull. No eyes gleamed from within the pits of his sockets. All the same, it was clear right off the bat this was not one of his own. Swiftly he drew Arbal and pointed his blade at the impostor. The true Calaveras did likewise. Identify yourself. I'll take that as a yes. Their opponent reached up and lifted away his skull helm. Doing so revealed a plus spirit sporting short-cropped hair, a mustache, and dark shades covering his eyes. He then opened the front of his coat to stand there regarding them with a distinct lack of fear. Unnerved, Rudoban found himself wondering what was going on. He could sense no power coming from the man as a Shinigami. Yet what else could he be? The Living Legion hesitated at sending any Calaveras to report this phenomenon until he could say more clearly what it might bode. I will not ask again. Explain who you are before my minions parse the flesh from your bones. Please forgive my rudeness. The bare-chested enigma scratched his stubbly hair. He actually contrived to look embarrassed. I'm Tetsuzumon Iba, Fukutaiku of Viper Squad. Pleased to meet you. The Hollow Executioner considered. So this was indeed a death god. But how did he get this close without being spotted? And more importantly, how did he locate us in the first place? These questions could be answered later. For now he knew his duty. At a silent admonition from their commander, several Calaveras pelted forward in a lightning-swift display of Sonido to disable their target. Moments later a pile of dismembered corpses lay at the feet of the unharmed lieutenant. We were told pretty much all we needed to know about you, but I still had to make sure we got the right one. Not to sound racist, but you'll understand when I say you all look alike to me. Iba took a step forward to confront the numerically superior force. Anyway, I'm going to have to request you come along now before things get out of hand. This time nothing was left to chance. Even as he sent his remaining fighters streaking forward to attack, Rudoban also dispatched 2 couriers to inform Grimjoe and all the rest what was transpiring. At the same time the former Exequius had already released his resurrection. Grow, Arbal. Vines sprouted from his lower body to dig deep into dry soil and propel him off the ground. The soul cutter changed into a lightning bolt shape, further armor wound around his torso, and 3 branches grew from his shoulder. Skulls sprouted out of these limbs like fruit, almost instantaneously flowering into full-grown Calaveras. Now a contradictory picture of both fertility and barrenness, Rudoban towered over his newly created army. This ever-replicating mass of copies surged like the tide to overwhelm their lone opponent. Before the first wave even reached him, Tetsuzumon had his response ready. Unhinge, Kinjiasu. The bloodied sword he held glowed with wild red energy that swiftly limbed the man's whole body. Moments later that slender implement was transformed into a great square chopper sporting a small spike sticking out of the tip. Iba hoisted this fearsome weapon up in a two-handed grip, an eager smile on his face. Despite the increase in strength as a result, it seemed obvious he was about to be utterly overwhelmed. Rudoban felt pleased at the prospect. With a glad shout, the Shinigami swung his snapdragon at the approaching Calaveras. As he did, the blade split in half right around the middle, its upper half whipping backward as though on a hinge. What came next happened too fast for the eye to follow. 1 second a mob faced him. And the next, there was blood and pieces of white-clad bodies soaring everywhere. Rudoban stared in disbelief. Back and forth swept the Shinigami's grisly weapon, dismembering whole ranks of Calaveras with every swing. And as he watched it dawned on him the blade seemed bigger than he initially thought. At the point where it split open the whole thing had sprouted an enormous quantity of what could only be teeth, gleaming sharp spikes the length of swords protruded out in every direction, far more than that relatively small opening should be able to produce. It was like a giant dragon's maw full of fangs had spread itself wide, complete with a long tongue dripping saliva. And at the center of that red fleshy maw there stared a round yellow eye with a slit pupil that rolled madly in its socket. This terrible apparition chomped down on the Calaveras and chewed them up greedily before sending their remains spewing in all directions. Despite the awesome destructive power on display, though, it clearly wasn't enough. The Shinigami gave ground even as he appeared to have sustained no injuries to speak of. Any effort to reach the source of this army proved futile as the distance between him and the exequious captain grew by the second. Churyut was not lax in pressing his advantage, continuing to send more and more of his prodigious horde on the attack. Soon their numbers had increased to the point where they had the man totally surrounded despite his best efforts. He was now barely visible from Rudoban's vantage, even if his weapon could not help but be apparent due to its ruinous effect. Iba gave no sign of tiring, that same berserker smile plastered on his face as he cut down whole swaths of enemies. In vain, now ringed by an armed host several hundred deep, he would soon be overwhelmed and disarmed. After which the matter of his presence here could. Something exploded high overhead. Rudoban's head snapped up. At the same moment he registered a huge drop in temperature. No. He whispered in disbelief. Not again. There came a great cracking sound. White mist swept across the graveyard. It cleared swiftly to reveal every last one of the Calaveras had been frozen solid where they stood. In seconds they all shattered to lie in a lawn of broken pieces. For his part, Rudoban Churyut did not suffer quite the same fate. He instead found himself encased in a large block of ice that completely nullified his reproductive powers. Now helpless and unable to escape, the last thought in his head before losing consciousness due to intense cold was, "All we needed to know about you, should have guessed that Dem Ice Queen would boast about beating me." Tetsuzumon Iba closed Kinjiasu for the time being and nodded in appreciation of the sight. Moments later a winged figure dropped down beside him. The Viper Company lieutenant bowed courteously to his superior officer. "Splendid shot, Teiku." Clad in his bankai, Toshiro Hitsugaya of Leopard Company nodded a response. "Well done holding his attention for that long. I had to wait until you were sufficiently far from him to make sure you didn't get caught in the ice prison." He looked Iba up and down. "You weren't injured in my attack, then?" "Not at all." The second seat puffed out his muscular chest. "A little cold never bothered me." "Who are you calling little?" "N." "No, Teiku, I merely meant to say." As he spoke a tremendous blast of unleashed spirit spiked a short distance away. Immediately Hitsugaya took to the air to hover overhead. "Get him out of here," he snapped grimly. "We'll cover your escape." The boy captain then went soaring towards the source of that malevolent pull. From up here he could see several large worm-like creatures had burst through the ground. Out of their thick mouths came streaming a huge amount of Shinigami from 3 divisions as the combined forces of Viper, Siamese, and Leopard moved in to engage with Grimjo's pack. The transport worms came courtesy of Nilil's servant Dondakaka, kin to their trusted pet Bawabara. These subhuman hollows had also been instrumental in locating the enemy's new base, having traveled undetected beneath the sands all over Hueco Mundo in search of them without raising any alarms. By bivouacking in their guts, the strike force's presence was masked entirely, preventing the hollows from sensing their approach. It was now up to them to give their fellows enough time to spirit the captured Rudo-Ban to safety. Toshiro took note of several fierce pockets of resistance, Grimjo chief among them. The Sexta Espada found himself confronted by his old enemy Captain Nilil Tuadolshvank. Both hollows were swift to engage their released forms, and the collision of phenomenal energy on both sides served to keep all weaker fighters at bay. The dangerous ones who might have intervened were being held back by Renji Abarai and Soifone. Hiyo Zabumaru was readily evident as a titanic bone snake raging across the battlefield. The head of Viper Squad apparently scorned such theatrics as she engaged her opponent with only her Shikai. Regardless, the rotund hollow and the one who resembled a monk proved formidable in their own right. Even with the element of surprise in facing a numerically superior force, the pack fought back with animal strength. He hated to admit it, but Hitsugaya had to give Grimjo credit. Most hollows would be put to rout under such circumstances, yet his followers shook off any shock at the sneak attack and managed to form a solid core of defense that held its ground. High aloft, the young captain kept an eye on the entire engagement, as was his assigned job. In spite of all the strength they were deploying in this operation, their primary objective was not to wipe out Jagger Jax or his resistance cell. The cost of doing so was deemed too high considering the current state of things in Seoul society. And anyway, this was primarily a locate and retrieve mission, which was why they had opted not to involve Tiger Company. No way to be sure the target would survive if Zaraki and his boys got involved. Whatever damage they might inflict on the pack was a bonus. Once Rudo-Ban was transported a sufficiently safe distance away, he would send out the call ordering them to fall back, at which point Toshiro would unleash the world-shattering power of Daigure and Hirin Meru to cover their retreat. That strange portal had closed, possibly signifying a lack of egress. Grimjo and Nilil looked to be evenly matched. All Hitsugaya's comrades were at risk, to be sure. With what had happened between them, though, he couldn't help but be a little more deeply concerned for the female general's safety. By Toshiro's estimate, in just under 2 minutes they would have the prisoner past the point where pursuit might be an issue. The Shinigami forces seemed to be working well together down there, in testament to the solid battlefield unity promoted through the new Godi I-7. Renji was hammering his opponent by the look of it, his all-encompassing Bankai preventing the Aaron car from even getting close. The fact that Soifone hadn't killed her foe yet was rather surprising, since no matter what the mission, she did not hold back in a fight. Without a doubt, these heartless spirits were far more dangerous than the average breed. He found himself now staring intently at the two leaders locked in pitched combat, willing Nell not to miss a step or come to any harm. All of a sudden Hiyo Zabumaru let out a tortured scream and collapsed all along the ground. What? Hitsugaya focused in quickly on Renji. Sure enough, the red-headed brawler was injured without a doubt. He clutched one hand to his stomach, doubled over and flailing wildly at empty air. Was there something there? From this height Hitsugaya couldn't tell for sure. But Nilil had also noticed her man's distress and went galloping to the rescue. Rather than pursue, Grimjo took advantage of this to speed back to the portal, which activated at his approach. He then emitted a shocking roar that almost split the boy captain's ears even at this height. In response, his followers began a swift but orderly retreat to his position. They disappeared inside the glowing gate while the pack head stood beside it covering their retreat. Anxiously Toshiro turned his attention to the Shinigami. Nilil had taken up guard of Renji while fighting off the big hollow, who was slow in responding to his master's order. A blow from the charged-up Gamuza sent the brute tumbling. When he looked ready to try his hand again, another bellow from Grimjo got his attention enough to go scuttling away. Most of the hollows had made it through the portal. However, the one engaging Soifone proved slow to give up the fight. The lady herself didn't seem interested in allowing any sort of escape regardless of the plan. Perhaps in response to this, Grimjo uttered a sharp bark. He then lifted one bleeding claw to his face. Hitsugaya felt his blood run cold. He knew what that meant. Retreat. He yelled, a latent casting of Tentiakura transmitting his words throughout the battlefield. Grimjo's using a Gran Ray Zero. Moments later the world was lit by a turquoise flash. A concussive detonation followed, so strong it even flung Hitsugaya back and left him struggling to stay aloft. Down below, the Panther Demon had almost completed charging. Horrified, Hitsugaya abandoned any notion of staying removed and rocketed down to attack, a casting of Sennin Hyro already charging strong enough to put the one which held Rudoban to shame. So iPhone made her own effort to attack as the monk mage scurried by his master and entered the portal. All too late. With a primal scream, the Espada's Grand Ray Zero exploded across the battlefield, annihilating everything in its path. Hitsugaya's 1,000-year ice prison evaporated before it could even converge on him. Then things somehow managed to get worse, as rather than dying out, Grimmjow began to slowly swing his blast around in a tracking shot. Shit. He can do that. Shinigami scattered desperately before that unstoppable attack. With swift mounting horror, Toshiro realized the Zero was slicing towards Nilil and the injured Renji. Uttering a cry of rage, he abandoned any notion of subtlety and dove straight towards Jagger-Jax with ice sword extended for his heart. Monster! I'll kill you! Suddenly the world rocked on its axis. This threw the vengeful captain for a loop. He righted himself midair and looked over in amazement. Across the way stood Captain Adolschvank. Both arms were extended before her, almost seeming to catch the entirety of the ultimate Zero and hold it quiescent in midair. This whole raging mass of energy gradually formed into a tremendous ball. Oh, yeah. Forgot she could do that. It would seem so did he. The attack petered out. Grimmjow looked taken aback by this development. Both Hitsugaya and So iPhone needed no further warning and got clear fast. As the Espada stood there shocked, Nilil opened her mouth. His captured energy beam was sucked inside to disappear completely. For a moment she just stood there, front hoof pawing the dirt and head flung black with eyes closed. Then she opened them to look directly at Grimmjow. Her eyes glowed, and with a roar, Nell unleashed her Double Zero. Toshiro got a final glimpse of Jagger-Jax before it hit. He seemed to have gotten the message rather late, for just as he seemed about to make for the portal behind him, the titanic eruption hit. An awful howl arose over the warzone, filled with savage pain and fury. The green death beam continued unrelentingly. Caught directly in its path, the portal seemed to bend and stretch. Its posts abruptly shattered into fragments under the brunt of that awesome power. At this a tremendous explosion of dimensional energy blew straight up to pierce the heavens. Grimmjow's scream cut off abruptly, leaving only a lingering echo ringing across the fields of Hueco Mundo. When the smoke cleared, Hitsugaya descended to earth where he rejoined So iPhone. Before them the gate was completely gone, along with any trace of the Sexta Espada. Whether he was annihilated by that head-on attack or got caught in the gate's destruction before he could make it through was not readily apparent. For the nonce at least he would pose no further threat. They made their way over to the Siamese company leaders. Nell looked somewhat worse for wear, but both she and Lieutenant Auberai claimed to be fine, the latter despite having his stomach nearly cut open. With the other captain's help they got him onto the Centaur's back, then went to check on the remaining forces. Losses were bitter, but could certainly have been much worse. Lieutenant Shihei Hisagi came up to report that Rudoban was safely in custody. For these reasons, the operation was deemed a success. Having verified this for themselves, they proceeded to abandon the site of Grimmjow's last stand and headed home. Time passed. Superheated sand and dirt cooled and congealed. After a while the area returned to rest, leaving nothing but the strange spikes protruding from the barren earth as they had for countless ages. Then something moved. In a seemingly empty stretch of air there suddenly appeared Infantissima. She looked carefully around before heading over to check on the site where the gate had once stood. No trace of it remained, nor could she find any indication one way or another that Grimmjow had survived. Considering everything she had just seen, that seemed highly unlikely. He was probably dead and the pack consigned to oblivion along with him. He said they would be too caught up in their own mess to bother with us. But he was wrong. Those damn Shinigami never give up. They just keep taking everything away from us like they think it's their right before traipsing off to get praised by humans without any repercussions. Time to share the pain. So resolved, Infane opened a Garganta and disappeared into it. Gonbate, Nii-san. Yuzo clenched both fists by way of encouragement. You can do it. Reclining against the doorsill alongside her sister, Karen Kurosaki made less of an effort. Take an umbrella, she remarked dryly, glancing up at the heavens. Kind of cloudy today. I'll be back sometime this evening. Ichigo opened the door of the taxi and dropped in his equipment. He turned back to the girls standing outside the clinic. Giving a somewhat embarrassed cough, he managed to grit out, "Thanks for the support and everything. Take care of yourself, Kurosaka-san," Nanao spoke up from her place by the door. "We'll be waiting when you get back. You girls behave yourselves with Nanao, now." Ishine popped up on the other side of the idling car. "Mind your manners, treat her with respect, and don't worry." He then flashed a confident smile and winked, extending them his most enthusiastic thumbs up. "Your dear papa will bring Ichigo back safe." Yuzo was practically in tears by this point. She might have rushed forward to embrace him if Ichigo didn't slip into the passenger seat and close the door. His father got in after him, tapping the window to let the driver know they were ready. With a final wave goodbye, the taxi pulled out and drove down the road. After a minute of gripping his knees, Ichigo finally said, "Yuzo got pretty emotional for just a kendo tournament." Beside him Ishine had grown calm for a change, gazing out the window with arms crossed. "She's starting to realize you'll be leaving us soon," he responded. "This next summer break will be your last under our roof. Graduation's just around the corner, and then it's off to college." "I honestly forgot about that." Ichigo copied him in staring at the sky. "Life just crept up on me. The whole thing feels far away." After a while he added, "You know you called her Nanao instead of Nanao-san, right?" The Kurosaka patriarch grunted noncommittally. The rest of the trip passed in silence. There was only so much they could say with the driver listening in. After a few minutes they arrived at their destination. Ichigo collected his things and got out while Ishine paid the fare. The taxi slipped quietly away, leaving both men standing in front of the Usagi Shoten. Ichigo headed forth, only to stop when he noticed Ishine still staring at the sky, a small frown on his face. When he noticed his son watching, the older death god just shook his head and moved to lead the way forward. Yururu waited patiently for them by the opening to the shop. Seeing her reminded Ichigo of the time they trained together when he first became a Shinigami. That same sense of queasy uneasiness descended on him, like he was right back where he started in spite of everything that had happened since. An urge to ask Yururu if she thought he would win in a rematch felt patently absurd, but all the same, he almost found himself doing so. Instead he opted for nodding to her in a friendly manner as he passed. The sad-eyed waif acknowledged the gesture. By contrast Ishine actually picked her up and spun Yururu in a circle. "There's my little Tsumu-chan," he exclaimed with delight. "You're looking hale and hearty as always." "Welcome back, sensei," she said without a change in expression. "Your bill is ready for you." The doctor grimaced and deposited her back on the ground before following Ichigo inside. Both he and Yururu stopped upon finding the Shinigami substitute still standing in the center of the shop. Before him stood Rukia. They were just staring at one another. Eventually Ishine glanced down at Yururu and gave an indication with his head. Together they slipped past the pair without bothering to announce themselves. Something told Ishine neither of them would have noticed. Best give them some time together either way. Alone now, the man and woman remained silent. Ichigo took note of how big she had gotten. Her belly protruded out a great distance through her kimono. It gave her posture the shape of a question mark. Which was a stupid observation to make, but damned if it didn't feel prophetic. Like everything about their future remained unclear. "How are you feeling?" he said at last. "Worried." She patted her stomach. "Tired." Then in a much quieter voice, "Scared." The corner of his mouth lifted. "Same here." She took a few steps off to the side to brush her hands over the colorful merchandise on display, from home remedies to souvenirs and snacks. "I can't remember a time when I wasn't afraid of something. Or someone." Rukia picked up a small statue in the shape of a fox and held it up to dangle before her face. "Not just for myself, but for the sake of those I loved. This is different." She put it down and rounded on him, face sad and uncertain. "Our baby, the Kukiki, and you. There's never been so much at stake. And I'm putting it all onto your shoulders. So what else is new?" Right away Ichigo could tell that was the wrong thing to say. He cursed himself. Stupid. Use your head. I mean, who better to stand up for you? And if I save the Kukaki, there's no way Byakuya can voice any objections to us from now on. Besides, our kid'll be born soon, might as well live up to my name and get started defending the little guy, or girl, he amended hastily. No pressure either way. Her smile told him he had gone a long way to making up for that previous tactless remark. Impulsively Ichigo crossed the remaining distance between them to place his hand tenderly over her stomach. She slipped her slim fingers over his own, causing Ichigo to shudder from pleasure. Only now did he realize how long it had really been since they touched. The memory of the night that started all this came back to him. Acting on that pleasant recollection, he bent down to kiss her. To his surprise, Rukia turned her head away. "What's up?" he asked, feeling confused and a little hurt at this rejection. "I'm sorry." His beloved hadn't let go of him, sliding her warm hands over his skin as though eager to drink in this contact. It only left him more bewildered. "It's just, my emotions are all a mess. If you kiss me, I might start crying for no reason." She brought his hand up and pressed her lips tenderly to it. "I don't want you to go with that image of me in mind." "There's nothing to worry about," he sought to reassure her. "Believe it or not, I've actually got a plan, one that involves more than just winning this fight. I'll let you in on it when I get back. Try not to worry too much while I'm gone, okay? Give me some credit. I don't plan to sit around here pining and moping all day." Having decided to brook no more delays, Rukia began to walk towards the rear of the building where their allies were waiting. She still didn't let go of his arm, forcing him to follow obediently along. "I'll be visiting a temple later. Under the circumstances, praying to the gods seems like a safe bet. You'll need all the help you can get. I'm already invincible, what more do you want?" That last comment reminded him of something, though, and he looked around the bare hallway. "Is Khan here? I wanted to ask him to keep an eye on my house just in case. He left earlier for Soul Society." "To cheer you on," he said. Something about that didn't sound right, but whatever. They came at last to the door leading to Urahara's underground cavern. It was already open, and the trapdoor gaped wide to beckon them. Climbing down that ladder was certainly not in the cards for Rukia, so it was here that they must part. With that abnormally bright light illuminating them from below, the two lovers stood on the lip of separation. "Be careful," Rukia whispered. "I have this horrible feeling there's more going on that we don't know about. Just keep everyone safe here while I'm gone, Shinigami," he quipped in reference to their first fight. "That's Lieutenant Shinigami now." A finger jabbed him sharply in the chest, causing Ichigo to grin. Much to his surprise, Rukia reached up to clasp the back of his neck and bring him down to eye level before proceeding to kiss him fiercely. She pulled away with a gasp before he could really get into it. "For luck," she offered by way of explanation, cheeks flushed and not a tear to be seen. Thanks," he managed to mumble. Shuffling unsteadily towards the ladder, he nearly tripped over his own feet, which felt uncommonly heavy. After getting his bearings he began to descend the ladder. With his head just above the rim, Ichigo paused to look up at her standing with hands crossed and gazing down. "I love you," he said without thinking. "I trust you," she responded back. While not what he had been expecting, this statement served to warm him all the same, dispelling that previous clumsiness and permitting him to clamber underground. Rukia passed out of view. All the same, he knew she was still there. It made him want to hurry so he could get back to her faster. Better not risk a broken neck, though. Wouldn't that be a funny way for all this to end? Upon reaching solid ground he cast about to get his bearings. Everything looked the same, mesas and barren rock as far as the eye could see. He spied the gateway in the distance and jogged over. Ishine waited there alongside Ururu and Hinta. His father had on a red glove with a flaming skull symbol. Upon his arrival they exchanged a nod, and without preamble the former Shinigami officer reached up and smacked his son lightly in the forehead. He caught hold of the falling body as Ichigo emerged in full Shinigami regalia, Zanjutsu strapped securely to his back. Ishine guided the mortal remains down to earth, then lay beside them and struck himself in the cheek. He arose as a Shinigami to stand beside his firstborn. After opening the gateway, Hinta and Urura would remain here to keep guard over their vacated vessels until the owners returned. All set? The older man asked, looking stronger and more dangerous than when he was technically alive. Just try to keep up, Ichigo responded. Ahead of them the two golems had activated the gateway, and a hell butterfly already fluttered out to greet them. They then passed out of this world and into the next, leaving behind far more than just their bodies. A dog came running up to the bushes surrounding its yard to bark as he passed, causing Saijin Komamura to peer at it morosely. While he knew likely no one hereabouts could see him, this only served to increase his feeling of apprehension. The dog-headed spirit floated away as his furry admirer continued to seek attention, running excitedly around until its owner came out and ordered it to be quiet. See? I knew you'd be popular. Just wait until you meet some of the girls, they're going to love you. Noboru Kukaki drifted beside him as they passed along the sunlit lanes of Karakura town. The carefree youth reclined on his back with legs crossed at the knee and one foot wagging to some inner rhythm. He radiated an excitement and energy which the older spirit could not begin to feign. Having decided that Komamura needed to get out more, Prince Kukaki proceeded to drag him along on an outing to the mortal realm in order to meet a selection of mortals belonging to something called cops. Saijin had been unable and eminently unsuited to making up a lie that might save him from such a horrid fate. Thus he now found himself roped along on yet another of the boy's ill-advised ventures. Beside him Noboru whirled in midair and laughed, pleased with his role in life. Komamura strove not to sigh. Could this be what it feels like to be an uncle? I had no idea it was so draining. Well, at the very least this doesn't appear to be another attempt to ingratiate me too. We'll stop by Bia-san's place later, Noboru informed him matter-of-factly as though reading his mind. She's got a lot on her plate and could use someone to look after her. And you can show your support in time of need. Everybody's happy that way. He still wants to set me up with Rukia. Does this boy seriously not know when to quit? You do not seem particularly concerned about the outcome of the duel, Noboru-sama, he hesitated to mention. Is it not set for today? The boy gave a restless snort. As if. You know what Rusty's like. He'll just whip out his Bankai right on the spot and blow that Arashi prick into another dimension. He's got a hollow inside him, don't you know? Tough to beat a Vazard. You are aware Kurosaki Ichigo is unable to manifest his hollow mask in Soul Society as a result of the spell we cast upon him, Komamura pointed out while struggling to keep up with the hovering scamp. This event had occurred under his tenure as captain of the 7th Division at the Commander General's order. At the time Komamura obeyed without hesitation, a choice he sometimes had reason to regret. Really? Noboru's face scrunched up while floating lazily along. He then shrugged his shoulders in a dismissive fashion. No importa. Mama and Papa will have figured something out by now. No way they're resting all their hopes on the shoulders of that Bruto. Komamura wished he could agree. From the sound of things, Lord Arashi had planned this endeavor to meticulous detail. While loath to admit it, the chances that Rukia would be forced to marry him were rather high. Some faint stirring of masculine pride made Saijin wish he could step up and rescue the poor girl from what was undoubtedly a troublesome scenario. But such inclinations were groundless on both scores. No doubt Katsura Arashi would prove to be a very considerate and attentive husband. Yukitake Teiku had always spoken highly of him. Perhaps the matter would ultimately resolve in the best interests of all concerned. As he moved, the canine general's pointed ears twitched. Blinking, he drew up short and looked all around. Eventually his gaze drew skyward. Komamura studied the few clouds floating harmlessly in that bright blue reach. Did I just imagine that? You feel something? He turned his attention back to Noboru, and was surprised to find the lad sporting a restless, cagey expression. As though his hackles were up as well. I am not certain, Saijin admitted. You? Nah. Not really, but... The boy twisted around to look behind him. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a switchblade comb, running it through his hair nervously. I only noticed when I saw you looking around. It feels like we're being followed, you know? Mama told me to trust my instincts. And right now I feel something bad's about to happen. He looked at Komamura and stated, I think we should go find Bia-san. Saijin nodded in agreement. Can you sense her location? Noboru shook his head. She's wearing her custom stealth Jigai 24/7. No way to pick up on it. We'll hit the shop first and then the Kurosaka clinic if she's not there. The two spirits set off together. While he urged the lad to leave him behind and make haste, Noboru refused, even though Saijin's status as a powerless spirit prevented him from moving with the same speed he could once claim. Their progress across the human town was severely limited as a result. Still, he felt a certain measure of gratitude at how Noboru would not abandon him. For all his faults, he remained a fine boy. And from what his own instincts were telling him, such protection might be sorely needed. This feeling, could it be? Was the hunt active once more? Why now? And who could they be pursuing? He would not know until they had spotted their quarry somewhere in this wide world. Soul Society must be warned if that were the case. Only he could no longer summon hell butterflies, and not being an official Shinigami, neither could Noboru. Their best bet was to locate Rukia and have her send the communication. Thus Saijin barreled on as fast as he could, flying with some difficulty over the rooftops. He only hoped their premonitions were both wrong. Overhead the clouds began to move, as though disturbed by wind. In a deserted alleyway of Karakura town's business district, a breeze stirred empty wrappers and discarded newspapers. Pigeons took flight out of an instinctive sense of danger. To anyone watching, this was the full extent of that phenomenon. However, those with occult senses would have seen a dark swirling tear in the fabric of space. A slender figure dropped out of this warp tunnel, glancing around to make sure the coast was clear. Tezuma took note of the overall riotsu in the vicinity. To her surprise, an obvious source of power was absent. The human Vasored Ichigo Kurosaka did not register on her senses at all. A brief use of Pesquisa confirmed the rest. Usually whenever arriving at this locale, no matter where in the city she came out, his was the first power signature she noted. It was almost painful in its unfettered intensity. The guy had zero ability to suppress his presence whatsoever. Perhaps that makes me his natural enemy? By now she had already blended into her surroundings with ease, melting away without a trace even from spiritual perceptions. Chiaroscuro's ability masked her to a greater degree than any other hollow, unless utilized in combat. This subterfuge was nigh impenetrable. Even her fellow hollows couldn't spy her, as opposed to the Sombra cloaks they were all so desperate for nowadays to escape from Shinigami. Shrouded in this mimicry, Tezuma stepped out into the street. Hundreds of humans passed close by, not one of whom spared her a glance. The spectral sneak afforded them the same level of interest and quickly flashed through walls on the way towards her target. For some reason Tezuma never felt comfortable flying despite being a spirit. She preferred to have her feet on the ground, in a manner of speaking. Choosing to come out a fair distance from her prey was meant to limit the chances anyone might notice her arrival. There was no way to hide that a Garganta had opened, but by the time someone came to investigate she would be long gone. Her quarry's habits were known to Tezuma. Ever since tailing Grimjo here when he went to confer with the human hybrid, she had taken note of that one's family situation. Mortals had routines which made them easy to hunt. It was getting on towards evening. No matter what day in the week, by now most of them would be finished with school or work and headed home. But Infane didn't plan to go in straight away. Months of surreptitious spying had given her a very good idea of just how much power surrounded that household. She was not about to throw away her life or revenge without carefully weighing her options. Wait a second. Is that? The straight line she followed took an abrupt detour. The Hollow Scout passed by a park, cored a high school, vaulted a river, and finally dropped down along a tree-lined dirt road. Sure enough, there they were, skulking through some bushes. What are you doing here? She demanded, emerging from under the pall of mimicry. Loli and Mainoli gave undignified yelps and spun to face her. The trembling pair had their weapons out but didn't release them yet. This told Tezuma a lot. You. Loli spit without any sign of relaxing. What the hell do you want? Get out of here, Tezuma, her partner concurred. We're not going back to Grimjo. Like he wanted you back, she thought. But hearing his name served to remind the chameleon Arankar what brought her here. Infane didn't go for her weapon despite the clear hostility in their bearings. All the same, when she spoke there was a level of menace evident that chilled the pretty hollows. I'm not here because of you. But that makes it all the more confusing why a couple of screw UPS are hanging about in a place they're likely to get killed. The black-haired one snorted with disdain. For your information, we infiltrated this burg months ago. And nobody's picked up on us while we waited for our time to strike. Strike. The word sounded ludicrous coming out of their mouths. Who would be stupid enough to entrust these bozos with anything? Loli slapped her partner on the arm. Come on, forget this bitch. Let's lose her. Both took off through the trees. However, they hadn't gotten far before Tezima dropped down to bar their way. Angrily, Loli brought up her knife. You're asking for it, you little. If we fight, you'll have to take off your sombras to stand a chance, the spy uttered in cold, hushed tones that made her pause. When that happens, everyone with a shred of spiritual perception will feel it and come running to investigate. And I'm much better at hiding myself than you clowns. Briefly their eyes met as though hoping one of them could refute this statement. Predictably that was not the case. Tell me what you're up to, Tezima continued. And make it quick. Shit. Mainoli thrust her blade back into its sheath and stood up straight, the very picture of ignorant braggadocio. We're here to kill Ichigo Kurosaka's child. In Fane's visible eye narrowed slightly. Child? After a brief pause to digest this information, she motioned for them to proceed. The spindly duo apparently could come up with no better alternative. They hunched before her as though giving testimony in a court. Privately their interrogator had resolved to kill them either way, but not before learning everything these nitwits knew. No need to share that particular bit of information. We heard from his hollow when it spoke to Halibel, Loli continued, that he's fathered a child on that Shinigami Lieutenant Rukia. If allowed to live, the kid will become a dire enemy to Lord Aizen. We're here to prevent that from happening. And you've been here for months. Why haven't you done it yet? A very shamefaced look passed between them. This you tell her not me routine was getting old. And besides, knowing the two of them, she could figure it out. I see. You couldn't muster up the courage to try knowing how many powerhouses are living in this city. The moment you stick your heads above ground, they'll tear them off. The guilty outrage on their faces said it all. Were these two seriously some kind of comedy routine? I can't imagine a more ill-suited pair to pull off an assassination. But she could understand their hesitation. Not like I intended to die on this venture myself. Of course, now that I found them, there's no need to risk that, is there? Now listen, in Fane Tezima looked them both over carefully. For whatever reason, we share a mutual goal. You know something we don't. Loli spoke challengingly. That's putting it mildly. Infane ignored this perfect opportunity to mock them. It seems that Ichigo Kurosaki is not in attendance today, probably gone to Soul Society. He's taken at least one of his strongest comrades with him. If your heads weren't so far up your asses, you'd have noticed he was already gone. They both gave her blank looks, then their single eyes rotated around, widening as they finally picked up on what should have been obvious by now. Idiots. Regardless of how many are left, their forces are at their weakest. If you're going to do it, now's the time. There was no immediate rush to take up the charge. Instead, Loli and Mainoli remained huddled together. It was exactly this indecisive weakness she planned to exploit. Of course you won't be alone now. With me here, there's far less chance of getting caught. Chiaroscuro can dampen spiritual signatures besides my own even when in combat. I'll deal with any guards while you take care of the woman. By working together you can get close and finish your mission before anyone is the wiser. Clearly they were chewing this idea over. Why help us? Mainoli finally demanded. The Arrancar spy's eyes glowed, even the one covered by her mask. Don't make me rethink my generosity. I have no real interest in whether you pull this off. That's not why I'm here. Cowed would be the best word to describe the pair. They had been living at the sufferance of more powerful individuals for so long now it didn't take much to make them obey you. As such, Tezima was not surprised when they gave identical affirmative nods. Then it's settled. Now, she lifted her chin to look down on them loftily. How do we locate this Shinigami lieutenant? Assuming she's still around, no one of that caliber showed up when I used my Pesquisa earlier. Just several medium-level Death God signals. She's wearing one of those flesh suits that hides her essence, Mainoli spoke up quickly. There's no way to track her. But there have been guards traveling everywhere with her lately. Those are the ones you spotted. Wherever she goes, they go. Infane took a moment to reorient herself spiritually speaking. Sure enough, that blob of little death gods was on the move. If their mistress was with them, homing in should be a piece of cake. She glanced down at her cowardly accomplices. All right. No more waiting. You want to serve your Lord Aizen? This is how to do it. Let's go. Their new leader indicated for them to proceed. While doubtful, Loli and Mainoli offered no further protest. Instead they headed out together, the two of them hiding wherever available, while Tezuma moved freely thanks to her soul cutter's skills. It was true that the Shinigami girl was not her initial reason for coming here. Infane had planned to murder Ichigo Kurosaka's sisters. Considering how lazy this crew had become regarding their security of late, it was reasonable a person of her talent could find an opening, slip in and do the job right. Getting away with it was the difficult part. But not anymore. With these two doing the grunt work, Tezuma could remain out of sight providing support. And once the task was complete, she would abandon them to their well-deserved fate. Without a doubt they would be dead before any mention of her involvement could be made. In the uproar that followed there might even be a shot at completing her original goal. But Infane wasn't greedy. Killing the boy's woman and his unborn child? That would be more than enough to avenge Grimmjow. A stark reminder that her kind was not to be crossed or overlooked. These humans and Shinigami must remember why Hollows stood apart from their infantile little worlds. The three-woman hit team converged on a small shrine set atop a hill. Upon emerging into Soul Society, Ichigo was surprised to find none other than Isane Kotetsu waiting for them with her husband Jushiro and a small escort of retainers. They were both decked out in wealthy regalia that served to remind anyone looking of their status as rulers of a noble family. He caught himself almost bowing automatically. There really was something a bit unnerving about such instinctive superiority. Welcome, Kurosaka-san, Ichigo-kun. Isane gracefully swept out one hand to them in what might be the royal equivalent of a bow. We are pleased to see you. I hope it was a safe journey. Safe as houses, Isane Dono, Ishine greeted her with gusto, causing several of the guardsmen to frown at this obvious lack of formality. Ichigo could have smacked his parent but held back. There was already enough arrayed against him today, he didn't need flack from another member of high society. Fortunately Yukatake just beamed that way he did and any potential altercations melted away before the force of his radiant smile. Some things never change. You're as unflappable as ever, Ishine, he stated without a hint of condescension. For once even the elder Kurosaki appeared a trifle abashed, rubbing his neck and grinning in a painful manner. Yeah, long time no see, CA. I mean, Yukata, or rather. He crossed his arms and stepped closer to the cheerful legend. How do I call you now? Is it Jushiro Kotetsu, or Lord Kotetsu, or? He left the rest dangling uncertainly. Well, in public, I'm Lord Jushiro of House Kotetsu. But privately among friends, you can still call me Yukatake. This earned him a despairing look from Isane, and he quickly added, considering the reason for our being here, just make it Jushiro. All right. Ichigo raised a hand, feeling like an awkward schoolboy. Hey, not to be rude, but like you said, we're here for a reason. So maybe. Isane gave a little start. Oh, of course. Right this way. She turned to the side with one arm extended. We have arranged your transportation to the ceremonial grounds where the duel will take place. The crowd parted, and only now did Ichigo see the large wooden barge resting in the middle of the plaza where he found himself. Marveling, he followed along as Isane and company led them towards this strange contrivance. In terms of construction it reminded him of a pontoon, with a central body supported by two stout beams on either side. Composed of numerous individual pieces, the whole thing was almost like the skeleton of some tremendous wooden animal with turquoise flags waving on pendants emblazoned with silver dragons. The central bridge had silk curtains of the same makeup in a compartment he assumed was for the royal family. You could probably fit 200 people on this sucker with room to spare. This is an heirloom of the Kotetsu family, Isane informed them as they embarked. It was crafted and presented to us generations ago by the Shihoin, who are most adept at magic. With this we can fly to the site of your duel in just under an hour. Servants bowed to either side at her approach, and she moved with her husband to a small pair of thrones located in the middle of the bridge. Ichigo noticed cushions spread out in a line before the royal seats. A polite cough and gesture from one of the retainers informed him he was meant to take his place before them. Feeling uncertain once again, he was about to choose the one before Jushiro, then reconsidered and moved over to Isane's side. Probably best to keep Dad closer to the person less likely to take offense at anything he might say or do. No sooner had they settled down than Isane made a beckoning gesture to what he presumed was the ship's captain. The officer nodded and spoke briefly to his staff. Mages robed in Kotetsu colors took up their positions at points about the deck. There came a low drone of magic, and moments later they found themselves rising smoothly into the air. Ichigo clutched his cushion and looked all around, gaping without stop. The tops of buildings in the Siriti became level with them, and then passed away. While he had flown back home many times in spirit form or while wearing Yoryuki's cloak here, riding a device was something completely different. He had never even been on a plane before in his life. A fear that they might crash and burn awoke in him. Where the hell did that come from? Don't I have enough to worry about? While he was gawking like a rube, the staff came forward and placed a tray bearing tea and light refreshments before him. He thanked them awkwardly, receiving no response in return. Being ignored reminded him of something, and Ichigo turned to address Isane. "Your ladyship." She looked at him, and he felt his face turning red. "Come on. It's just Isane. Sure, she's a captain, and super old, and pretty hot when you come right down to it. But do I have to go all stupid just because she put on some fancy duds? Get in the game, me. Remember why you're here. I was wondering." His voice caught. Across from him Isane chuckled and blew on his tea, looking away to quickly take a sip when Ichigo threw a death glare his way. I was expecting Byakuya or Yoryuki to show up. Why did you come to get us?" The smile she gave him then held equal parts compassion, tenderness, and a slight tinge of admonishment. It reminded Ichigo of Anohana. This negated any consternation he had been feeling and allowed him to sit up straight. "We are operating under a number of rules now, Kurosaki-kun," she stated. Ichigo didn't fail to note that while she remained calm overall, Isane was picking at the arm of her chair. "Lady Yoryuki and Captain Commander Kukaki will be in attendance as is their right. But under the circumstances, no favor can be shown to you on their parts. A party unrelated to the matter at hand was deemed necessary to give you safe passage, and since my clan fulfilled that role, I offered our services. What would have happened if you didn't?" Isane joined in after the manly poses he assumed failed to impress the serving girls waiting on them. "Would we have had to run the whole way there?" Yukatake answered. "As I understand it, you would have been given an escort by one of the Imperial Court Guard squads. The only ones available and unaffiliated with any of the parties were Heron and Ibis. We decided not to bother Captain Urahara. He's been very busy lately." "Oh, yeah? With what?" The white-haired lord might have winced then, and he turned to study the horizon intently. "Resurrecting Mayuri Kurotsuki." That seemed to drive a stake through the heart of their conversation. Ichigo noticed they had stopped ascending and now were setting out in a northwesterly direction. There were no landmarks to really guide him, and his vision was limited by the size of the craft itself, but he got the feeling they were moving at a pretty good clip. No wind resulted, probably owing to whatever magic moved this vessel to begin with. It was a steady, comfortable ride all things considered. At the end of this flight, the Lord of the Arashi awaited him. Ichigo stared at the ship's bow. Everyone insisted this Yurei thing was a civilized undertaking meant to prevent loss of life and promote harmony between the great houses. But he had to admit it seemed like the sort of ceremony that harbored bloodier origins in the past. Would he and Katsura have been forced to fight to the death in an earlier age? Might the same thing occur today? Ichigo had no intention of losing. The same might be said for Lord Arashi. One of them must yield for the duel to conclude. If neither did, what other result could there be but death? Can I slay this man for Rukia's sake? Or my own? I've never killed anyone before. Hollows, yes, but they weren't really dead as a result, just purified. Turned into pluses. Or sent to hell. Now I'm facing an opponent who might die if I'm not careful. Should that make a difference? He's not evil, not in the way people like Aizen and Jin are. From what I gather, he's been a good lord to his people and a valued part of the effort to rebuild Seoul society. Losing him would cause a lot of grief for all concerned. On the other hand, he's intruded into the life of the woman I love. And my son, that is to say, my child. He, or she has to be taken into consideration as well. It's my duty to protect my baby. This thought should have fortified his resolve. Instead, Ichigo was alarmed to feel only fear and queasiness. He chalked it up to the flying vessel, and took a drink to steady his stomach. But that feeling of anxious dread did not go away as a result, and he lay down on the deck to stare up at the sky. A lone bird flew overhead, gliding in lazy circles on the wind. The world-weary teen focused on that, willing himself to think of nothing else for the time being. In no time at all, he was fast asleep. Hiyori Saragaki had been napping in her alcove when she heard a commotion from the commons area. After debating whether or not to just ignore it outright or lounge for a bit longer, eventually curiosity won out. She put on her wooden sandals and rose off the pallet to go trotting down the short tunnel. Upon coming into the larger cavern, she was greeted by the sight of a messenger kneeling before Shinji and Love. They were talking to him in low, angry voices. Faced with the simmering hostility of two captain-class Vazard, the poor guy looked ready to consider a career change. Eventually their leader deemed the conversation finished and gave the man a sign he could depart, which he did with utmost alacrity, practically rocketing back down the tunnel leading away. Hirako spoke briefly to Love, after which the bushy-haired fighter moved off towards the tunnels. At this point their leader noticed Hiyori approaching. The look he gave her told his ally the news was not good. "What's up, Baldy?" she asked upon sauntering closer to him. The ex-captain of Siriti gave no sign he had heard her insult, which only served to unnerve her all the more. In a quiet voice he replied, "We got word in from Siamese company. According to them, they've caught Haki's killer." Hiyori sucked in a shocked breath. What? She could practically see the same stubborn hope flourishing in the set of Shinji's overbite that she herself felt. Could it really be true? Was one of them not responsible? Was there no reason to suspect their own all along? In short order the other Vazard were made aware of the news. By a twist of fate they all happened to be present at this time. The subsequent discussion proved short. The messenger had not been provided with a name, saying only it was a hollow captured in a raid. In the end a unanimous decision was reached to immediately reconnoiter with the leadership of Siamese and learn more about this unexpected development. The masked army then set out to learn the truth, and face whatever consequences it might bring. The taxi driver actually got out to open the door for her and offered his hand. Rukia was not too proud to accept. She paid the fee in cash with a tip. He asked if he should stick around, but she declined, and he drove off with a wave which she returned from the sidewalk. Rukia looked up at the clear sky and took a deep breath of warm spring air. It was late in the day, but she was glad to have gotten as much done as possible. This last stop she planned to take her time with as a sort of reward. With that the young woman made her way onto the grounds of a local temple. Crossing the courtyard leading to the main building was slow going. Fortunately there were few enough temple-goers at this time of day, which meant no crowds. Those in attendance were elderly and made way out of respect for her condition. Such behavior was welcome. The terrain proved level, meaning no steps. This was the primary reason for selecting this small temple. Climbing stairs was a burden nowadays even with a handhold. She passed one or two visitors as they left. Here, at least, no one stared at her for wearing a kimono. Lately this was the only thing she felt comfortable in. A part of her longed for the sundresses she used to favor, but she kept them in storage, preferring to wait until after the birth to avail herself of that liberating concession. Besides, now was not the time to engage in such silly vanity. Rukia soon found herself at the central shrine complex. Upon finally reaching the gates leading in, though, she did not enter. Instead she stood by the portico watching one old priest shuffle about attending to the evening devotions. Her actual experience with human religion was limited to what she read in manga. Captain Anohana had developed a fixation on such reading materials just before the Autumn War, and her reputation served to bring many other people in Siriti under the influence of those strange texts. Presumably spirits of earth and heaven were placated in such structures. As an emissary of the afterlife, she was curious if there might not be some type of reaction. However, this did not turn out to be the case. A large bronze statue dominated one end of the room. Offerings of incense burned in stands. The sound of sutras being chanted reached her ears. None of this provoked any feeling in response. Nevertheless, the tiny maiden reached over to grasp the thick braided rope of a Suzu bell hanging from the eaves nearby. Closing her eyes, she swung it slowly, listening to the rattling of chimes overhead. "Please, watch over him. I beg of you." This was all the maudlin emotion she would allow herself. Now Rukia turned to her other purpose in coming here. She made her way back to the courtyard where a small gift shop awaited. Her intention was to buy an Okujin gift for Ishida-sensei to show her appreciation. It was coming on the middle of July, the time for that sort of thing in modern Japan, as she understood it. She felt certain of picking up something appropriate here. The Quincy doctor had refused all talk of payment from the start, claiming he was discharging an obligation. Rukia took that to be in relation to his son and did not press further. The early evening air proved pleasant. It might be nice to come back here together at a later date. Soon enough she found herself before a booth selling charms and trinkets. No vendor was present, but there was a nice selection, and she took the time to consider her options. "Hello. Can I help you find anything?" From a curtain behind the counter came a stout young monk carrying a box. He wore black novice robes and his head was shaved. A loop of red prayer beads around one wrist added a splash of color to his ensemble, complete with a tiny silver bell that chimed ever so slightly when he moved. There were holes in his nose and ears which might have indicated piercings at one point. Were priests into that sort of thing in these parts? "I merely wish to inspect your stock," she replied. He nodded amicably and set down the crate to begin unloading its contents. Rukia got back to business. Perhaps they have something to aid in matrimonial matters? Or in dissuading them, she thought upon remembering Oka-sensei. "He's giving you a funny look." Rukia noticed then the priest was indeed regarding her in a curious manner. She pretended not to notice and went about her window shopping. Still, concern made her edge further away from him. The experience of pregnancy had served to make her more wary about the harm that might befall a human body. "Excuse me, but, do I know you?" This question surprised her, and she turned to regard him more closely. The novice did the same, rising up to dust off his hands with a frown. "That sounds like a pickup line." Rukia was forced to agree. "I do not believe. Pretty sure I'm right." He hesitated, then blurted out in a rush, "Did you go to Karakura High? You and half the people in this city." Rukia paused warily before responding. "Indeed. That is, briefly, I did." His eyes drifted low to focus on her stomach, causing Rukia to grip her sash protectively. Before she could call him on this behavior, the boy's head shot up, an expression of disbelief on his face. "Are you Rukia Kukaki?" She blinked. "Yes." He nodded, evidently as surprised by this as she was. "Huh, no kidding." Then the strange youth appeared to remember himself. "Oh. Sorry about that. I mean, I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just we have a mutual acquaintance. Or, that is, we went to school together, you and I, that's why I ask. Before my nervous breakdown. I mean my spiritual awakening." He let out a groan and twisted his prayer beads, sending up a musical ringing. "Let me start over. My name's..." Around them, the world suddenly turned gray. Color leached out of everything. All that remained was a blend of shades ranging from dark to light. Nothing of any chromatic hue remained to be seen. The previously bright day was now haunting. Rukia took a step back, casting about in consternation. She could sense nothing dangerous. In fact, she couldn't sense anything at all. Like a fog had descended to muffle her spiritual awareness. We're in trouble. I know. Hey, what's going on? She looked back at the boy. To her surprise, he was swiveling his head around with an astonished expression. Of a sudden he looked down at his hands, flexing the fingers and frowning. Does he see it too? Could that mean he's attuned to the afterlife like so many of Ichigo's friends? Go into the temple, quickly. She ordered him in her lieutenant's voice. Stay there until it's safe. The novice appeared ready to ask a question, but the dire expression she wore brought him up short. Hesitating, he ducked back through the curtain, leaving her alone. Once assured he was gone, Rukia strode back towards the gate. Beneath her breath she mouthed a Kido spell for protection. As she did she cast her eyes about in search of some sign to guide her. Nothing had happened so far. This offered little by way of reassurance. The Kukaki guards no longer registered in any way, spectral or not. Were they outside the range of this effect? Well, look what we've got here, a mocking voice drawled. Rukia froze. Quickly she looked up to find two hollows floating overhead. They were Arrancar, small and female and rather confident judging by their expressions. No way to tell if it was warranted, because she couldn't feel them at all. Are you scared, Shinigami? The one with short pale hair sneered as they began to descend towards her. You should be, her ponytailed partner mocked. 'Cause you're about to die. Talkers. You know what to do. Agreed. In response she merely drew one sleeve up to cover her mouth, regarding them with a neutral air. Is that so? Casually Rukia glanced from side to side. Oh, are you looking for your little friends? Black Hair flipped a dagger and caught it in an underhand grip. They had both touched down and now stood proudly before her, separated by perhaps 20 paces. So sorry. We already took care of them. That just leaves you to play with, and believe me. I see, Rukia broke in. Well, if we're going to do this, you might as well bring out the others so we can get started. They looked at one another in a brief questioning manner. What others? Towhead demanded. Your allies. Rukia took a few paces to right and left, making a show of peering all about. Surely there must be more of you. We don't need any help to take you, bitch. Black Hair snarled. We are the chosen companions of Aizen-sama himself, his fraction. She whipped her dagger up to point at the pregnant Shinigami, while the other one drew her own slim saber. And we've come to put an end to the threat your putrid spawn might represent to our master's plans. Half absorbed in her own proceedings, Rukia grew still upon hearing this. My what? She asked, putting on a show of fear and backing away now. This was only half feigned. That they knew about her was bad enough, but the baby too? The hollows took note of her distress and grew visibly more assured. They moved in pursuit. Edging blindly towards the temple, she judged the decreasing distance between them. Just a little closer. Out of nowhere, two white masks appeared to hang in the air before the hollows. What the hell? One of them shouted. Damn it! The other screamed in turn. This proved shocking to Rukia as well. So much, in fact, that she couldn't even continue with her own plan. She had drawn them into talking, easy enough, to give her time to cast a Kido spell under her breath. Unnoticed behind her sleeve she had successfully deployed Bakudo number 20, Fushibai at her feet, controlling and manipulating its expression so that it sank into the thin cracks between the tiles where it lay unnoticed. This mystic snare was meant to activate when the hollows crossed over and catch them in its coils, providing her an opportunity to bring out the big guns. Instead the air shimmered before her, and now those floating masks were revealed to be atop the heads of two figures in black and grey apparel. They stood shoulder to shoulder between her and the hollows with hands clasped behind them. To her even greater surprise, another pair of masks floated up on either side of the astonished Shinigami. They were fashioned to resemble demons, with small horns, smiling fanged mouths and empty eye sockets. Even as the rest of their bodies materialized, nothing of their faces could be seen owing to a second layer of black cloth beneath the helms. They appeared to be unarmed by the look of it. Glancing over one shoulder she caught her breath upon finding two more such individuals arrayed at her back, 6 in total. Lady Kukaki. One of the masked warriors in front, a woman by the sound of it, turned back slightly to regard her. "Have no concern, your ladyship," this eerie spectre intoned. "We are the honor guard assigned to protect you at the behest of our master, Lord Katsura of the Arashi. Forgive us for not revealing ourselves sooner. We were commanded to remain hidden and keep our distance unless you came under direct threat." The masked protector returned to focusing on the Aaron car. "For now we shall attend to your safety. Please permit us to deal with these nuisances." Sting, a scorpion. Poison, Escalopendra. In an instant their enemies had entered full resurrection. One fleshed out to an appalling length, a bone-white attachment on her back broken into segments boasting a multitude of limbs as well as huge threatening mandibles and stinger. Meanwhile the other gained pincers on both hands and a plated carapace, to say nothing of the tremendous tail arching over her back topped by a pointed tip resembling a Megatama bead. Poised for attack, the time it took them to do this was measured in a handful of heartbeats. Yet the Arashi guards had already readied a counter. "Forsooths!" Their leader breathed, then as one they all shouted. "6 tigers!" Their forearms crossed in front of them. Immediately a cube of glowing energy formed to completely encase the clan head and her escort. Like everything else, it had no color, yet Rukia could see small transparent symbols flowing all over the surface of this construct in overlapping layers. They looked like characters, or maybe numbers, difficult to say. If the hollows were taken aback by this unexpected defense, it gave them no pause. Instead the centipede opened her tusked maw wide, allowing a Siro to bloom immediately between those jaws. Another ball of energy built upon the end of the scorpion's tail. Rukia grew cold at the sight of these attacks, unable to tell just how perilous they might really be and uncertain as to this fort's strength. The blanket over her perceptions had not lessened one bit. To make matters worse, there was nowhere to hide. "Captain," she addressed the leader. "Allow me to assist you." In response the head of the strike force merely held up a hand, as though waiting to give a signal. There was no time for anything else as both of the poisonous creatures fired their energy beams simultaneously. The peaceful setting blazed from all that power. Yet when they impacted against the magic wall, nothing happened. The panes of Sorcerer's protection held firm against their onslaught. At the very moment those dual Siros crashed into the barrier, the masked captain's arm dropped. She and her partner in front sprang to either side, passing through the wall they had constructed without any apparent resistance. Instantly the guardsmen to either side of Rukia took a few steps forward to stand at the corners of the cube. Their counterparts in back did the same, assuming a new position with arms still crossed before them. Unable to see what happened next due to the blasts flaring in front of her, the astonished noblewoman caught her breath upon hearing 2 clear screams. A moment later she could see everything around them again. But the battlefield had changed drastically. Now the insect-like duo were on the defensive, fleeing before 2 blazing figures that bore down on them with merciless fury. The attackers resembled spinning 6-sided constructs inside one of which was the Arashi captain, arms and legs crossed in a meditative pose as she sped in pursuit of her foe. A ghostly demonic face glowed within the perimeter of the wheel around her, likening it to a Waniado demon. Her accomplice was encased in a similar device, only superimposed with the image of an 8-headed Orokai snake god. The wheels looked to be composed of pure energy, and they whipped at dizzying speeds around the hollows, who took to the air in search of escape. To no avail. Their bulky bodies proved unable to keep up with these nimble opponents. As Rukia watched, the centipede flailed about in a desperate effort to smash the captain with her seemingly omnipresent coils. Yet when the masked fighter's spinning totem struck that twisting body, it was the hollow who was knocked back screaming, several of the 100 legs broken or snapped off altogether in some cases. Her twin fared no better. The wheel of pain swept towards her like a blade, and though the scorpion brought up both arms and even the tail toward herself, the impact smashed her into the stone floor, where she frantically scrambled to get out of the way as another attack soon followed the first. "Trust in the strength of their hexagons," Lady Kukaki, one of the remaining sorcerers offered by way of explanation. "They are more than a match for such low beasts." "Rukia, this is Kido. But not the kind we're used to seeing." "What do you mean?" "I'm not really sure. With this gray drain over everything it's hard to tell. But they're Shinigami, without a doubt. Their Zanpakuto won't speak to me, Maybe because they're concentrating so hard. Concentrating? It almost sounds as if they're doing math, like the 6 of them are all joined somehow in working on a problem. Their power has been amplified by the presence of their comrades. They're sharing it among themselves. Like a formation, or an arrangement, a stacking, oh, I can't say for sure. It's like building a tower out of individual people. Bricks, or maybe tiles that form together to create a picture. That's the best way I can put it. Staring at the defensive walls erected around her, Rukia thought again that she could make out something resembling a written language. What had they all shouted? 6 tigers. That sounded terribly familiar. It made her think of the old 11th Division for some reason. By this point Scorpion had been brought to her knees, glowing stakes driven through both ankles and tail pinning her to the ground. A gleaming band encircled her throat with lines that shot out to shackle the claws which she clicked together futilely. She was gagging, tears running down her cheeks and stinger waving in search of a target. A scream caught Rukia's attention. She looked up to see the captain reorient her body and launch like a missile into Centipede, driving it to Earth close by the other one. The hollow attempted to lash her with its stingers, but the attack rebounded having done no damage. Beams shot forth from the nodes of the Arashi's hexagon that impaled the hollow's limbs and encircled her throat. When they diminished, the insect woman was pinned as effectively as her comrade and unable to move. Her lengthy released form had been reduced to wriggling and slapping over the tiles like an unearthed worm. "Rest easy, Lady Kukaki," one of the guards inside the barrier said. "These two pose no further threat." Rukia had to agree. It would seem the fight was over. Awe at this new form of magic and its application left her speechless. How much of demon arts had the Arashi turned to new purpose? The captain and her aide took up point beside their quarry. She spoke to Rukia without taking her attention from the hollows. "Shall we dispose of them, your ladyship?" It was so tempting to say yes. "They tried to kill my child. But I want answers first." "I agree. Look, everything's still monotone even with them both caught. Maybe they're not the ones responsible for that?" "Hold." The clan head whipped around in surprise. The Arashi glanced behind as well. From within the shrine, that same strange acolyte had emerged at a run. He clutched a bunch of paper slips in one hand that went fluttering loose, and in the other was a small staff topped by more paper charms. "Benighted spirits!" he shouted in a rough, menacing voice. "Release this poor young woman from your grasp." He thrust out a finger at Rukia, still ensconced within the energy cube, or perhaps trapped from his perspective. "I, Ashimaruki, offer to cleanse you of your earthly trespasses so that you might attain peace within the bounds of nirvana. Give up your grudge against the living, seek contrition, and achieve salvation on this day." Waving both wand and sutras, he began to hop back and forth ridiculously while barking a bunch of nonsensical chants. All of the demon-masked warriors looked to Rukia for some explanation as to this. She herself could offer no answer. In the brief time this distraction afforded, however, Centipede took advantage of their inattention to launch her elongated lower half towards her partner. Caught in that awkward position, she was unable to bridge the gap between them fully. Yet Scorpion had taken notice of this effort and sent her own tail lashing forth. She managed to thrust the point of her poisoned appendage into the other hollow's flesh. "Merge, Kyodoku!" Both cried at once. Immediately their bodies began to flash. The Arashi guarding them took note and retaliated with beams of energy that cleaved through the hollows' necks. Though of deadly intent, this attack proved useless, passing through the incandescent pair. Instead, those blazing twins melted like mud through the impediments holding them to converge on one another, flowing together and combining in a reeking splash. This glutinous mass swelled to even greater size. In moments it had ascended higher than the temple roof. Now some measure of shape began to emerge. A long arm split off of the main body, then another, followed by numerous legs. From behind there arose an enormous hooked tail. The air around this monstrosity wavered, and the stone beneath it bubbled and split. Its surface gleamed with a disturbing sheen. Then the light faded, and what had only been a silhouette was now revealed in all its repellent glory. Deformity was the first word that came to mind. The creature resembled a melange of twisted parts slapped together. Any semblance of beauty the two hollows might have possessed separately was now lost. Its lower half held the appearance of a clam, convex and pitted by disease, from which a dozen hairy arachnid legs emerged to either side. A scorpion tail waved heavily overhead with malevolent intent, its barbed stinger now longer and more wicked than before. Out of a fissure at the front of the shell grew the main torso. Truly ghastly, it still looked to be a centipede, segmented and twitching with thousands of tiny wriggling limbs running up and down its sides. But the most stomach-churning aspect was how this slim and narrow form wound over and around itself like a Gordian knot as it rose upwards. Doing so seemingly gave it greater mass and the outline of a human shape while still looking nothing less than a breeding ball of squirming snakes all jammed together. The arms hinted at before proved to be extensions of this centipede body capped with clacking pincers on one end and stingers on the other. Its head was nightmarish, flat, and triangular, nearly as broad as the shoulders from which it sprouted. Upon looking closer there appeared to be two faces squashed side by side, made even more hideous by the fact that they shared only one wide lipless mouth between them. Full of small sharp teeth, it drooled a black substance that smoked as it ran down the nightmare's chest. This aberration trained its four eyes upon the assortment of Shinigami opposing it. "We've played with you long enough," the ghastly creature intoned, two distinct voices speaking as one. "Now you will feel the true power of the poison imps, Kyodoku." The horror then lurched forward to assault their holdout. Where it stepped stone melted and blackened, and the air turned cloudy. The two Arashi fighters on the outside flung themselves at Kyodoku. As they approached, however, their hexagons began to waver. The captain took note of this and veered off, but the other one continued to charge despite her shouted warning. His circle of magic whirled like a buzzsaw as he drove at the hollows in an attempt to cut right through them. The moment it impacted with the creature's hide, almost immediately the hexagon shattered, leaving its caster hanging defenseless in midair. Kyodoku wasted no time in snatching him up with its claw hand. A wave of energy shot from the Arashi captain's hexagon. Upon nearing Kyodoku, the beam rippled as though encountering resistance. When it struck, the whole thing dissipated into gleaming droplets that went spattering over the tiled floor. That great mouth opened wide, and Rukia could only watch in horror as Kyodoku swiftly bit the helpless fighter in half, shoving his limp lower body in and swallowing in a matter of seconds. "Not bad," the monster belched. "For a Shinigami, at least. Could use some salt." Upon seeing this the captain dropped back to re-enter the barrier. "Sir?" one of the others asked in a professional manner. "I took a reading," she responded. "It's exuding a form of toxin that sickens and depletes any Ryotsu concentration. Use the Baise cleansing until we can determine how best to attack." They all began to intone a spell now. In response the language running over the walls changed into a new pronunciation. None of them betrayed any fear or dismay at seeing their comrades' grisly end. Rukia found herself envying this resolve. But such thoughts could wait, as the horrible Kyodoku scrabbled its spidery legs closer to them. Gore-stained lips widened in a smile as its tail rose up to loom over the protective cube. With a laugh the monster stabbed that spear-long spike into the wall. For a moment it stretched inward, as though about to burst. Then the shield rebounded, driving this implement of death back with such force it sent Kyodoku reeling. "Wah!" it gasped, multiple eyes blinking in disbelief. Uttering a curse the beast lurched forward to wrap both arms around the glowing box and began to squeeze. Its tail jabbed at the roof time and time again. But this time there seemed to be no sign of weakness at all. Their source Rouse palisade held firm against whatever corrosive miasma it was being subjected to. Seen through the transparent sides, Kyodoku's features twisted in a wild rage. "That's impossible. Nothing can withstand our Tierra Enferma." This assertion proved incorrect as the Arashi barrier continued to do just that. "We sent word of your peril prior to joining the fight, Lady Kukaki," the captain spoke with calm resolve. "Reinforcements should be on their way. We will see to your safety until they arrive. You have our word as Arashi." "I appreciate your help," she responded, unnerved at the ugly abomination still roaring curses only a few feet from them, "but I am not without my own resources." Pain flared inside her. Rukia strove to ignore this as she pulled a cell phone from the pouch at her waist. "Are you calling Naneo?" "No. There might be other enemies on the loose." They must have been waiting for Ichigo and his father to leave before attacking. I can't risk Nanao leaving the twins unguarded until we better comprehend the situation. You can at least tell her what's going on. Assuming they don't know already. This admittedly valid argument was rendered moot when it turned out that the cell phone inexplicably had no signal. Was it something to do with the dampening field, or the barrier currently protecting her? Whatever the case, there would be no outside assistance forthcoming. Of course, she was not without her own capabilities. Be careful. In your current state, we don't know if it will even work. That was true. Yet at the same time their attacker remained unable to penetrate the barrier. They were at a stalemate for the time being. It seemed Kyodoku had come to the same conclusion, for it broke off its attack and glared in frustration at their small holdout. Those misshapen features looked around in search of a solution. As it did, however, something caught its eye. Several yards away the human Ashima had fallen to his knees. He clutched a hand to his mouth as though about to be sick, clearly suffering ill effects from being close to this toxic vector. A smirk worked its way up the demon's mouth, and it scuttled around the barrier. Stop! Rukia shouted in outrage as she divined its intent. Kyodoku brushed off her command. Around her the Arashi were engaged in another chant seemingly without regard for this development. Ashima saw Kyodoku coming and scrabbled blindly for the talismans he had dropped. Before he could find any the conjoined pest scooped him up in its pincer arm. He screamed as it touched him, beating and flailing against the crushing mandibles, only to jerk his hands back, now covered in blisters and weeping blood. His captor turned to regard them. All right, Shinigami, it gloated. If you won't come out, then we're just going to have to hunt down every human hiding around here and rip them to shreds in front of you. You want an idea of what that'll look like? It squeezed the boy, who let out another tortured yell. As it did, however, Ashima's head snapped up and he regarded the monster through narrow eyes. Go ahead. The young monk bellowed, teeth gritted, and gasping from pain. You want to kill me? Fine. Take my life, you coward. His head then swung around to focus on Rukia. But don't you dare come out of there, Kukaki-san. Hear me. Ruki turned back to Kyodoku, who regarded him in contemptuous confusion. I know what this thing is. He snarled with tears streaming down his cheeks. It's me. The old me. A mean, selfish bully who made other people feel weak and thought that made him strong. All my sins rolled into one. Well, thanks for showing me just how small and worthless I really was back then, pal. Makes me glad, because I know I'll never be that way again. But you will. He thrust a determined finger right in the hollow's face, actually causing it to flinch back. Ruki grinned now in a wild, reckless manner. Every moment you live at the expense of others is filled with shame and dread and uncertainty about when it will all catch up with you. I know. One day the universe will send a messenger to show you that all the strength you think you have is meaningless, and on that day there will be nowhere for you to hide. You can run, and beg, and piss your pants, but it's not going to do you any good. The divine heavens will seek you out and shine a light on your soul, and if you fail to own up to that shameful past, then it will crush you like the cockroach you are. So go ahead and kill me. But as you do, know this. With that he clapped his palms together and directed features filled with only a deep and transcendent peace upon Kyodoku. I'll be praying for you, he stated with utmost assurance. Shutting his eyes, Ruki began to do so, right then and there. At this, Rukia arose. Let's go. What if that poison curse of theirs just dissolves it? We made it specifically to bypass mystic defenses on the level of Jin. You won't fail me. I know it. Saigo no mai. She held out her hands before her. Let's rock. Shinjutsu. Disposing of the Shinigami bodyguards took Tezuma only a few seconds. With her chiaroscuro in place they never even knew what hit them. Once this was finished she returned to watch the fight play out. And it didn't take long at all for her to regret involving Loli and Mainoli. When the two dolts powered up she assumed that would be the end of it. This did not prove to be the case. Idiots. They're confined inside that barrier. Why don't you just pick up a boulder or a tree and crush it? Shinigami spells don't keep out physical objects because they can't be hurt by them. But even if the guards won't be injured, the girl will because she's in a Jigai. This should already be over. Despite thinking this, she did not proceed closer to the combat. I'll only step in if it looks like they're going to fail. I can breach that shield with ease. Killing them all shouldn't be a problem, and I can slit the double mint twit's throat for fun afterwards. Glancing all around, Tezuma frowned upon noticing clouds gathering above them. When did that happen? The sky was pretty much clear a few minutes ago. A sense of unease settled in her. Right then the Shinigami woman stood up. Her voice rang through the clearing. Fourth dance. To Tezuma's amazement, a white sword bearing a ribbon appeared before the girl. They can do that even inside a Jigai? Before she could stop to wonder at this occurrence, the blade sank down into the earth and disappeared. New moon. All around in Fane tiny snowflakes began to fall. The sight of this abnormal weather occurrence in July drew the Hollow's eye for a moment, until what happened next claimed her full attention. A white circle formed under Rukia's feet. It spread below the confines of the box, surrounding them without resistance. At first glance one might have thought this was her sword's first dance, Tsukishiro. However, upon reaching a certain radius, a curved indentation formed at one end of the circle. It spread swiftly backwards, eating up all trace of light until only a white sliver hung trembling on the opposite edge. With a tingling sound, this silvery crescent broke away to go spinning off as though a searchlight was being shone upon the ground. The moment it did, however, the sliver of moonlight split into 4 identical copies, each about 2 meters wide. They spun about in great looping arcs accompanied by the chimes of tiny crystal bells. A shower of glittering ice particles trailed behind them wherever they went. Rukia stood with head bowed and brow furrowed in concentration. The Arashi watched her as this panoply of lights spun over the temple grounds. Kyodoku, too, took note of what was transpiring. They looked away from the mortal priest intoning his prayers without cease in their grip. As one of the dancing blades approached, the fallen souls scuttled back a pace to let it pass by. In an instant the ice sickle looped around to pass beneath some of the foul spirit's legs. And as it did they were sliced clean off. Kyodoku let out a shocked shriek, dropping Ashima in the process. They stumbled frantically to one side only to lose their balance and smash through the wall of the temple. In a panic Kyodoku attempted to extricate themselves from the mass of splintered wood and ceramic, only to find 2 more of those lethal blades rushing towards them. With a wail they launched straight into the sky and hung there high above the ground, seeking to ascertain what just happened. A burning sense of cold ran through them. The injured creature looked down at the stumps of 2 of its appendages, and was shocked to find ice forming there. Below them their lost legs lay completely frozen. What the hell, slash. Our poison should have subverted any riot so that approached us. So how did she? While floating in midair, another moonlight sliver moved underneath them. Icy agony lanced through the beast once more. They screamed in disbelief and looked back to find their tail had been cut neatly in half. The severed segment bearing its deadly stinger fell back to earth and cracked into pieces. How? We weren't even on the ground. How did it, slash? Not the ground. It's above it. All of the air over those blades is super cold. That's why it's snowing all around them. It can cut us no matter how high up we are. And it's freezing our poison before it can take effect. We just need to keep from standing directly over them and we'll be fine. Wait, so then? I can't tell where they are. We're too high, they all look so small, I can't see where they are in relation to us slash. Then we need to get back down. Uttering a desperate cry Kyodoku dropped to earth as fast as they could. Being so tall it was possible to get a good view of the terrain, allowing them to at least know how close they were to those death boomerangs. Nimbly they dodged out of the way as one drew close, legs racing. To their relief the gleaming sickle went spinning aside without doing any damage. This elation was short-lived when it curved back about to home in on them once more, forcing them to scramble for safety. Another one looped their way, and this too they dodged by a close margin, ending up farther off from the Shinigami woman and her allies. For a moment no attacks came, and they took this moment to catch their breath. Okay, we're fast enough to steer clear of them. But, what now slash? Hey, check it out. I think we're beyond the limit where she can aim those things. Look, they're all milling about maybe halfway between us. You're right, but we still can't get through that barrier to attack her. If we don't do something about that, we'll be chopped to pieces if we try Slash. Slash, I know. Look, let's just retreat for now. She's not able to attack long range. We can put some distance between us and come up with a plan. Where's Tezuma? Confine and contrast, Chiaroscuro. One moment everything was painted in shades of gray. Now it all became black and white. Like somebody took a brush dipped in both colors and just drew them in crazy zigzag lines all over the world. Everywhere you looked this effect took hold, causing one part of a temple wall to be black while a white band ran right beside it. Even the cloudy sky was reduced to zebra stripes. Looking down at themselves, Kyodoka realized they were solid white, with no distinction to be found. Listen up. They turned their head. Something black flashed over a white space and dropped down into an adjoining onyx band, where it was simply swallowed up without a trace. From around this area Infane Tezuma's disembodied voice spoke to them. As long as you're in a white zone, nothing that's white can hinder you. Defensive magic is similarly affected. Meaning any part of that barrier they threw up which is now white, you can pass through it. Kyodoka looked back to where the Shinigami still clustered. Sure enough, their fortress had been split into contrasting bands of color as well. The images of their enemies were black shadows moving nervously inside it. Meanwhile around them, the icicles retained their previous moonlight glow, making them easy to spot when they passed over fields of black. If you understand, get going. And one more thing. A curved black claw shot out from those Stygian confines to press right against their throat. Kyodoka sucked in a fearful gasp. There's no running away, her voice hissed close to their ear. It's her or you. The blade withdrew. Trembling, the dual monster tried to pick out some trace of Tezuma's presence, to no avail. Unnerved, they turned their attention back on their primary target. Don't you worry. We'll snuff the little gink too once this is over. Right now that pregnant bitch has to die Slash whatever. Should we try using a Zero again? With all these crazy color traps. We don't even know what color it'll be when it comes out. Let's just head over there and rip them apart Slash fine. You watch out for enemy attacks. I'll see to getting us in. Once this was decided they wasted no time and sprang forward. One set of eyes paid close attention to the path of the icicles, while the other concentrated on their true goal. A moonblade swirled straight at them in its dizzying dance. Hearts pounding, Kyodoka ducked rapidly into a nearby stretch of white. Sure enough the sickle vanished as soon as it entered the same plane only to re-emerge in a neighboring black swath, by which point they were already well past it. She was right. Holy shit Slash we can do this. The other crescent cuts made to strike, but with their amplified speed and the help of Tezuma's power, they were able to escape any further injury. Elation seized hold of Kyodoku, along with a very strong bloodlust. The Shinigami were only a few yards away. Giving an eager cry the hollow pair raced forward to strike them down. Unnoticed by all, Infane Tezuma glided soundlessly through her delineated environment. Being smaller than the other two, she had no trouble staying within an all-black setting, and thus was rendered virtually undetectable. She was even willing to float a little higher to remain out of sight. Doing so also gave her a better view of the surroundings. So far so good. The Shinigami hadn't moved from their staked-out position, thinking they were still safe inside their magic fort. See how long that lasts. She could make out the female lieutenant, a smaller black figure protected by 5 others. One of them spoke urgently to her, but the response that came back was a clear, no. Probably suggesting she run while they stayed to hold Kyodoku off. Typical Shinigami self-sacrifice. Not like she would get very far in that condition anyway. Kyodoku was almost upon them. In just a few moments the fight would enter its most desperate stage. Edging closer, the spymaster took into account the roaming icicles and altered her route accordingly. Unlike with defensive magic, under Chiaroscuro's influence offensive magic retained its single color no matter what, making it easier to track and dodge. She edged a little higher, fighting a sense of vertigo at the same time. Even like this, Infane disliked being away from the ground. She kept her eyes focused on it so as not to lose her balance, making sure to note any colors out of place. Colors, the ground, the Shinigami. Only then, from this vantage, did something finally dawn on her. The ground all around the Shinigami. It's black. A big black circle. But there are several bands running through it, the ones dividing up their barrier. That whole stretch of terrain should be multicolored. Which can only mean there's different magic there. Offensive magic. For Lord Aizen. Kyudoka leapt high for the kill. And without thinking in vain Tezuma screamed aloud, "Look out!" When everything changed color, Rukia knew time was running out. Whoever was manipulating this battle from behind the scenes had just upped their game. She had no idea if this was only meant to distract them or if it served some greater purpose. The suppression of spirit senses continued all the same. "Your ladyship," the captain, now a talking silhouette, spoke up beside her. "This does not bode well. I fear we might no longer be able to protect you. Should they attack again, 2 of my team will escort you from the battlefield. The rest of us will remain and hold them off to cover your escape. Please make ready." She gave a sign to her 4 remaining colleagues before turning back to confront the giant monstrosity. She may have a point. We still have one last card to play. It's hard enough keeping from hurting the Arashi, but haven't you noticed it's visible now? Even if the hollow hasn't, that freak's got a long reach. It could still hit you if it gets close enough. That is a risk we will have to take. At that moment Kyudoku apparently gave up on waiting and renewed its attack. The deformed beast came charging across the courtyard at them. She sent her ice sickles out to greet it, only to be dismayed when they seemingly did no damage. Even with this distortion of perceptions it looked like they must surely have hit. Which meant the ink blot effect was not just for show. What if it neutralizes everything? We will probably die. But either way there is little chance we would be able to escape them in my condition. And I refuse to abandon these brave men and women to perish for my sake. You're risking the baby's life too. I will not have them born at the cost of another. That is not the way of the Kukaki. Sode no Shirayuki had no retort for that. Perhaps she recognized Rukia wouldn't appreciate it. All the same, the Soul Cutter's comforting presence did not leave her, and she watched their enemy approach with a determination born from hope. "Be ready to move, Lady Kukaki." No. Every drop of command she could lay claim to was squeezed into that one word. The captain spun about as though to argue, then swiftly whipped back around. Kyudoka was nearly upon them. The other 4 Arashi moved without being told to shield Rukia. Their enemy sprang skyward and drew back an arm to strike. For Lord Aizen. As it came down, the white behemoth's legs touched the black circle. "Tell him I said hi. Look out." The full strength of Shinjutsu activated. An instant later, Kyudoka was frozen head to toe in black ice. The monster retained its shape, even if to their eyes it now looked like a solid shadow standing there. However, this did not last long, as thwarted movement took its toll. The arm it had cocked back now snapped halfway down and crashed to earth, shattering even further. No longer capable of supporting its massive body, the legs crumbled next, and the whole thing cracked and fell in on itself, becoming a pile of black ice rocks. "The moon's shadow is not empty," Rukia chided their defeated foe. Around them Shinjutsu waned and vanished. She slid to her knees, exhausted from the exertion of using her Zanpakuto while still in a Jigai. "I think it's safe to say we got him." Rather than echo this sentiment, Rukia was busy casting her eyes about in an attempt to locate the mastermind behind this affair. Someone had called out moments before Kyudoka died, in a voice she didn't recognize. Not to mention everything remained two-tone. Which meant they were either using this camouflage as cover to retreat or trying to get close enough for an attack. Even with the barrier still up they might be able to get in. If only I could see who we were dealing with. Right then someone screamed her name, and Rukia flung both arms upward with a cry. Dangling high over her targets, Tezuma prepared to strike. She had managed to get into position without anyone spotting her. Loli and Mainoli's deaths served this much of a purpose at least. It became evident early on that those light blades didn't approach the area around the woman and her guardians, perhaps to keep those masked fighters from getting injured. If so, the area above there should be a safe space. Having now witnessed the fatal power of the Black Circle, she could only trust Chiaroscuro's camouflage would shield her from that freezing effect even if it extended into the sky like the smaller projectiles. With her long tail wrapped securely around the division between a black and white space for support, she gazed down at the death gods milling directly below. Close quarters combat carried too many risks at this stage. There was no guarantee they might not have something else up their sleeves. So Tezzima resolved to finish things with a bang. Between the three horns of her hollow helm, a white zero began to grow. Being far above their field of vision and with no way to detect her soul power, they'd never see it coming. Once fully charged, she would reduce them to dust. This one's for you, Grimmjow. Above you, Kukaki-san. What? Infane's huge chameleon eyes swiveled to the side. There she saw a white figure removed from the others on the ground pointing up at her. It's that human from before. I forgot about him. He sees my zero. Third dance, white sword. Before she could fire, something erupted through her belly, causing Tezzima to emit a strangled shout. In a flash, Chiaroscuro's power dissolved. The world went back to normal, leaving her hanging in the sky impaled on a long shaft of cruelest ice. Rukia Kukaki stood below with arms upraised. In her hands sewed no Shirayuki had reformed through sheer need, manifesting Shirafune on instinct upon hearing Ruki shout his warning. Freezing power spread through her belly. In desperation, Tezzima flashed both clawed talons down to catch the ice sword between them and shatter it. She fell to earth with the broken tip still lodged inside her. Pulling this free, she cast the bloodied shard aside and clutched a hand to her wound throbbing with horrific cold. Trembling from rage and fear, Tezzima looked to where Rukia stood. Shinigami and Hollow locked eyes. As they did, a titanic animal howl shook the whole world. Infane's head snapped up, forgetting the potentially fatal wound she had received. Rukia and her bodyguards did the same. To their mutual dread, in the sky above the clouds had parted, and through this gap something gazed down upon them. It was a giant stag, formed from the clouds themselves with holes for eyes. A strong wind blew across Karakura town. As it did, the image of the haunting heart was dispersed. All the same, the aura of malevolence it brought with it did not depart. Tezzima remained where she had fallen, aghast. Was that the wild hunt? Suddenly the Shinigami lieutenant collapsed to her knees. The bodyguards drew around her attentively. Tezzima made no move to take advantage of this to renew her assault. Better than any of them, she knew what the hunt's presence meant. I'm no longer needed here. She's as good as dead. Quickly the surviving Arrancar adopted her personal camouflage once more, vanishing in the process. Before any of them could respond, she was already speeding away. Fleeing from the battlefield, however, Tezzima spotted something that gave her pause: Kyodoko's severed tail, broken to pieces on the ground. The stinger remained miraculously intact. After only a moment's debate, she picked this grim token up. Might come in handy, you never know. A second later she was gone. Back at the temple, Rukia clutched her stomach, gasping from pain. It can't be. Not now. Lady Kukaki, are you injured? The Arashi captain demanded anxiously. No. Her head shook wildly from side to side. The baby. It's coming. Hospita, AHH. Another shot of her cut off further explanation and caused her to scream aloud. The Arashi looked to one another in helpless confusion. Being spirits, they had no means to transport or even touch her while she remained in a Jigai. What could they do? Suddenly Rukia found herself scooped up by a pair of strong arms. Surprised, she opened her eyes to find she was being carried by a Shimaruki. The bald kid's face was filled with panic, but he seemingly did not let this deter him. He ran as fast as he dared until he came out to the street. There he placed her down gently by the side of the road and stood up, casting about in search of some conveyance. As though by divine providence, a car chose that moment to round a corner heading their way. Immediately Ashima rushed out into the street to plant himself before it. Stoop! He roared with arms outspread. The driver hit the brakes so hard they squealed. In a flash the frantic monk moved to wrench the door open and drag the terrified man out. Mandate of heaven! He shouted by way of explanation. Whipping open the rear door as well, Ashima then went back to pick up Rukia. She did not protest this treatment as he laid her carefully within the back seat, concentrating all her will on holding that awful pressure in check. Ruki jumped behind the wheel, then appeared to freeze. "What?" Rukia demanded, breathing rapidly. He turned to look back at her. "I never got my license. I don't know how to drive." They stared at one another for a heartbeat in which she could have almost laughed. Then the former delinquent leapt from his seat and returned a moment later hauling the car's owner by the collar. He shoved him behind the wheel, then ran over and jumped into the passenger's side, slamming it shut behind him. "Drive!" he bellowed. With a panicked nod, the man did so. Ruki turned his attention to Rukia once more. "Where are we going?" "The hospital," she spoke through clenched teeth in an effort not to yell at him. She gave them directions, and in moments they were off. "Would you fight for her?" Aizen teased. "A woman who got pregnant behind your back. How do you even know the kid's yours, Kurosaka Bozu?" Ichimaru laughed. He swung wildly at the grinning phantom, but both men remained just beyond the reach of his blade, mocking his futile efforts. They drew farther into the distance while Ichigo gave chase, screaming at them to come back and fight. "Fight me!" The hollow screamed as it barreled into him from the side, fingers closing around his throat in an effort to strangle the life from him. His head shook back and forth as he struggled. "Ichigo! Wake up!" Someone was shaking him. Ichigo came awake in a panic. He stared with uncomprehending eyes at his father, who knelt beside him frowning. "We're here," Ishine stated. The teen looked around to verify this for himself. Sure enough, the craft was earthbound once more. Aizen and her entourage had already disembarked. They were in a grassy field with low trees sprouting around the perimeter. A pavilion had been erected at one end where he could see Byakuya and Yoriyuki waiting along with members of their respective clans. The Katetsu party was making its way over to join them. At the center of the clearing was a cleared square measuring perhaps 20 yards across. Small warding charms ringed the perimeter. Within this space, Katsura Arashi knelt bare-chested in tranquil meditation. The sight of him made Ichigo's skin crawl. "This is it." Dad was holding Zanjutsu. Ichigo stood up, and together they walked down the gangplank. He could practically feel all the eyes upon him. It was like they were measuring him up, assessing his chances. This thought gave him no comfort. He had a solid grasp of procedure from this point on. Once they both entered the arena, the signal would be given and the duel would start. It would continue until one man forfeited or died. Katsura looked remarkably relaxed for someone wagering his bride-to-be and the future prospects of his clan on a single match. Ichigo glanced over to where the other noble lords and ladies now stood. He could go over there, ask for advice, maybe get some last-minute instructions on how things might play out. But in truth, that would only be delaying the inevitable. He knew why he was here. Best get the ball rolling. One of the problems with fighting Katsura was that hardly anyone who knew him when he was an officer in the Godi I-13 was still alive in this day and age. Aizen refused to discuss it because of her position as a noblewoman. Jushiro made the same excuse as his wife. Kiraku Shunsui proved to be silly drunk when Ichigo brought it up and offered nothing useful. With that, the Shinigami substitute strode on over to the ring and stepped inside. Ishine followed a close step behind. There was whispering from the spectators, but no one stepped forward to intrude. A servant holding Katsura's sword spoke to his master softly. The Tiger Lord did not stir for a moment. Then he slid upright and turned to face them. Without breaking eye contact even for a moment, Ichigo began to slide off his shiakusho and underrobe until he was clad only in his trousers and sandals. His father took the discarded clothing before handing over Zanjutsu. When Ichigo accepted it from him, Ishine reached up to squeeze his shoulder reassuringly. "Remember your training," was all he said. "Thanks, Dad." As Arashi accepted his own Zanpakuto, Ichigo took the chance to study him. Despite his age, the Tiger Lord had a solid muscular physique that would have been cause for concern in a human opponent. The fact that he was missing his right arm from halfway up the elbow seemingly made no difference as he took a few practice swings, then turned to face Ichigo with the Chinese-style Jian held in an underhand grip, its long blade resting against the back of his arm. The substitute Shinigami took a deep breath to steady himself. He exhaled, both hands firmly wrapping around Zanjitsu's bandaged handle. Their seconds stepped out of the ring and went to rejoin the others watching this event. An old woman wearing the silver and turquoise raiment of the Katetsu moved at a brisk pace out to join them. Once there she studied the two challengers facing off. The Yurei, being met on this day, shall settle all differences relating to the matter at hand, she stated in a high, cracked voice. Leaving the bounds of the arena is grounds for disqualification. Blades alone shall determine the outcome, no spells are permitted. First blood will give cause for a resignation should it be so stated. Honor to you both. She held up a wizened hand, paused, then brought it sharply down with a cry of, begin. Before hurriedly moving clear. All was quiet. The two men said nothing to each other. Despite over a year training with Nanao to better control his spiritual capabilities, Ichigo had never been able to shrink Zanjitsu down into the sealed form all other Shinigami seemed able to do at whim. This had become an issue for the Yurei, since it meant unless Katsura unsealed his own weapon he would automatically be at a disadvantage. Yet now that the match had started, he still chose not to do so. In fact, Katsura simply stood there, waiting for him to make the first move. Ichigo shifted his hold on Zanjitsu, feeling his heart racing like a trip hammer. This was completely different than any of the other battles he ever fought. It felt more like a match in kendo. This reminded him of his father's suggestion earlier. Treat it like a match? Yeah, that makes sense. The crowd murmured as Ichigo suddenly dropped into a crouch with blade held out before him and knees practically touching the ground. He closed his eyes briefly on instinct, then reopened them. Across from him Katsura's gaze flickered slightly as though questioning what this odd move might mean. Ichigo cast about for a moment, considering. A quick scan of the arena confirmed its dimensions. This pit is bigger than a traditional kendo court, but on the plus side, I don't have to worry about wearing armor. My sword is much longer than his too, so that gives me an advantage. All I have to do is drive him out of the ring, so to speak. Ichigo hopped upright and lunged. Ayayaya! He screamed his war cry. The other man's sword flipped upright like a switchblade. They connected so hard sparks flew, steel scraping along steel. Yet Katsura gave no ground. He stood there immobile as a tree stump. Observing this, Ichigo prepared to drive forward and force him back. Don't. In an instant he had checked his lunge and retreated several paces. In response Katsura lowered his weapon and transferred it to that reverse grip he preferred before going back to waiting. Ichigo watched him, breathing harder than before. What the hell, Zanjitsu? Don't surprise me like that in the middle of a match. Do not close with him. Keep your distance. What? Why? He is at the center of a web, drawing you in. I can feel it. Alright, fine. Look, I know what I'm doing. Let me handle this. This is not kendo. Do not lose sight of that. The sword spirit lapsed into silence then. Ichigo reoriented on his opponent. Katsura's face maintained a cold, intense look of concentration. Abruptly the Tiger Lord cocked his head to one side. Both shoulders lifted in a slow shrug, as if to say, is that all you've got? Uncharacteristically, Ichigo did not rise to the bait. With Zanjitsu's words fresh in mind, he instead moved to circle around on Katsura's right, drawing subtly closer with every step. The nobleman's black eyes swiveled to keep him in view, yet he did not turn to answer Ichigo's obvious challenge to his undefended side. Kurosaka paused on what he determined to be the edge of Katsura's vision. He remained there for the count of 6 heartbeats, enough to make the man really wonder when he was going to make his move. Then in a burst of speed Ichigo sprang around behind Katsura, closing the gap as he did. The sharpened edge of Zanjitsu swung towards the amputee's defenseless arm. No chance to bring up his sword this time. Just one cut to let him know who he's up against. Maybe he'll quit once he sees. A shock jolted up his arm. For a moment Ichigo disbelieved what his eyes were telling him. Katsura had twisted at the waist, angling his sword arm across his back at the same time. The flat of the Jiun saber braced against his arm caught Zanjitsu practically to knock that massive weapon back. In the same fluid movement Katsura swiveled fully, long ponytail flying. His Zanpakuto flashed up, still held in an underhand grip. Ichigo twisted and hurled himself in the same direction he had been moving to dodge. He came to a halt with sword at the ready for a renewed assault. But Katsura did not press the attack. He merely put up his weapon to regard Ichigo critically. "Yield," the Lord of the Arashi spoke in a quiet tone. Ichigo squinted in disbelief. About to retort, only then did he feel a burning pain in his left arm. When he looked down it was to see the cut. Blood came oozing out. He considered this. Looking up, Ichigo calmly stated, "No." The word drifted over the empty field. It reached the ears of the spectators clearly. Some of them murmured. Isane shifted uncomfortably in her seat. To one side Byakuya and Yoriyuki remained still. They each recognized a subtle shift in the proceedings. There was no longer any chance that this would end from anything less than utter defeat on the part of one or both competitors. The time for concessions was over, if it had ever existed. For his part Ichigo could feel anger bubbling up to the surface. What a fool I was. This isn't anything like kendo, and it isn't a fight to the death either. This is harder than a death match. I have to be careful not to kill him, or even really hurt him that badly. Take his head. For a moment Ichigo thought that was his hollow talking. But it couldn't be. Not here. That was me. The idea made him shiver, and swiftly he brought himself back into focus. Across the field of dirt Katsura continued to regard him intently. He hadn't even brought out his sword's first release. Which means whatever the difference between us, I've got a clear advantage. Do you really intend to? Not yet. Let's see if I can take him by surprise first. With a little move I picked up from my hollow. With that Ichigo raised his blade to point straight at the sky. Murmurs came from the pavilion. He paid them no mind. They must have been wondering if I would really do it. Nothing in the rules against it. I made sure to ask. Upon observing this Katsura crouched down as though in preparation to move. He even flipped his sword to hold it facing upwards. That could be a sign he was taking this seriously. Excellent. Get Chuga! Ichigo shouted. Shouts of alarm rose in response. A platoon of mages moved to throw up warding spells in defense of the spectators. He wasn't facing towards them, but no sense taking chances. They could feel his riotsu building, and were getting ready for the worst. Ichigo paused with the final part of the incantation trembling on his tongue. The moment was pregnant with anticipation. Didn't want to have to do this, but... His arm came sweeping down without a word being spoken. A flash shot across the arena. Ready to move, Katsura froze for just a second. The full implications seemed to catch him in a moment of indecision. As it was he reacted just in time. A clash of blades rang once more for all to hear. Satisfied, Ichigo yanked back. The long bandage connecting Zanjutsu's hilt to his hand gave an audible snap as it retracted, bearing the huge steel kitchen knife back to its master. He caught it and hoisted his soul cutter onto one shoulder, directing a satisfied smile at Katsura. Arashi turned his head slightly to consider the cut on one shoulder. Apparently he hadn't expected Ichigo to fling his sword at him. It even looked as though he might be considering calling foul on that one. But after a short time he seemed to reach a decision. Looking back at Ichigo, Katsura gave a short nod. The implication was clear, good move, but I won't be caught by it again. We'll see about that. In a blur Ichigo sent his weapon hurtling like a javelin once more. This time Katsura took a step forward as he deflected it, sustaining no injuries in the process. Once he had withdrawn his improvised missile the human let fly again, and again. The Tiger Lord repeated this process 3 more times. But on the 4th, rather than blocking, he instead judged the approaching blade and dodged nimbly aside. His own sword licked out, not at the razor-sharp steel, but the white bandage connected to it. Having anticipated this, Ichigo retracted it just in time, catching Zanjutsu neatly in one hand to point at the sky. As he did, a white ball of power blossomed on its tip, and when he swung now there erupted a blaze of white-hot energy that roared across the field. With Zanjutsu resting against the ground Ichigo considered the result. That blast was nowhere near his best. Having not called out its name, he couldn't summon forth a full Getchuga Tensho. Which had been the plan. Killing was not what he needed in this instance. Instead, the sub-Par Moonfang had only torn apart the earth before smashing into the line of trees beyond. Many people witnessing this display of raw unfettered power could only stare in disbelief at the one responsible. For his part, Katsura no longer appeared quite so sanguine. Having successfully dodged the energy beam, he looked behind him to assess the extent of its damage before turning back to the substitute Shinigami. Yield! Ichigo called out. A slight twitch of the lip indicated disdain. Rukia's betrothed merely shook his head from side to side and raised his weapon in readiness to continue their contest. This came as no surprise. Already Ichigo had his answer ready. Another wave of white force shot from the blade, which his enemy managed to evade again. Katsura tried to flash step closer, but a third blast rose between them, forcing him to withdraw. Having taken his opponent's agility into account, Ichigo himself now flash-stepped to a point behind his current position. There he let fly with the biggest Getsuga yet. Katsura drew to a halt after his latest escape. He was now standing at the edge of the circle nearest the watching crowd. The implications of this were not lost upon Ichigo. In doing so, Arashi had placed these innocent civilians in the line of fire for any subsequent shots. Additionally, there was no way to get behind him, as this would cause his opponent to leave the ring and thereby forfeit. It was a canny move on the older Shinigami's part. And exactly what I was expecting him to do. The crowd and its mages were all on their feet in anticipation of the next attack. An attack which never came, as it turned out. For instead of continuing his barrage, Ichigo launched himself across the smoking pit at top speed. Before Katsura could move, they were right in front of each other. Uttering a loud yell, the orange-haired fighter lifted Zanjutsu and brought it chopping down with every drop of strength he possessed. Give it your all. Drive him back, out of bounds. Kill him if you have to. Just end this now. Purge. The blade fell. Jorogamo. To be caught by 10 steel fingers. Spiritual strength spiked hard and fast. With it there came a sense of eerie peril that seemed to crawl over the skin of everyone in attendance. Aghast, Ichigo stood locked in the pose of his thwarted slash. From behind that web of metal holding his attack in check, a pair of deadly black eyes stared back. In their empty depths lurked no inkling of recognition that he was a human being. To those eyes, Ichigo Kurosaki was nothing more than a dummy stuffed with straw about to be torn apart. One of the hands detached and tore towards his face with uncanny speed. Ichigo jerked back in desperation. Doing so pulled Zanjutsu free from the remaining spidery grip. He then vanished from all but the most astute observer's perceptions to reappear a short distance away, breathing hard. Katsura Arashi made no attempt to pursue. He hung back, arms at his sides with fingertips idly scratching through the soil. He now wore a set of matching spiked gauntlets made of a dark purplish metal that reached halfway up his forearms. Thin talons for fingers had grown to over 2 feet in length. Their undersides converged into edges sharp as knives. They gave all indication of being part of his body, jointed segments flexing even for the missing right hand. In addition to this, Katsura's skin was now completely white. The wound in his shoulder no longer bled. More precisely, even the previous blood was gone, vanished without a trace. Inhaling a slow breath, the Tiger Lord spread his arms and opened both sets of steel flechettes wide. Come, he breathed a challenge. Ichigo straightened in response. He glared at the pallid nobleman poised to fight. There was no cause to wonder at Arashi's intentions anymore. Extinction lurked in every movement he made. Their fight had crossed into new territory where any mistake could easily lead to death. So what, really? I was ready for this. He's pulling out all the stops. Maybe I should show him my own resolve. You would risk using your second release? Got a problem with that? What if he attempts a similar tactic? I don't think so. Did you hear earlier? He called out his sword's release. When you achieve Bankai, one of the benefits is that you can do your Shikai instantaneously and not bother with a command. He just barely got it up in time to block you. I think if I go Bankai it'll end this for good. Overconfidence benefits only the enemy. You know this man to be adept at dissembling his true nature. It would not be wise to offer him any advantage over you. Point taken. All right, we'll keep it in check for when it'll do the most good. Stay on your guard. There is no doubt more to his weapon than meets the eye. When Ichigo made no move to pick up the gauntlet, as it were, Katsura abandoned this strategy and instead stalked forward. He held his claws before him in preparation of further assault, stick-thin digits weaving and plucking at the air. A slight rush of displaced air, and Zanjitsu was stabbing at Arashi's legs. He batted the strike aside almost contemptuously with one hand and with the other sought to cleave Kurosaka's flesh. Ichigo ducked back to let these vicious fingers hurtle harmlessly by. With every slash he sought to divine the enemy's true menace. Katsura was most definitely faster and stronger than he had been before. In fact, his enhanced output now served to put Ichigo on the defensive completely. For the nonce he was forced to concentrate on blocking every stab and jab that came his way, grimly giving ground while he sought to work out a strategy for victory. So far Katsura wasn't displaying any sort of special ability in his first release. There was no overt sign of poison as with Mayuri Kurotsuka's weapon, nor did an elemental category seem to be at work. Could it really be just a direct assault type Zanpakuto like Ikeku Madaram's, or did it hide a deeper threat, like Yumichika Yasukawa's? Leaving that aside, what's my best move? Ichigo was not about to risk letting one of those talons touch him. Yet he had been unable to put enough distance between them to fire off a full Getsuga Tensho. Bankai's seeming like a nicer option by the second. And if I could only use my Vasored Mask. Meanwhile Lord Arashi continued his flurry of relentless attacks. He aimed at every available part on Ichigo's body, showing no regard for sparing his opponent injury as Ichigo had. A swipe at the youth's face made him jerk away suddenly, followed by another that would have opened his stomach had he not blocked it on Zanjitsu's broad face. They were flying around the arena, trampling scorched earth underfoot as Ichigo strove to protect himself while remaining within the perimeter of the circle or risk disqualification. A Kido spell was halfway out of his mouth before he remembered the ban on them, and angrily the youth bit back on any words escaping. For his part Katsura seemed dead set on emerging triumphant in this duel. His eyes were narrowed, purposeful face grim as he hunted Ichigo from one end of the arena to another. There was an added fury in his movements that hadn't been evident before which only served to confirm his sobriquet of Tiger Lord. He moved like a beast, slashing and striking with rapid strokes that disoriented the prey from their sheer ferocity even more than the obvious power behind them. This served to stoke Ichigo's own darker side. A slash through his trouser fabric failed to draw blood but still angered him further. Damn it! If I could just get a second of respite, I might be able to turn the tide to my favor. But he's not giving me any time to recuperate. If only we were allowed to use Kido, I'd be able to catch my breath. Only that isn't allowed. What was the point of even going through all that damn training? Why? Why am I not winning? I'm better than this. Faster. Stronger. I'm better. With a scream of outrage Ichigo delivered a backhand swing so powerful Katsura was forced to check his assault. Before he could get a grip on the blade with his gauntlets the snarling teen had already whipped that enormous weapon around for another stroke. He dodged adroitly backward to avoid it, and suddenly it was Katsura who gave ground before the incensed young warrior. Ichigo hacked and slashed so swiftly his Zanpakuto became a blur to those watching on the outside. I don't need Kido. I didn't have it when I beat Byakuya or Zaraki. Who does this guy think he is, intruding into my life and trying to take Rukia away from me? It's none of his business. Grimly the Arashi patriarch maneuvered backwards, features worked in concentration as he strove to guard against those awesome blows. For his part Ichigo was half in a frenzy, motivated less by training in martial arts and more a savage bloodlust akin to the captain of Tiger Company. He no longer viewed this fight as anything like a sporting event. Too much was at stake. My future. Rukia and our child. If I have to beat this guy into a bloody pulp to make him realize what he messed with, then I will. If it takes losing another arm to make him surrender, that's what I'll do. I'll take him apart. I'll kill. Ichigo drove forward with a howl, and this time nothing stopped him. Far away several people screamed. They stood there for a moment staring at one another. Katsura Arashi looked down at the giant blade driven clean through his chest, then up at the man holding it. Panting in shock and uncertainty, Ichigo merely stared back. Did I just? Katsura's arm flicked out. Ichigo Kurosaka gave a small gasp. One hand broke from its death grip on Zanjitsu's handle to touch his chest. There was no blood, but all the same, he could feel where a long gash had torn open his pectorals from one end to another. Ichigo staggered back. His soul cutter slid from Katsura's body easily, and the other man did not fall. He remained upright despite the large vertical hole perforating him from back to front. Not a drop of blood leaked out. Instead, within that gaping wound there swarmed a strange black stuff that filled it completely. When Ichigo looked down, he saw the exact same thing happening to his injury. Abruptly the skin around his cut turned white. At the same time, something squeezed his lungs. Ichigo took a breath and felt it catch in his throat. He fought to draw in air with painful effort. It felt like breathing through a straw. In disbelief he fell to his knees, wheezing pitifully. Yield. Ichigo looked up. Katsura stood across from him with hands behind his back. A flip of his head sent that long black braid over one shoulder, and he gazed down his nose at the suffering human. You are being eaten, Ichigo Kurosaki, the Tiger Lord informed him. Jorogumo's children are feasting upon your vital energies. Left unchecked, they will devour you from the inside out. Yield now before they reach your heart and you suffer grievous harm. The gasping mortal stared up at him for a moment. A hideous dry tightness was spreading throughout his chest, presaged by more skin turning white. His heart beat wildly. He tried to speak, failed, and forced it out in a croaking grunt. No. Lord Arashi blew a breath out through his nose. I have no desire to kill you, boy. But this battle is over. As he spoke, the spreading sign of infection halted. Ichigo found himself able to breathe slightly easier, which he was only too glad to do so as Katsura continued speaking. Even were you to activate your Bankai now, the damage has been done. You are no Aaron-Carr to heal all wounds upon releasing your weapon. If you do not receive medical attention swiftly, the damage will prove irreparable, and threaten your life upon returning to the physical plane. His voice grew softer. No one will thank you if you insist on dying here, human. For the sake of all concerned, yield. It was all Ichigo could do, just to sit there trying not to pass out. Nonetheless he stubbornly shook his head. Lord Arashi's eyes narrowed. Very well. If you will not concede, I shall end this affair myself. So saying he moved forward and seized Ichigo by the throat. With no visible effort he lifted the gagging youth off the ground to struggle in midair. His other gauntlet took firm hold of the hand still clutching Zanjitsu to prevent any attempt at striking him. Katsura then proceeded to walk towards the boundary of the arena holding his feebly kicking opponent. It was clear to those watching he intended to throw him from the ring. A violent tremor went through the mortal hero's body, accompanied by an unearthly groan as he brought a hand up to his face. Ichigo's hollow stood atop the wind-whipped dunes, struggling to draw breath. It held the golden cord attached to its chest in a death grip. Despite this, there was an unholy smile on the creature's face. Kman, it hissed. Do it. You, chicken shit coward. Do it. The string went taut as piano wire in its hands. At this the hollow gave a triumphant yell and pulled with all its might. The vasored mask slid down. Ichigo screamed as black energy erupted around his body. This dire force caused Katsura's fingers to let go convulsively and sent him staggering back. Ichigo hit the ground where he lay thrashing. A red mark glowed on the palm of one hand that bore the outline of his substitute Shinigami badge. As the binding spell laid upon him years ago activated, red lines spread over the mask, and it began to slide off his face. Suddenly his whole body launched into the air to hang there, arms and legs twitching uselessly. He looked like a puppet dangling from a single string. The black energy spread out on all sides until it became a hole torn in the sky. In an instant Ichigo Kurosaki was sucked into this void, which promptly shut behind him. Isane Katetsu was already racing towards the field with several of her most talented medics in tow. She ground to a halt and gaped in perplexity at what just took place. Byakuya and Yoriyuki came up a moment later. They looked at one another, but no one could provide an answer. Back in the ring, Katsura Arashi looked warily all about for some sign of his vanished foe. When it became evident he now stood alone, he reformed his Zanpakuto and turned to face the other gathered nobles. He is gone, the Tiger Lord declared simply. I have won. Traveling through the Gargantat, Ichigo tried to scream and failed. Cold emptiness stretched around him. He hurtled through the abyss without any means to stop. What's happening? Abruptly the void spat him out, and he landed atop a mound of sand to go rolling down it. Zanjitsu landed a few yards off. Before he could recover, someone kicked him in the ribs so hard he went flying. Finally, Kurosaka was on his feet a second after landing. He took only a moment to register he was in Hueco Mundo before diving towards his fallen weapon. As he did, a white figure sped in to block his path, and he found himself confronted by the hollow. "I've got you!" The nightmare rasped, smacking its lips. A horizontal slash across its torso stood out against white skin, which for some reason looked withered and shrunken. "No more hiding, no more waiting. This is it, King." HADO number 31, Shakuho. A huge glob of scarlet fire shot across the dunes to explode against the hollow. It went pitching backward to roll into a smoking heap. The whole time, it never stopped laughing. "What the hell did you do?" Ichigo snarled, his hand still glowing from the blast. His hollow shot up snickering. Already any damage inflicted was being repaired. In moments it stood whole once more, save for the gash in its pecs. "You finally snapped, you little chicken shit." The pale doppelganger grinned merrily. It coughed suddenly as though having trouble breathing. "I knew you'd need me. The second you were in danger, you grabbed for your lifeline. Then since you were in Soul Society, that kooky little spell they put inside you popped up to stop it, and the struggle sent you bouncing back and forth between Shinigami and Vazard so bad I was able to pull you here, where there was no such resistance." As it spoke the hollow seemed to catch its breath. At the same time the wound in its chest began to bleed freely. It glanced down at this and frowned. "Well, shit," it rasped. The hollow threw its master an ungracious look. "You wanna do something about this, King? I can't heal what's been eaten." Ichigo glared, but placed a hand against his own chest where blood also dripped from the injury he had been dealt. Soothing energy glowed around the wound. He took note that his skin was no longer white. Could it be Katsura had turned off his Zanpakuto, or just the result of getting too far away for it to have any effect? At last the healing spell had done its work. He looked to find his hollow still sporting that grisly gash. Its lips curled faintly. "Doesn't work for me, huh? Should have known." The thing's head came up. "Not that it'll do you any good. It doesn't matter what happens to me now. From this point on, you're mine. I don't have time for your games. I need to get back and finish that match." Ichigo turned to depart. "Even if you win, your girlfriend's still gonna die." He stopped. After a moment's hesitation, Ichigo turned to look at it once more. Upon seeing the expression on his face, the hollow grinned ecstatically. "It didn't have to end like this, you know. If any of you bastards had just given me what I needed, we could have avoided so much bullshit. But you all had to treat me like dirt. Like a slave." It ran a black-nailed hand through white spiky hair and gave a disturbing chuckle. "I just needed one of them, you know? One person you really cared about. It didn't have to be anyone in particular. Your sisters, or one of your friends, hell, even Ishida when you come right down to it. If you had just let me kill one of them, you being who you are, that would have been it. Game over. No way to forgive yourself for something like that. I know you. I know. What did you do?" Ichigo demanded again, feeling his heart grow cold. The hollow held up its arms dramatically and let them flop to its sides. The smile it wore was contemptuous, but pitying too, in a strange way. "I sent the wild hunt to kill Rukia. Her and the baby. By now they're probably dead." They glared at one another. Then Ichigo turned and snatched up Zanjitsu to go speeding across the limitless wastes. "No, you don't." So saying the white parody seized hold of the golden thread connecting them and yanked hard. In response Ichigo snapped back like a kite being pulled from the sky. He bumped and tumbled along before landing right at the hollow's feet. "I'm not letting you get away!" It screamed, black foam flying from its lips and yellow eyes ablaze with wrath. "You thought you could forget about me? About what I am? Live your life like nothing's wrong and you're not to blame. Ichigo Kurosaki heaved upright with a savage scream and dove at the hollow. Bankai. Never. I'll never let you go. We're going to finish this. You can't escape me. I'm your past. Your future. I'm your king. And the beast leapt to meet him in what both knew would be their final battle. Damn, Tatsuki breathed as she stared out the window. It's like a hurricane. This was the best description that came to mind. In the last hour the weather had undergone a frightening change no meteorologist or weather app could have predicted. Sunny skies were blotted out by dark ominous thunderheads pregnant with rain that refused to fall. Jagged bolts of electricity tore the air with alarming frequency, while gale-force winds ripped the slate off roofs and sent tree branches whipping wildly, like damned souls commanded to dance at some devil's whim. Anyone outdoors at this point would have been advised to seek shelter or risk death. She went back to where Orium was busying herself with emergency preparations. There were candles laid out along with flashlights, a medicine kit, a transistor radio, and even walkie-talkies. The electricity hadn't gone out yet, although the lights did flicker from time to time. More worrying was the loss of cell phone coverage for some reason. Since this abrupt atmospheric disaster settled in, they had been able to get no bars. Landlines and wired modems still worked, allowing her to call her parents to let them know she would be staying here until the storm had passed. It's so dark outside, Orium lamented as she knelt by the table where her supplies were spread. She brushed a hand through her hair, touching the pins at her temples by way of reassurance. Almost like nighttime. Only about an hour of daylight left anyway, Arisawa opined. Guess there's no chance I can squeeze in another run before bed. The girl flopped down beside her best friend. So what should we do the rest of the evening? I was thinking, now that we're set in case of a disaster, we might tackle a new recipe I've been meaning to try. It's a jam tart. I was holding off until I actually had some jam, but under the circumstances, we can probably make do. Tatsuki's lips pressed together on any number of frantic denials. Were it not for the hurricane, making up an excuse and running for dear life would have been a wise decision. Friendship with Orium included the occasional bout of food poisoning and sweating on the bathroom floor wishing you were dead. Inu herself had a cast iron stomach, so no problem there. Her big dazzling eyes were alight at the prospect of baking. Tatsuki felt she really didn't have the option of saying no at this point. And so with long-suffering resignation she put on a brave face and said, "That sounds great." Orium leapt up with a squeal of delight and went skipping towards the kitchen. "Okay, let's get started. Give me a minute to find the recipe." Arisawa used this time to open the medicine kit and start looking for any milk of magnesia or Alka-Seltzer. Pays to be prepared. While doing so, a ringing sound reached her ears. Huh? She looked around in search of what might be causing this. Was that the doorbell? No, it's still going. Where's it coming from? After a moment her eye alighted on her book bag which she had brought with her in case they wound up studying. Upon rising to retrieve it, Tatsuki rummaged around until she came up with her cell phone, a silver bell with a red satin ribbon tied to the strap. Had the reception come back? The jingling noise definitely came from here, but that most certainly was not any of her ringtones. Was it the phone ringing or the bell? Feeling a bit stupid, she pressed the answer button and held it to her ear. Hello. Tatsuki-chan. A woman's voice she didn't recognize came over the line. Yeah. Rukia is in danger. Her throat clenched. Just as it occurred to her this might be a prank call, the woman continued. The Wild Hunt has been sent to kill her. She's gone into labor and is at the hospital with the Quincy. They'll attack once the sun goes down. Contact Naneo, have her send word to Soul Society. And whatever you do, do not bring Ulquiorra into this. The call ended. Tatsuki didn't move. Her mouth had gone dry. For a while she could only stare at the wall. Too many incomprehensible things had been included in that message. How did they know about Ulquiorra? And Soul Society? And the baby? It was this last point that galvanized her into action. Any threat to Rukia's child had to be taken seriously. With that she practically threw herself across the room to snatch up a landline phone shaped like a monkey cradling a giant banana. For once it was a good thing both Orium and Dr. Kurosaki had proven too old-fashioned to change much. Within seconds the phone was ringing at their place. And mercifully, it was Nanao who answered. Kurosaki Clinic. Nanao-san. It's Tatsuki. I just got a call from somebody I don't know, but they told me Rukia had just gone into labor at Ishida's dad's hospital. And they also said she was the target of this hunt that was trying to kill her and something about how it would come after dark. I know it sounds crazy, but I think you should contact Soul Society right away just in case. Silence greeted her. Then she could practically hear the woman take off her glasses in preparation for battle. I will handle this. Wherever you are, stay there. Don't try to go help. And thank you, Arisawa-chan. After that the line went dead. Breathing fast, Tatsuki listened to the dial tone. She could feel how hard her own heart was pounding. Nothing about the last few minutes made any sense. Tatsuki-chan. She looked up to see Orium standing in the entrance to the kitchen. The girl had gone pale, and she shook violently. She had clearly heard everything. I just told her about the baby. About to speak, Tatsuki was brought up short when Orium dashed past her. She flung open a closet and brought out 2 raincoats, one of which she tossed to Tatsuki. We'll take our bikes. It's faster than trying to get a cab, Inu said as she began to button hers up. All previous hesitation was gone. She looked determined enough to take on an army. When Tatsuki still didn't move, the redhead looked at her and stated fiercely, "Come on. We have to help." Snapping out of her paralysis, Tatsuki proceeded to do the same. Right. Nanao dropped the phone back into its cradle. Quick as a flash she summoned several hell butterflies and imparted everything she knew before dispatching them to their respective destinations. Thoughts buzzed through her head while watching them wing away. What now? Fiercely she sought to control herself, arrange matters in an orderly fashion just as she had done as a lieutenant of the 13 court guard squads. No matter how she looked at it, though, there seemed to be no right answer. I can't leave the girls. But if I take them with me, they'll be in certain danger. Can I trust a Jikangan spirit to watch them under the circumstances should I leave? No. Absolutely not. At the same time, I'm abandoning Kukaki-chan and her baby to one of the most hideous threats in existence, a force from our worst nightmares whose only purpose is to slaughter without mercy. She looked over her shoulder where the twins were sitting down to dinner. Yuzu ate without reservation, happily discussing plans for the upcoming summer vacation. For her part Karen listened with half an ear pushing food around on her plate. She claimed to have lost her appetite, but Nanao knew it was in response to what was happening outside. They could both feel the oppressive menace which she now knew to be a result of the wild hunt. It's here. And if I challenge it, I could die. But that is not important. I don't fear death. Only failure. No matter what I do, 2 innocents may come to harm. Objectively speaking, Rukia is in safer hands. But even knowing there are people protecting her, that doesn't mean one more might not make the difference. And the hospital is far away from here. The hunt will focus on their target to the exclusion of all else, meaning there is little chance they will come this way. If it were simply a matter of risk analysis the choice would be clear. Still, no matter how small the odds of it happening, the fact remains were I to leave there will be no one protecting them. Ultimately the question is not a matter of reason. It is about values. My duty as a Shinigami. My responsibility to this family. I am not human. I am a spirit. The reason Shinigami exist is to protect both the living and the dead. The cell phone system is down. I have no means to contact either of the Quincy or any other resourceful human allies. Without me the girls would be defenseless. She stood in the hallway watching the 2 human children silently. Karen noticed her and looked over, the same question written all over her face that Nanao was thinking. Are you staying? No. I can't. I can't leave them. If anything were to happen, the thought of what these children would have to face, terrified, and all alone, with no hope of escape. I simply can't permit even the possibility of that happening. I realize even if Rukia comes out of this safe I will regret not going to help her for the rest of my life. I know myself that well. And I will live with that shame. Even as she reached this conclusion, a knock came at the front door. Surprised, Naneo took a moment to register who it was by their spiritual signature. Upon doing so, she moved quickly to answer it. Sato Chad Yasutara and Kunieda Ryo stood outside. Their hair and clothes blew savagely in the wind, and Kunieda actually shouted to be heard over the gale. We felt something happening and decided to come over. Is there anything we can do to help? Naneo looked between them. Possibilities opened up which previously did not exist. I could have it all. No. This changes nothing. I've already decided. My place is here. She stood aside to allow them in. Come inside quickly. I'll tell you what I know. We are in a very bad situation. This is a trap. It has to be. Of course it's a trap, King. Why else would they tell you about it? But what are they thinking? Do they expect me to take one look at this hollow and say, he couldn't possibly have killed Haki, because I did it? If it's Renji and that idiot girlfriend of his, maybe so. But this stinks of Yuaki and Urahara. Just play it cool. Don't give anything away. Yes. You're right. Just stay cool. The masked army moved through the ranks of Shinigami on their way to the commander's tent. It did not escape their attention that more than one company was amassed here. There looked to be members of Siamese as expected, but also Viper and even Leopard. Several fighters seemed interested in them as they passed, pointing the Vazored out to their fellows and whispering curiously. None of the masked army stopped to chat or even acknowledge this interest. However, they all took note of one tent in particular separated from the others and ringed round by almost 50 armed guards and mages. Upon reaching the largest pavilion that housed the squad leaders, Shinji Hirako strode up to the guards flanking the entrance. We're here about the captured hollow, he said without preamble. The sentries exchanged glances and one ducked inside to emerge a few moments later. Please go in. They did so. There the Vazored found Captain Nilil Tuadolshvank and her erstwhile Lieutenant Renji Abarai, at least while they were in Hueco Mundo. With them was Captain Hichuga Yatashiro of Leopard and Lieutenant Tetsuzumon Iba from Viper. They all stood from their places around a table as the demi-hollows entered, Renji wincing and fingering some bandages around his waist. Thank you all for coming, Nell said. I'm sorry if this news came as a surprise to you. Several people felt it would be best if no one outside the operation was informed until after it proved successful. At any rate, I hope the result will prove satisfactory for you all. She appeared quite relaxed, in marked contrast to the other officers present, who had trouble hiding their trepidation. This might be the result of her being a hollow and not quite as concerned about Shinigami infighting. Hey, no hard feelings. Shinji shrugged. His middle-class clothes hound style of dress contrasted with the black and white Shinigami as much as anyone else in his party. Despite this, he took to command with the surety of one long used to it. We all appreciate why you wanted to keep this under wraps. It couldn't have been easy. But if it's not too much trouble, just to satisfy our curiosity, how exactly did you learn this hollow was the killer? Nilil blinked. Wait, what? The tension in the room actually ratcheted up a notch, if you could believe that. All the Vazored sensed it, and it made them very uneasy. Hichugaya frowned, while Renji looked to Iba as though asking if he had heard right before turning to confront them. Sorry, Hirako-san, I think there might be a mistake here. We didn't catch the killer. One blonde eyebrow rose behind his bangs. He turned to his teammates, who looked as mystified as he was. So then what are we all doing here? Toshiro rose to answer. You've been misinformed, he told them without preamble. The person we caught was a witness to Hachigen Ushoda's murder, not the perpetrator. The Vazored grew still. Eventually it was Mashiro Kuna who skipped forward to peer at the assembled Gotei representatives. Say what now? Nilil slid out from behind the desk. Follow me. She gave a nod to the injured Abarai, who retook his seat along with the others. The lovely Aaron Carr moved to join the Vazored as they left the tent. Once outside they were joined by her Fraxion, Pesha, and Dondakaka. Half-breeds of both species then crossed through a pitched encampment, eventually drawing up outside the fortified tent witnessed earlier. Without hesitation the guardsmen made way to allow this eclectic assembly passage. Her scarred subordinates drew aside the tent flaps as Captain Edelschwank entered, followed closely by the Vazard. Once inside, they found themselves in an otherwise empty space save for the lone figure inside. A hollow with a bull mask dressed in somewhat tattered white raiment was slumped on his knees upon the sand. Both hands were chained to posts set in front of him, and a number of ropes bedecked with charm slips wound around his throat, attached to other stakes spaced in a circle. The hollow gave no sign of fear upon their arrival. In fact, he didn't move a muscle. Nell drew to a halt outside the warding area. "This is Rudo Boncheruyut. He's one of the remainders of Eisen's army, a pretty high-ranking fellow." She looked between the small crowd of onlookers. "Do any of you recognize him?" To a man they all shook their heads. The captain nodded before turning to study the prisoner. "Well, we received intel that he was our guy. According to an account from Rukia Kukaki, Rudo Bon here was taken down by an Espada right before the official start of the Autumn War. His whereabouts after that were unknown, but apparently this left him in no condition to join the actual fight in Seoul society. Which explains how he could have survived to this point. So what makes you think he knows who killed Haki, then?" Rabula Vikawa rumbled. "From what we've been told, he has the ability to produce an endless supply of clone soldiers he calls Calaveras. These are used in combat and reconnaissance. Seems after he got his ass handed to him, Rudo Bon feared retaliation and escaped Las Noches. He sent a bunch of Calaveras out in all directions to confuse any pursuers and cover his trail, and one of these clones happened to be close by when your comrade got slaughtered. Either it was injured and left for dead or just in hiding, but it saw everything. Rudo Bon is connected to his duplicates, which is how he found out. Afterwards he joined up with Grimjo's crew and has been running with them ever since." "How did you learn all this exactly?" Lisa Yadomaru stood with hands clasped around the pommel of her sword, its sheath planted between her feet. "I can't imagine he or anyone from Grimjo's gang just walked up and disclosed all this for your benefit." Their comrade wistfully pushed a hand through her viridian hair. "Ichimaru told us." They didn't respond. Instead each Vazard took the time to go over everything they had heard as well as they were able. And it did sound pretty believable. If one were suspicious, maybe a little too believable. Like somebody sneaky, e.g. Jin Ichimaru, had spun this tale in such a deviously masterful way to counter all their doubts while still leaving plenty of room for fear and mistrust. The end result would be the Vazard tearing themselves apart. They knew this, yet still couldn't deny it. All seemed plausible on its face. Could they really believe a word of her story? After a brief pause to digest this information, Shinji shook his head and asked the question they were all thinking. "So what did he say?" "Nothing yet." Neeliel sucked the tip of a finger without taking her sandy eyes off their captive, as if daring him to make a move. "Toshiro-kun roughed him up pretty bad during the capture. He's been out cold ever since, no pun intended. We thought, might as well let him rest at least until you guys showed up." "Well, we're here," Hiyori stated quietly. "What now?" Their host headed towards the exit. "So iPhone has gone to report back to the Captain Commander about everything that's taken place. Once she returns, we'll be authorized to begin the interrogation." She paused at the open tent flap. "I'll have to ask you all to stay clear until then. For security reasons." They all agreed this was reasonable. Taking one last look at the only solid clue regarding their friend's murder, the curiously subdued party followed her back into the Millen camp. "What a bunch of shit." "Oh? You sound pretty sure." "Of course I'm sure. You were there. We both know for a fact that there were absolutely no witnesses to what happened. But there was a lot of confusion that day. Not to mention hollow corpses littered around. And it would actually explain how Grimjo found out about us in the first place. Are you sure one of those Calavera things might not have been half buried in a sandbar recording everything you did?" "Everything we did. And yes, I'm 100% positive. Haven't you forced me to relive that moment often enough virtually every damned night?" "Right, sure, blame me for your own craven nightmares. I don't mind. At any case, what do you intend to do about this?" "Do? There's nothing I need to do. This is obviously a clumsy trap on the part of the Godi I-7. Whether or not Ichimaru had a hand in it doesn't change the fact that only I know what took place that day. They think they can scare me into overreacting and showing my hand. But I know there's no credible threat, so their little game is useless. But are you sure? God damn it, stop asking me if I'm sure. I am sure. I'm sure, I'm sure, I'm sure. There's no doubt in my mind this is a trap, and I won't be taken in by it. Whatever you say, King. As long as you're sure. The masked army was given a private tent to themselves near the officers' quarters. An hour passed. Then 2. During this time, none of them spoke. They were all on edge, making a point not to sharpen their weapons or act in any way belligerent, much less ask what the others might think of this affair. It was a waiting game now. Then the sound of a commotion came from outside. The Vaezard looked askance at one another. Could it be word had arrived from Captain Commander Kukaki? Should they investigate or sit tight until someone came for them? A silent consensus saw them rise and go to learn what the trouble might be. Upon leaving the tent it became evident all was not well. Alarms were being raised. Shinigami ran to and fro around the camp, shouting and calling to one another. Standing by themselves in the midst of this mayhem, the Vaezard couldn't help but grow alarmed. At that moment Lieutenant Iba came rushing through the fray towards them. What's going on? Shinji demanded as he drew to a halt. Is the prisoner secure? Yes, don't worry, I've just been to check on him. The black shades he wore even in the eternal night of Hueco Mundo almost lent Iba the appearance of a hollow himself. They were like two empty pits gouged out of his impassive face. We've received word about a disturbance in the mortal realm. There might have been an assault on Karakura town, possibly by the Wild Hunt. The details aren't clear, but the captains have ordered us to mobilize and deploy in response. They request you join us. A force will remain behind to ensure the prisoner's safety. He bowed to them. Please, honored members of the masked army, lend us your strength. Even the mere mention of the hunt was enough to forestall any questions. You got it. Mashiro beamed, and rushed forward to give the burly Yakuza lookalike a big hug. The other Vaezard reacted swiftly. While Iba was attempting unsuccessfully to untangle himself, Shinji rounded on his comrades. All right, you heard the man, ladies, and germs. Let's split up to maximize support. Love, Rose, you go with Lieutenant Iba and aid Viper. The pair nodded and immediately took off. Ladies, go keep little Toshiro and his leopard boys safe. All 3 lieutenants peeled away in search of their assigned company. That left only the 2 remaining captains. Kensei, you and I will help out Siamese. The silver-haired combat junkie grinned. And here I thought today was shaping up to be dull. They set out on their assigned missions. The individual Vaezard were not unaware of what was transpiring. Despite this they all retained enough faith in their former fellows of the Godi I-7 not to allow anything to happen to Rudo Bonchuryut while they were away. All 7 of them spread out through the chaotic bustling mishmash of 3 separate divisions. The differences between one Godi I squad and another proved telling. While they had apparently cooperated in the capture of Rudo Bon, with the unexpected need to relocate to the land of the living, it would appear that any sense of instilled order was swiftly unraveling. Arguments about who went where broke out. Officers jostled for position or called one another on seniority. Wherever they went, the Vaezard sought to establish some sense of shared purpose and discipline. This did not prove easy. The place was a war zone. Rather convenient, wouldn't you say? I know. Karakura just happens to get attacked while we're here. That creates a lot of confusion which someone might take advantage of to kill their so-called witness. I can't believe they think I'll fall for it. Not that. I meant this is our chance to run. What? Run? Why would I do that? Even if this is a farce, it's obvious you don't have much longer to last. Look at how things have been for the last few months. At any moment your buddies are bound to snap and cut your throat. It won't even matter if they believe you're the traitor. All the little nuisances and suspicions and outrages will come to a boil. Just like it did with Haki. You should scamper away now while the place is in turmoil. Don't be stupid. That would be an admission of guilt. I just need to keep calm. And what if I say no? You, Don't. Please. Not here, not now. We can talk about this later. Talk, talk, talk. That's all you're good for. I think it's about time we had a little action. Rose. Some soldiers from Viper were practically ready to draw swords against their fellows in Leopard over who had first passage through a designated portal to the mortal realm. It looked as though things were escalating rapidly. Hoping to get some assistance in defusing the argument, Love Ikawa looked around. Did anyone see where Rose went? A few of the Shinigami merely shook their heads before going back to sniping at one another. Privately, Love had grown worried. He heard Hiyori shouting at someone in the distance, and could see Kensei arguing with a couple guys who didn't seem certain where they belonged. Damn it! Love shifted uneasily before pushing his way through the crowd. Where did he go? One of the sentinels on duty outside Rudoban's prison felt a slight chill, as though someone had brushed by her. She nodded to one of her fellows and the two of them entered the tent together. Both looked around in search of anything untoward. But no, the captive remained where they had left him, and all seemed well. Having satisfied themselves of this, they went back outside. The sounds of an army on the move came through the thick cloth walls. Numerous tramping feet made the very sands vibrate. A number of slight footprints from the previous visitors still stood out. Then one of those footprints shifted slightly, as something unseen stepped closer to where Chirurut lay helpless. Hidden beneath an expertly cast concealment offered by Bakudo number 26, the invisible assassin drew to a halt. He glanced fearfully over one shoulder, afraid of being caught or found out. I have to do it fast. Just be quick and get it done. An urge to apologize aloud for what he was about to do took hold. Instead he steeled himself, reaching down to grasp the helpless captive by its two polished horns. Rudoban did not stir in the slightest. Forgive me. With that, he gave a sharp twist that snapped the hollow's neck. Next thing he knew, the Vazard lay slumped on the floor, twitching and shuddering. When he looked around, it was to find a ring of short cylinders had sprung up from the sand around the perimeter. Karosky, he realized. Deathstone. This power-sucking quarantine circle was potent enough to subdue even a Shinigami captain if need be. Already his strength had departed, leaving him helpless, on display for all to see with his invisibility spell broken. In just a few seconds he was caught. Nilil arrived in the company of Toshiro. They gazed at him in a way that spelled certain doom. A minute after, Shinji was there, and Hiyori, and all the rest of his friends. When he saw the way they looked at him, it made him sick to his stomach, and he actually began to plead. Wait. Hiyori stepped forward and kicked him in the face, nearly breaking his nose in the process. Before she could do any more, Hirako stepped in to restrain her. She made no sound while struggling, only glared at him there on the floor, eyes wide and furious. While this was happening, Rose came in last. You. He whispered, face blank from shock and disbelief. Lying on the ground with his glasses broken from Hiyori's attack, Love closed his eyes. Sorry, he whispered. They bound him and took away his Zanpakuto. So iPhone arrived to take charge of the incarceration. She must have been here the whole time. Rudoban Chirurut's corpse, uncleansed by any soul cutter, was given to Nilil's fraction to be disposed of. Once certain all was in hand, Nell and Renji continued to oversee the journey to the mortal realm. Apparently that notice of an impending attack wasn't a ruse after all. Just luck, or did they have something else in mind before that happened? It didn't matter. Love felt he had done enough. I'm free. Oh, please. I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. Are you seriously this stupid? What the hell just happened, anyway? Why in the world did that moron go and do that? Who cares? Who cares why he did it? Maybe it was some kind of spell Anohana planted in him. Maybe Aizen hypnotized him ages ago to act in case it seemed I was about to get caught. None of that matters. Don't you understand? This means we're free. How nice. I wonder what your buddies would think if they knew you were halfway to Las Noches when we felt Love go under? You can't ruin this for me. Everything's going to be okay now. I know it. I feel it. All my worries are over. And all it took was your best friend sacrificing himself. You know what would really make you seem innocent? If you offered to chop his head off when they decide to execute him. It won't come to that. Now that it's been confirmed the guilty party was one of us, there's no more risk of interference. The Vazard are not part of the Godi I-7. They can't tell us how to deal with one of our own. I'll speak out on Love's behalf, help them to get past any bitterness and anger that might cloud their judgment. They all know how close he and we were. If I show that I can still forgive him, and vouch for him, the worst that will happen is he'll be put on trial and sentenced to prison. That's all. What if the spell or whatever wears off and he doesn't confess? It won't matter. He was caught red-handed. As far as they're concerned, he's guilty. Haki's murder will finally be addressed and can safely be forgotten. Now that we're safe, our only concern should be how to soften the blow. He just took your place for absolutely no reason we can be sure of. And you're not the least bit concerned about this? 2 minutes ago you were certain the whole thing was a trap, and now you're brushing off the most incomprehensible part of a seriously screwed-up deal. You idiot. He ignored this parting shot. Drying his eyes, he looked at himself in the reflection of his soul cutter and smiled. For once, he really felt it. Afterwards the traitor got up and exited the tent where his unsuspecting allies waited. They were so kind to give him privacy to grieve before heading out to battle. He honestly appreciated it. They all looked close to despair. But as Love's closest friend, his grief must be the harshest. And so he let a tear run down his cheek, the one not covered by a fall of long blonde hair. Let's go, Rajuro Rose Odoribashi said, putting on a brave face for them. Behind a pall of clouds, the sun prepared to dip below the horizon, and the whole world seemed to hold its breath. At last a final glimpse of light vanished from that part of the world, plunging Karakura town in the first vestiges of night. They came, then. In the hundreds they came, emerging seemingly from nowhere to loom over the flimsy dwellings and the fragile humans cowering within. Beasts of all different stripes or virtually identical to one another now stood like black towers amongst the civilized habitations. Their maddened howls dwarfed the peals of thunder and caused those who heard them to doubt whether they would live to see the dawn. In the midst of all this their leader emerged. Sir Nunnos emitted a roar that brought all clamor to a momentary halt. Guided now by their master's voice, the monsters set their sights on a large building wherein hid the prey. The wild hunt rejoiced. To be continued. Chapter 18, Rebirth, Make Peace with Yourself Part 1. Isane Kotetsu looked around in confusion. She had no idea what just happened. 1 minute Ichigo Kurosaki was there, and the next he wasn't. There was no conceivable way he would abandon this duel, not with everything at stake. Which left only the option that he had not gone voluntarily. Was he abducted? Lord Katsura Arashi did not appear to share her anxieties. He slid his sword into the sheath held out by his second and accepted a crimson robe hemmed in olive which he slipped into, leaving it unguarded around his waist. The huge wound in his chest left by Ichigo had closed up after sealing his shikai and was now nothing more than a pale scar. The victorious noble then marched across the field until he stood face to face with his fellow clan heads. Yuriyuki Shihoin was holding onto her husband Byakuya's arm as though expecting him to leap forward. The former liege lord of House Kukaki wore a dark expression that certainly might be construed as a prelude to violence. Isane, this could be the start of another war. The match is settled, Katsura said with utmost certainty. My engagement to Lady Kukaki can now be finalized. I trust the materials are in order and there will be no further talk of delays. He addressed the whole assembly, but his words were clearly meant for Byakuya and Yuriyuki. Neither of them spoke. The bearded nobleman lifted an eyebrow, then turned to Isane. Lady Kotetsu, since your clan is the designated official overseeing this contest, I request you declare me. Hold it. This authoritative shout caused several people to jump. It did not originate from any of the noblemen and servants already in attendance. The assembled company turned almost as one to learn who was responsible. Emerging from the woods behind the pavilion came Kyokaku Shiba, flanked by her brother Ganju and Kaizo Konpaku, of all people. The two siblings had on ceremonial attire in the traditional colors of their house, emerald green and pure white. Kon had donned his power suit, giving him the appearance of a Winter Olympics athlete about to compete in the luge. Wearing a snow-white cloak and an expression of deadly seriousness, Kyokaku marched across the glade with such brazen authority the minor dignitaries made way for her party without having to be told. At last the Shiba head came to a halt before the leaders of Siraidi's 4 great houses. Isane felt ice crawl up her spine. She turned to Katsura, dreading what was about to take place. His expression had grown dark. Single hand clenched with wrath, he gazed at the daughter of his hated enemy as though she were a stain on the world. "Hey, Yoriyuki," spoke softly while they glared daggers at one another. When her old drinking buddy looked at her, she added, "What are you doing?" "The Shiba have come to participate in this contest," Kyokaku announced with a proud tilt of her head. "These proceedings are reserved for the members of a great house," Katsura responded in deadly soft tones before anyone else could speak. "Peasants have no business here." "What did you say?" Ganju Shiba looked ready to leap forward, but was stilled by a glance from his older sister. He subsided with a murderous look at the Lord of the Arashi. She turned back to address him. "I beg to differ, your lordship," the one-armed pyromaniac said with a smile. "While the Shiba are no longer nobility, exclusion from that assembly in no way denies us our ancient prerogatives. Lacking money, lands, or retainers, we remain the descendants of one of the 6 families who bound the wolf. This is the same claim upon which all the great houses are based. Nobility may decide who can be counted among its ranks, but the law existed long before royalty was ever established. And we may exercise our rights under that law, which includes the application of Yurei." Several onlookers conferred with one another in immediate debate on this assertion. For her part, Isane felt a touch of wonder. While it was true the Shiba had lost their rank, this interpretation of ancient law was not without merit. Old concepts like the Yurei duel predated the establishment of the great houses and had simply been appropriated by them at their convenience. Technically, her status as a Shiba gave Kyokaku the power to initiate or accept the terms of a duel. But even if that was the case, "Shiba-san," she spoke with trepidation, "you are not intending to challenge Lord Arashi yourself, are you?" Isane had half expected her to take offense at this potential slight. Instead, the younger woman regarded her with a confident smirk that caused Isane to blush nervously for some reason. She just seemed so very sure of herself, and this was borne out when Kyokaku spoke next. "No, Isane Dano. My brother is." Everyone now looked at Ganju, who regarded them right back with burly arms crossed and a scowl on his face. Even those not endowed with the powers of a death god could tell such a contest would be short-lived. There was simply no denying that Katsura outclassed the beefy fellow in every single way. Then Kon stepped forward. "She means me," he said quietly. As they all stared in disbelief, Ganju joined his sister at the forefront. He coughed once, shifting his eyes about restlessly, and then announced in a booming voice, to all those present. "Let it here and now be known that I, Ganju of the House of Shiba, have taken this man as my sworn brother. He has spilled his blood and pledged to defend the honor of our clan in accordance with the ancient ways. The head of our family, Lady Kyokaku Shiba, has borne witness to his oath and given her blessing. Thus it is so. He stands before you now as Shiba Konpaku." With that, Kon took 3 steps to stand before Katsura. "Lord of the Arashi," he stated simply, "I hereby challenge you to a Yurei duel." The Tiger Lord stared at the mod soul with simmering fury. He either had no words to answer such a challenge or did not trust himself to speak them. They all could feel his wrath washing out in waves of fiery riotsu. Kon was sweating and shaking at the experience. Byakuya stirred from the surprise this statement had invoked in all present. "On whose behalf do you make your challenge?" he asked in a voice quiet with what might almost be restrained hope. The newly inducted scion of Shiba did not break eye contact with the baleful Tiger King. "On behalf of Lady Rukia Kukaki, to prevent her unwanted wedding to Lord Arashi." At this, Katsura's eyes narrowed in malice. "There is no legal precedent for the member of one family to challenge on behalf of another." "There is," Kyokaku answered. "My brother Kon owes a life debt to Lady Kukaki. When faced with certain death, she stepped in and rescued him. He has come before you all now to discharge that obligation and thereby secure the pride of our clan." Pride. From Katsura's mouth the word dropped like a poisonous stone. He leveled wintry black eyes on the mistress of the Shiba, who returned his stare without the slightest hint of intimidation. "Damn your pride, woman. Isane shuddered at the vicious hatred in this sentence. She looked desperately between him and the resolute Kyokaku. A part of her just wanted to step forward and declare this challenge invalid on its face. Afterwards it wouldn't take much effort to block any appeals made by the tiny Shiba clan. Their voice had been silenced years ago. And yet, might this not still work out? She had no idea what Khan's combat capabilities might be, but should he somehow manage to best Katsura, the engagement would be nullified and this whole ugly situation might be defused before it could balloon into a full-blown war between houses. Isn't that best for all concerned when you come right down to it? As she pondered, her old ally continued to heap scorn on the proposed match. Any honor your family could lay claim to was lost in the time of your father. It is well documented. And now you come before us touting this. He spared Khan a brief glance that held only deepest disdain. Mod Soul as your champion? An artificial creation deemed an abomination under the law, not even worth the time it would take to exterminate it. You think I would subject myself to such an indignity as to even briefly consider this thing worthy of facing me? The very idea shows your lack of anything remotely resembling honor. He turned his back on them with slow grace. You should return to whatever hovel serves as your home. There is no reason for the Shiba clan to involve themselves in our world anymore. The last time you faced a Shiba in honorable combat, you were soundly defeated. Katsura went still. All eyes were on Kyokaku, who remained with feet planted wide in a bearing of firm majestic strength after having spoken. She had thrown back her cloak and placed one hand on her hip in a sardonic fashion. Yet her furrowed brow and intense gaze was that of a warrior about to engage in perilous battle. I suppose I can understand how that would make you not so keen to face us again. But if pride means so little to you, would you not at least like the chance to even the score? The long braid on Katsura's back shifted at a slight movement of his head. I will not be drawn in by mere words again. That has already proven a waste of time. And he moved to depart. Kyokaku strode by the press of curious nobles to stand alone. Then consider this. I stake my future on the outcome of this duel. Should you win, you may command me to do anything, even take my life as my father did. No. Nei-san. The first came from Khan, and the second was Ganju. Hard to say which of them sounded more appalled. Several courtiers even cried out at this proposal. Yuriyuki's golden eyes went wide and she strode forward to grab Shiba by the arm. Kyokaku wrenched herself free without even turning her head. Jushiro came up to speak earnestly to Isane, who could only gape in dismay while barely registering his words. How in the name of heaven did we come to this? But the most pertinent reaction belonged to Katsura. He had stopped and now stood without turning around. His fist clenched, and they all saw him tilt his head up to gaze at the bright blue sky dotted with clouds, take a deep breath, and release it. Then he shrugged out of his robe. Katsura held out a hand. Immediately the Sane's Chao bearing his sword rushed forward and offered it to him. He gripped the handle, pulling it loose before striding back into the designated arena. There he spun around to level his blade at Khan. Come, he rasped. The Mod Soul flinched. He looked back at Kyokaku, who offered him only a solid reassuring nod. This show of confidence seemed to brace his resolve. Ganju saluted him in turn by placing fist to heart. Apparently he was willing to entrust his sister's life in the hands of his new brother. Khan swallowed and returned the salute a little shakily. After this he headed over to join Arashi in the circle. None of the observers bothered returning to the shade of the pavilion. They remained where they were as though rooted to the spot. Isane couldn't say what was about to take place. A slaughter? A miracle? A sacrifice? Rather than entrusting it to an envoy, she herself glided over to administer the ritual opening. The Yurei, being met on this day, shall settle all differences relating to the matter at hand. Leaving the bounds of the arena is grounds for disqualification. Blades alone shall determine the outcome, no spells are permitted. First blood will give cause for a resignation should it be so stated. Honor to you both. With a silent prayer for both parties, she cried out louder than intended, begin. He's tired from the fight with Ichigo. He's never fought a Mod Soul, even if he seems to know what they are. You've seen his weapon and what it can do, so there's no mystery about that. At the same time, he probably doesn't know what you're capable of. You have your suit, you're at full strength, and all you need him to do is underestimate you for a second to knock him out of the ring. He held off Ichigo, maybe even beat him. You're just a mod soul. Knowing how his sword can kill you won't stop it from killing you. All you're capable of is speed. Your suit's a joke, your strength is too, and there are so many ways for him to beat you it's not even funny. I think that covers all the pros and cons. Time to see what I'm capable of. Begin. This was all the warning Kon got before Jorogumo's claws were raking towards his face. Instinct and training saved him. Without thinking he ducked down, already anticipating the swing from the other hand, and was not disappointed. Kon skipped gracefully to the side as this rending stroke tore through the spot he had previously occupied. Doing so put him directly behind his opponent. Any notion of striking back was thwarted when Arashi whipped around claws first, making Kon thankful he hadn't listened to that impulse. Don't let him touch you with those, even just a scratch. Remember what happened to Ichigo. I survived the first 3 seconds. I can keep track of his movements. That's something, at any rate. The two combatants regarded one another. Kon did indeed feel elation at not having lost yet. For his part Katsura seemed to have a newfound appreciation of him for that very same reason. His shikai was spread wide like two webs of steel on either wrist. Contact with either of them would prove fatal. But only if he can catch me. Kon had witnessed the level of speed Arashi was capable of thanks to Ichigo's match. The guy had nothing on Noboru. Plus the training from hell that Kyokaku put me through for the past 2 months saw an amazing improvement on what I'm capable of. Okay, maybe not amazing, but still noticeable. I'm the best I can be at this point. That'll have to be enough. Lucky thing, too. Because now if you fail, not just Rukia loses out. Kyokaku might actually die. Fear at this thought spurred him to do more than just dodge. Now Kon leapt and spun in midair, launching one leg out at the same time. Yellow spirit energy flared around his foot as it streaked around like a comet, and he sent this arc of destructive force right at Arashi. Unlike with Ichigo's Getsuga Tenshou, the Tiger Lord did not deign to dodge the incoming assault. Instead he stood his ground, awaiting its approach. Just when that burst of power was about to connect he gave one fierce swipe of his claws. The bolt split apart and went careening past him to blow several holes in the ground. Swell. I might as well have sneezed at him. Doesn't mean they won't hurt if I get one to connect, though. With this in mind Kon broke out what he affectionately referred to as Cannonball Run. Flipping head over heels multiple times while bounding about the enclosed space, he shot out multiple yellow projectiles with precision accuracy at his foe. Rather than taking the barrage this time Katsura was on the move. He flash-stepped towards Kon, who altered course while making sure not to leave the perimeter of the circle. Several misses detonated beyond the arena bounds. Guardian mages on the outside had already erected a barrier that protected the spectators from any stray shots or random debris. That was a relief. One less thing to worry about. To say nothing of the fact that he's getting closer. Oh shit. Kon was forced to check his path mid-leap to evade a nasty swipe from those poisonous talons. That was a little too close for comfort. He backpedaled while never letting up on the rain of missiles, none of which had connected so far. Feeling anxious, the valiant mod soul reflected on his situation. While he was restrained by the limits of this field and couldn't achieve anything close to maximum speed, Arashi had the same problem. Go too fast without looking where you're headed and you might wind up out of bounds. So the best recourse is to keep my distance and pour on the hailstorm until one of them connects and hopefully knocks him for a loop. Right? He yelped as Katsura got close enough to almost connect, forcing Kon to abandon his attacks and zip away fast. They wound up at opposite ends of the arena where both combatants sized one another up. Screw that. Kick his ass. Kon began to tap one heel against the ground rapidly. In no time at all his foot had become a glowing yellow blur. The very earth began to rumble, sending mini quakes well past the confines of their duel that actually cost a few unprepared observers their balance. Katsura took note of this. Apparently letting Kon finish whatever this move might be didn't sit well with him, as he sprang across the rattling terrain intent on the attack. At his approach the earth between them exploded. Screams filled the air. Dirt rained down everywhere. Several people craned their heads trying to see through the smoke. Soon enough they caught sight of Katsura, white skin streaked with dust. Small black marks dotted one side of his chest and body. Teeth clenched, eyes wide with surprise and anger, he regarded the source of this unexpected assault. Across the way Khan remained in the same place as before, only now both his feet had become charged pistons that pounded the soil 100 times a second. Katsura flash-stepped in response, but was forced back by two blasts so close together they formed a wall between them. Another detonation at his back nearly sent him sprawling, but he recovered in time to evade the next one without sustaining any injury. Despite this, the Tiger Lord was unable to advance any closer to his quarry and now scrambled like a mad spider to avoid one explosion underfoot after another. Khan concentrated on routing his destructive charges to best effect. This technique, dubbed landmine, was developed through the application of his suit's abilities with Shiba-style earth sorcery. There had been some confusion as to whether something like this constituted a spell and was therefore illegal during Yurei duels. But after fierce debate his trainers had decided it probably wouldn't get him disqualified. Combined with the fact that it was a new ability, not to mention dangerous if used improperly, had made Khan resolve to call on it only as a last resort. Only problem was he couldn't move while using it, which basically made him a sitting duck. Another explosion close to Katsura sent him flying into the air. However, it soon became clear this was done intentionally, for he was headed straight at Khan's current position. So he figured out the weakness already. That was quick. Yup. But I'm quicker. He had enough time to catch the rage evident on the Shinigami Lord's face before Khan slammed both heels into the ground. Immediately a line of explosions went off between him and the approaching death god. Much bigger and reaching higher than any previous efforts, the resulting detonation caught Katsura mid-dive and blew him away. He landed on his back to go sliding across the torn soil. For a moment it looked as though he was going to pass the boundary. At the last second he dug all 10 of his gauntlet's fingers into the earth. Doing so brought him up just short of the rim. He lay on his back breathing hard, then craned his neck up to throw a positively savage look back at the master of explosives. Katsura sprang upright, only to pause as he felt something stir underfoot. "I wouldn't advise it," Khan called out when he saw Arashi about to move. "You're currently standing on a ring of bombs. One more step and you lose a leg." He then added, "I can't hold them off forever." That last part was a bluff. The mines wouldn't detonate unless they received the signal. Not that I would really go through with it. I'm not going to kill anyone, after all. But if this keeps going, one of us might wind up dead, and it's not going to be him. Maybe if this guy listens to reason we can settle things peacefully. So decided, Khan drew a deep breath and proclaimed, "Yield, Lord Arashi." Breathing hard, Katsura scanned the ground for any sign of impending peril. After a few seconds the tension drained from his shoulders. The gauntlets on both arms hung limp, and he looked up to regard Khan. His eyes made the mod soul cringe. They were half mad, the eyes of a wounded predator gone wild with pain. Khan felt his heart sink as Katsura said, "Bankai." Gargantuan power slammed into him, so heavy his knees crumpled and he found himself bent at the waist fighting to remain upright. Oh, shit. Things just took a turn for the worse. In an instant mist covered the world. Khan peered around in desperation. He couldn't see anything clearly through this morass. The crowd had vanished, as had the Tiger Lord himself. With an effort he managed to rise upright sufficiently to get his bearings. Where moments before a beautiful cloud-spotted sky beamed down on them, now there was only this wall of dense fog reaching to the heavens. A bright spot that might have been the sun glowed up there, but nothing more. Movement caught his eye. Focusing on it, to his astonishment he realized it was Katsura. The Tiger Lord hung high overhead as though standing on these shifting white tides. No longer wearing any gauntlets, he gazed down at Khan with arms crossed, face devoid of mercy. Tsuchigumo Musashi. This is his Bankai, this mist? What if it's poisonous? He clapped a hand over his mouth and nose in what he recognized was probably a futile effort. Both heart and mind were racing, and his stomach felt sick with fear. Then Khan saw something that caused him to scream out loud. From the fog-filled sky, spiders were descending. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, each the size of a grapefruit. Pure white with black eyes, they slid slowly down on gleaming lines from their spinnerets. In moments they would completely cover the ground, which he could hardly see to begin with. Khan panicked. There was no other word for it. In a mad frenzy he sent forth a whirlwind of blazing energy kicks at the approaching nest. There were so many arachnids that the barrage could hardly miss. Yet it seemed that even when they struck their targets another spider emerged to take its place. This is nuts. I'm trapped in a nowhere place and about to be eaten by spiders. This is just plain nuts. Eventually he stopped attacking. Panting in and out, Khan tried to bring himself under control. They haven't reached me yet. I've still got time. I can mine the ground again, but that won't keep them from coming straight down on top of me. So what the hell do I do? The answer hit him so hard he could have choked. Of course. Take out the source. Quickly he located Arashi still hovering amidst his falling eight-legged horde. I could jump to get him, but that would only put me in the middle of the spiders. Which leaves one viable option. The desperate Mod crouched down, bunching his legs beneath him and then springing upward with a crazed yell. A streak of neon yellow lightning sped from both feet. They incinerated several spiders on their way towards the true target, who watched them coming without sign of concern. A moment before impact Katsura simply drifted off to the side with all the grace of a feather. The shots passed harmlessly by and disappeared into the fog. Stunned, Khan fired again, and again. Yet every time the airborne warrior maneuvered out of the way without visible effort. He didn't even appear to be moving on his own. It was as if there were strings attached to his body and some marionette master high overhead was manipulating him back and forth. The terrified Mod stared trembling upward. Only now did it dawn on him that what he had assumed to be the sun hidden behind clouds was actually a bunch of smaller lights all clustered together. 6 of them, staring down at him while around it something disturbed the fog like the waving limbs of a gigantic creature. Oh, mother, tell me that's not what I think it is. While contemplating this further horror, Khan realized too late that the spiders were almost at eye level. A blast from each heel managed to incinerate the ones directly above him but did nothing about the rest. Giving a wail of despair, he ducked down to initiate his landmine attack again, almost disappearing into the fog as he did. At this point the huge tarantulas entered the misty veil as well. Explosions went off all around. They happened with greater frequency, yet still more spiders descended. The blasts became larger and less discriminate. Nothing could be seen of what might actually be taking place beneath that white ground cover. All of a sudden the explosions stopped. A choking sound came from the mist as further supernatural arachnids dropped down. This continued for a few moments more. When he had judged the matter settled, Katsura Arashi signaled his partner, who lowered him to earth. With a wave of his hand the mist drew away from over the arena. Revealed below was a swarming mass of spiders that covered every available inch of surface. He stood among them without fear of their touch. A few paces away a figure slumped on its knees. Partially hidden in a cocoon of binding silk threads, its frame was wasted, shrunken as though not having fed in weeks. Numerous spider bites littered the wrinkled white skin visible. The face looked as though it belonged to a corpse, blue eyes bulging over a mouth open in a silent scream. Yet despite all evidence to the contrary it still lived, judging by a faint gasping sound from its throat. Katsura moved to stand before his half-dead opponent. Do you yield? Eyes filled with pain and terror sought him out. They seemed to recognize that only by the grace of his will did this thing still draw breath. It was utterly beaten. The dried-up stub of tongue moved, and from that wasted form came a feeble croak. Oh. This denial infuriated Katsura. The human boy was one thing, but to be balked by a mere golem such as this. What could possibly motivate such a meaningless creature to hold on in spite of everything that had been done to it? At this stage all he had to do was pick it up and fling it from the ring to achieve victory. Yet Katsura did not do so. The very idea would serve as a humiliation, proof that he could not break this puppet. Maybe with anyone else he might be willing to accept such a resolution for the sake of all those concerned. Yet from one who dared to bear the name Shiba. I will not suffer another defeat at their hands, in any way. He raised his good arm high into the air. In response the great presence hovering above began to slide down. From the highest reaches of the mist there emerged long slender legs that could only belong to a gargantuan spider. Judging by their size it had to be bigger than a house. However, as this monster descended from on high, the Bankai began to assume a different shape. By the time she touched down near her master, Tsuchigumo saw she had taken the guise of a slender maiden dressed in fine robes of luminous purple. Long black hair spilled to the ground, and a crown decorated her head from which fell a veil that completely covered her face. "You will yield, creature," Katsura swore darkly to Kon. "Or I will subject you to the worst punishment imaginable. Know also that I shall not kill you, for that would forfeit the contest, if such was your last desperate stratagem. Instead you shall continue to experience unprecedented agony until you acknowledge your defeat. Make no mistake, if necessary I intend to carve your Jikangan pill from that Jigai and insert you into another for the torment to proceed anew, as often as it takes. We have all the time in the world here. Think on that." The mod soul gave no response. Without speaking his Zanpakuto turned to regard her lord in a questioning manner. "Very well." He indicated to Tsuchigumo. The Queen Earth Spider swept gracefully through the carpet of her brood until she stood before Kon. Bending down, she lifted the fabric of her veil ever so slightly. Doing so laid bare a mouth filled with sharp hungry teeth. Hairy mandibles emerged from either side, pulled this gaping maw even wider until it spread from one end of her face to another. The malevolent spirit smiled hungrily at her victim and leaned forward. Staring helplessly at his impending torture, Kon's throat moved. Tsuchigumo saw she paused. A brief sound emerged, like a cough. She drew closer to listen. The corpse-like figure jerked where it lay. And with a dying gasp, it spat a green pill into her mouth. The Zanpakuto reared upright. She clutched frantically at her throat in disbelief. A convulsive swallow came, and she spun around to stare at her master, arms reaching out to beseech him. Katsura gazed right back, horrified. Then something surged into his soul, and Katsura Arashi found himself invaded. Isane hugged herself anxiously while peering into the column of fog. Upon activating his Bankai, Katsura cloaked the circular arena completely from earth to heaven. She had never actually seen him use his second release, despite knowing full well he was capable of it. Centuries of diligent, patient practice had earned the former lieutenant once reviled as a failure a truly monstrous level of power. Any who might have doubted Katsura's ability to captain a Shinigami division in the past would have had to eat their words were they here now. The sheer level of almost suffocating power in the air alone served as testament to his skill. Several weaker members of their entourage had passed out entirely. "He can't kill him," Ganju stated bluntly. "If he does, Arashi will lose the duel. He knows that, right?" The younger Shiba sibling cast a pleading look all around. "Right. Stay calm," Jushiro Yukitake laid a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We must trust them both to behave accordingly in this matter." His lady wife could only wish she shared his confidence. Despite being close confidants and friends for over half a millennia, she was not blind to Katsura's faults. Quick to anger, merciless when insulted, he recognized these traits sufficiently to control them under normal circumstances. But this was far from normal. Isane dreaded the thought that all her anxieties about today might pale in comparison to reality. Just as she was thinking this, the Bankai vanished. Taken by surprise, Lady Katetsu looked over to see two figures revealed, only one of whom was standing. No spiritual signature came from the fallen combatant. "Oh, no. Katsura, you didn't." An instant later she felt something strange. Disbelief crowded out all prior concerns. "No, it can't be. That's simply not possible." From within the upright man, there were two soul patterns. What is going on? Kon didn't know where he was. Only darkness registered all around him. What he did know was that he was fighting for his life. And losing. The mod soul hung in the lightless expanse struggling mightily against its only other occupant. Before him Katsura Arashi's face was twisted with rage and affront. His hands, two of them even, were fastened around Kon's neck in a bid to strangle him that he strove unsuccessfully to fight off. The two spirits clashed against one another within the very depths of the Tiger Lord's being. "You dare!" Arashi snarled as he throttled his nemesis. "You dare to sully me with your repellent false spirit!" A mere mod soul impugns my innermost sanctity. You didn't leave me much choice. Khan gasped back. In truth, he hadn't known if something like this would even work. Jikangan were designed to be placed into faux bodies, or corpses in the case of mods. It had never occurred to him to wonder what might happen were an actual spirit to swallow one. Did that really mean their souls were intermingled? Was this ability a factor in Mayuri Kuratsuka's creation of the Spearhead project, or was it something to do with Khan specifically? Regardless, when Katsura mentioned removing him from his Jigai, this bold plan had sprung to mind. Since a Zanpakuto was part of their wielder's soul, it made sense at the time that if he got into Tsuchigumo, that might also serve to connect him to Arashi as well. Any other prospect had been frankly unappetizing. Yet somehow Khan felt certain that nothing they might have done to him on the outside could be worse than what he was experiencing now. The two beings battled for supremacy within the soul body of Katsura Arashi. Every blow rocked Khan so badly it felt as if he might burst apart. It felt as if his soul was being torn open with each wound Katsura inflicted upon him. This whole business of hand-to-hand combat might just be a metaphysical abstraction of the war between them, but it hurt all the same. There was so much power here, of such potency that one couldn't even put a name to it. Like a massive wellspring of force that called out to all those present, promising something he couldn't describe if he would only give himself up to it. Mixed in, however, was the personality that ruled over this domain. Here lurked the mind and will of Katsura, High Lord of the noble house of Arashi. Anger, compassion, suspicion, concern, fear, resolve, sorrow, pride, desire, generosity. On and on it went. The heft of so much presence suffocated Khan as surely as Katsura's strong hands. He felt himself sinking, as though the blackness was swallowing him up. Arashi was now hanging above him, pushing him down into the emptiness. And still more came to assail the frightened little mod. Despair, hope, disillusionment, acceptance, arrogance, respect, dismay, wonder. These presences more than anything crushed Khan with their insistence. There were so many of them. As if Katsura's Shinigami soul had more than one person inside it already. Multitudes, even. Family, friends, enemies, strangers, they were all part of what made up his soul. But does that mean the same is true for me? Can he feel mine too? What do I have to offer in response? What makes up my soul? Come on, control the soul. Come on. Come on. Love. Fright. Bravery. Envy. Grief. Gratitude. Lust. Grief. Pride. Grief. 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 No. Grief. Khan pushed back, and found himself lifted up. His descent halted until once more he stood on equal footing with the Prince of Tigers. They had their hands braced against each other's shoulders, foreheads practically touching in a battle of wills. Katsura's hateful eyes narrowed, while Khan fought with a panic born from trauma. Amazingly, he felt himself gaining ground. Grief. No, it's not that I'm catching up to him. We're both slipping. We're both falling. Grief. Grief. I don't want to feel this. Damn you, Katsura hissed. You think to overcome me, with sorrow? The misery of a petty creature like you? What could a mod soul ever know about true regret? Let me show you. Failure. Stronger than all that came before it. Omnipresent, swallowing up any trace of self-worth. Stop it, Khan whispered. He drifted lower as a result. Shame. Regret. Stop. Don't. It was a plea now. He felt himself hanging on to the other man for dear life. If he let go, all would be lost. But the horrible feelings came crashing down with the unbearable weight of don't kill me. Grief. Don't kill me, father. Please. Katsura jerked up in shock. From all around him there came voices ringing throughout the abyss. And each one of them held nothing but terror. I'm sorry. I'll do better in the next test. Please, I swear I will. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't understand. Father, what's going on? You told us we were going to fight. Where are they taking me? Hundreds of voices. Thousands. Virtually identical, yet undeniably individual. Mother. Where are you? Please save us, Mother. Big Sister is killing us. I want to live. I only want to live. Please save me, brother. Save me. Khan was sobbing with fists pressed to his ears. I'm sorry, he wept over and over again, tears streaming from between closed eyelids. I'm sorry. Katsura stared at him in amazement, only to be racked with more devastating grief in return. Brothers? Sisters? What's going on? Where is she taking me? I don't like this. I want to go back and be with you. You said I performed well. You said I should be proud. Why did you tell Big Sister to kill me? Mother. I love you. I don't want to die. Death. That was what he experienced now, the death of Khan's siblings. Thousands of brothers and sisters begging one another for aid as they faced a cruel, lonely, violent end. Mod souls, the discarded enforcers who were terminated following the pronouncement forbidding their use. Khan had been forced to hear them die. Their pleas as they were taken away burned into him as he lay in his shell, helpless to act. The weight of so many souls, kept inside by this being Katsura had scorned as less than himself. He lost all his brothers and sisters, and he grieved for them. So much grief. She was pregnant. Hearing this, Khan opened his eyes. Katsura had dropped lower than him. It looked as though he were dangling over the edge of a pit. His arms were laced around Khan's neck like it was the only thing keeping him from falling into the darkness. They stared into one another's eyes. My sister. The Arashi Lord wept, face twisted by loss. She was pregnant, when they killed her. His hand slid down further. He began to sink into darkness. Manami, my little sister, she told only me. Not even her husband knew. It happened the last time he came to see her. She was too afraid to tell him afterwards. With everything going on, the deaths, the accusations. Another violent jerk, and now just his fingers were laced behind Khan's neck. These two were slipping as Katsura revealed a shameful secret which had rotted him out for centuries. I told her I would protect her. When Kaito was arrested and charged with high treason, she begged me to help. I went to speak before the council. But by the time I arrived, the king had made his decree, and Yamamoto sent his captains to. Khan realized the despairing soul was about to fall. And once he does, I will survive. Yode killed her. Katsura looked as though he knew what was coming, but did not care. He killed Manami, and her baby boy Sosuke, my nephew. But he also killed the baby inside her. So I challenged him to a Yurei duel. And I made certain to state that it was a Nubium. The mother ghost, they thought it was for poor little Sosuke, but it was also for his sibling. The one never even born. I tried to avenge them all, but I failed. I failed them. Katsura let go. Am I letting him? I should die. Arashi whispered, and closed his eyes. Die? No. Khan lunged down to seize hold of the limp hands. Katsura's eyes flew wide at this unexpected rescue. Above him, the mod held on with all his strength. You can't die. He shouted, now in tears himself. You have to live. For all of them. All the people you loved who aren't here anymore. He began to haul the unresisting noble up. When I was saved from termination, I didn't know what to do. And that made me so scared because I wasn't sure when someone might decide to come finish me. I thought maybe I should be dead as well so then I could be with them again. They had almost reached the same level again. Katsura could do nothing but stare at this strong-willed being who held his life in his hands. But in the time I spent alone afterwards, Khan gasped, it occurred to me I was the only one left. All my brothers and sisters died. I felt it happen. And when I realized that, I resolved to live for their sakes. to preserve their memories and remember all their accomplishments because maybe no one else would. When they were happy, when they were sad. I had to carry on and show them, so that when I did die, and we met once more, I could say that we weren't mistakes. We weren't failures who couldn't do anything. We were alive, however briefly, and we lived. I did it to show the world that they all could have too. You can't die. You're the only one who has all the memories spent with your little sister, and her children, and even the one who didn't get to live. So don't let their memories die. With one last determined heave he brought Katsura back up. They faced one another in the void of shared self. The shocked noble started at his rescuer. You saved me. Kon gave a hapless shrug. I also promised to never kill anyone. And I'm not about to start with you. Wonder stole over Katsura's face. You are a soul? Around them, the light came on. Katsura Arashi clutched at his chest, nails tearing bloody strips in an effort to rid himself of some inner defect. Uncontrollable spasms rocked his frame. Isane could only watch in horror. The clashing souls within him flared one against the other as though locked in combat. At this rate, she feared the total collapse of his spirit. Then he went still. Isane held her breath. Could this be the end? Slowly Katsura stood upright. He looked all around him, blinking in a daze. He studied his hand for a while as though puzzled why there was only one. At last he took note of the people watching him. Lady Isane Katetsu gripped her husband's arm tightly. His face registered alarm as she seemed unable to draw breath. This was because Jushiro couldn't feel what she did. The person standing there wasn't Katsura. It was Kon. Before she could even think to ask him how this had happened, he brought up a hand to his mouth and coughed loudly. Right then his legs almost gave out and he swayed alarmingly before righting himself. Dark eyes blinked in confusion on a face more ashen and haggard than that of the desiccated Jigei slumped only a few yards away. He looked terrible, yet no one could deny that standing before them now was indeed Katsura Arashi as he was meant to be. The stupefied lord examined the green pill cradled in his hand. He then noticed his soul cutter lying on the ground in sealed form. Crossing over, Katsura picked up the blade once more. In an instant Jorogamo had entered Shikai, granting metal mitts on both of his arms. Rather than engage in violence, however, he walked the remaining distance to Kon's body and stood there. The hand not holding the mod pill extended out to tap a single finger against that hollowed-out chest. To the wonder of all, the body fleshed out before their eyes until it again had the appearance of a healthy young man, though it still did not move. For just a moment Katsura peered at the Jikangan in his palm like they were having a conversation. Then he reached out and inserted it into the Jigei's mouth. Reanimated, Kon lurched over to one side and caught himself, breathing heavily. He covered his eyes with a forearm to sit there shuddering. While doing so, Katsura Arashi turned to address the audience. I yield, he said. As if this were a signal they had been waiting on, both he and Kon passed out. All was dark in Karakura, though the sun had yet to fully go down. Babies cried without stop as their anguished parents sought to comfort them. Even those without spiritual senses registered something terrible was about to occur. All remained huddled in their homes, awaiting they knew not what, a hurricane, or an earthquake. Some calamity so huge mortal hands could not hope to prevent it. A force of nature. An act of God. Shimaraki stood watching the roiling cloud-filled sky. Violent winds whipped his robes back and forth. His soul was in torment. For the first time in months, he remembered the fear that had haunted him since that awful day. He could practically hear the spirit's maddened laughter as it pursued him, screaming with joy and baying for blood. This felt so disturbingly similar. It made him want to run once more and never look back. Instead he plopped down on the grass in the hospital's garden area. The sweating monk fumbled to remove a set of prayer beads around his wrist. He caught himself from cursing once or twice. Ashima took several deep breaths in an attempt to steady his laboring heart. He tried to tell himself to believe in the power of salvation to prevail over the failings of the lost. But nothing worked. He remained as terrified as ever. Run inside, a voice whispered in his ear. There you will be safe. But that was his old self talking. There was no use going back now. He had a job to do. Squaring his shoulders, Riki shut his eyes and began to intone fervent prayers, thumbing over the beads as he did so. The Arashi guardsman at his side stood up and looked at his partner, who shrugged. The boy wouldn't acknowledge their warnings or even seemed aware of their presence. Curious. Brave, even. All around the building 108 of the Arashi's elite took up their positions. They floated in carefully arranged levels with legs crossed. A channel formed between them. Lightning lit the heavens, and when it faded, there now glowed around the entire perimeter of the hospital an orange cube whose surface swam with mystic markings in combinations that defied comprehension. Unaware of what was transpiring, Riki continued his earnest devotions now encased within this barrier. The Arashi warriors from before floated to either side of him. They had each reached out and placed a hand upon his shoulder. A feeling of peace stole over the dutiful priest at their touch. Taking strength from this, he renewed his efforts. And to their surprise, the conclave of sorcerers felt their own efforts enhanced as a result of his humble contribution. How very odd. Night fell, and a terrible howl split the heavens. It had taken longer to reach the hospital than expected. The gale kept trying to blow her off the road. Despite this, Tatsuki kept pedaling. She made sure to keep abreast of Inu. Driven by equal parts terror and determination, both girls pressed on. At long last they reached their destination. Jumping off her bike and letting it fall forgotten, she was about to go charging in when Orium patted her arm. The flame-haired girl pointed up, and on following, Tatsuki was astonished to see what appeared to be dozens of masked specters hovering in midair all about the building. At first she thought they must be hollows. Yet to a man they were all facing outwards as though to ward off any attackers. Maybe this was some Quincy magic Ishida-sensei practiced? At any rate there was no time to waste. Breathing hard, they took each other's hands and marched towards that forbidding chain. Tatsuki felt Orium's grip tighten as they approached what she judged to be the perimeter. One of the demon fighters near the ground turned their head as the two girls drew up but gave no further reaction. A few steps later and they were past the line of guardians. Tatsuki let out a grateful breath and headed towards the brightly lit front doors. There were many people in the waiting room when they entered. Not all of them seemed to be here for treatment. Some paced nervously while glancing outside. A mother stroked her two children's hair as they lay in her lap with eyes wide and cheeks wet with tears. Beside her an elderly man bent over the handle of his cane and softly chanted an old song about soldiers going off to war. The air was tense with dread and apprehension. It made Tatsuki shudder. Together they went over to the admittance station where a lone nurse was speaking urgently into a telephone. "Pardon me," Orium began. The nurse made eye contact long enough to hold up a hand, then went back to arguing. A faint blossom of anger at being ignored like this prompted Tatsuki to rest an elbow on the counter and glare pointedly at the woman. "We need to talk to Ishida-sensei." She hiked a thumb over one shoulder to point at Inu. "This is his son Uriu's fiancé." If mention of the hospital's owner and chief administrator didn't do it, oddly enough the second name dropped got the ball rolling. In moments the nurse had ended her very important call and was hastily dialing a new number. After a brief exchange she hung up to regard the high schoolers. "Someone will be down for you in a moment. Please accept my apologies for any trouble." "Thanks." She took Orium's arm, who appeared too stunned at her previous pronouncement to resist. They went over to sit together in the lounge. Tatsuki-chan. "Don't worry about it," she spoke offhandedly without looking at her friend. "I won't tell anyone if you don't. We're just lucky he never brought Mikaru around for a visit." "Yes, but... I mean, you shouldn't, that is to say. Arisawa-san. Inu-san." That didn't take long. When they looked up to her surprise it was to find the very person under discussion running down the hall towards them. All thought of romantic entanglements were swept away when she saw the look on Ishida Uriu's face. He slid to a halt before them as they both swiftly stood up. "How's Rukia?" Tatsuki asked without hesitation. He looked baffled. "How did you? I thought Ogawa." A shake of the head brought him back to solid mental ground. "Forgive me. It's not important. Please follow me." He then proceeded to lead them towards an elevator. After flashing a card key, the three of them got inside. Ishida wasted no time in bringing them up to speed. Sorry for the bother. Rukia is in the prenatal unit. Ryukin is consulting with the obstetricians now. He contacted me when she arrived, and I came right over after warning Ogawa to stay at home. Our house is warded much like this building, so no hollows should be able to get in. Noboru-sama and Komamura-san arrived here a short while ago. I had to go and get them. They're meeting in my father's office with the leader of that strike force outside. We can all get up to date on the situation when we arrive. He cast a stern look at them both. You shouldn't have come. Considering what we're up against, neither should you, Tatsuki shot back. Orium stole a hesitant step closer to their classmate. Ishida-kun, what's going on out there? He looked down at the elevator floor with a grimace. All of a sudden the Quincy's fist clenched and he drove it into the wall, shocking them both. His voice when he spoke next was tight with emotion. My family's bane. No further information was forthcoming. At last they came upon the correct floor and got out. Uriah led them unhesitatingly to the head doctor's office. Upon stepping inside, they found Noboru Kukaki and Saijin Komamura in discussion with another masked individual, this one a woman. Tatsuki remembered now Noboru had promised to bring his dog-headed friend around sometime soon for introductions. It had been a very strange prospect at the time. Not so much now. All three were spirits, yet at some point in time they had been joined by Uriah's father Ryukin Ishida. The white-haired doctor was standing to one side of the door as they came in. Tatsuki almost didn't recognize him by the look of wide-eyed shock on his face. He looked, well, as though he had seen a ghost, practically paralyzed. She herself was rather discomfited at the sight of the giant man with clearly canine physiognomy, but it hadn't cost Tatsuki her composure as it had him. For some reason she expected Ishida-sensei to be more used to this sort of thing. He was a Quincy, after all. Yet the adult made absolutely no acknowledgement of them as they came in, which his son gladly reciprocated as he strode by. Have you received any word from Soul Society? No. The woman turned her frozen devil grimace to regard him. Do not fear, human. 108 demon generals of the Arashi clan stand in our defense even now. Before night falls, they shall activate the barrier, at which point not even the hunt will be able to penetrate our defenses. We wait as long as we do now only to conserve our strength for as long as possible. We should go and fight. Noboru insisted as he hung restlessly in midair. If we find the hunt master and kill it, the wild hunt will be banished as well. Noboru-sama, you must not put yourself in harm's way. Komamura rumbled beside him. Our best strategy is to hold out until dawn. Reinforcements are surely en route by now. The giant stood hunched over with arms dangling limply at his sides. His head reached clear to the ceiling. He was the biggest person in the room, yet he bore himself as though he might collapse at any moment. Maybe all this bad mojo was hurting him more than those with strong spiritual powers. A glow from outside caught her attention. It looked like an ochre pall had fallen over everything. Mere moments later there came an awful howl that caused Arisawa to drop down on instinct, casting about for its source. She then noticed no one else had done so, not even Orium, and arose somewhat sheepishly. So what's this wild hunt? She asked in part to detract from that embarrassing display. A pack of crazy immortal hollows who kill folks, Noboru said. His expression was dark as he twirled a switchblade in one hand. Tatsuki could never remember seeing the normally fun-loving spirit quite so serious. It made her think of his father. Uriah looked between the ghostly trio. The question is, why is this happening now? It's unlikely this is a random occurrence, what with Ichigo and his father both being absent. Saijin spoke up. While the hunt may attack where they will among the world of men, that they are targeting Lady Kukaki would rather indicate they have been specifically sent to kill her. He turned a brooding look on the young noble. This may be the work of the same entity responsible for releasing them in the first place. Noboru hugged his hands beneath his armpits restlessly. Mom told me they were going to try and flush out the traitor in the Vazard soon. Maybe they got him and this is payback? But if that's so, then why aren't Rukia? Vazard? Arisawa sought further clarification. The kid threw her an absent nod. Yeah. We think one of 'em's a traitor. Probably the same guy responsible for bringing Freeze's Hollow out to play that one time. There's a lot going on that we don't know about. She would have demanded more information, but right then a roar loud as thunder burst through the room. Now virtually everyone jumped with the exception of Komamura and that Arashi general. When she looked out the window, Tatsuki was further horrified to see a multitude of black-robed giants standing all throughout Karakura. They were converging on the hospital while emitting awesome cries that froze the blood with terror. That must be the Wild Hunt. She hadn't known what to expect, but not their being so big, and certainly not so many. It was a whole damn army. And they're all coming here? Tatsuki turned to regard them all with mouth hanging open in shock. We're dead. Out of all of them, Ishida-sensei seemed to agree with her the most. His face had gone pale to match his hair, and he stared out the window in a sort of daze. There was sweat dripping down his face which he absently reached up to wipe away. He had never seemed more human. Which in and of itself was disconcerting. Apparently Urayu had a stiffer spine, for he came over and touched Tatsuki on the shoulder. Arisawa-san, maybe you and Inu-san should wait in the lounge down the hall. I'll check with the doctors and come to inform you when we have a plan. For once that didn't provoke an automatic hostile reaction. It was rather obvious they had little to contribute in this situation. Orium didn't say anything, truth be told, she hadn't spoken for a while, appearing to be absorbed in deep thought. When Tatsuki stepped forward and touched her hand, however, she came back swiftly and nodded in acceptance when her friend jerked a thumb outside. They went past the unmoving doctor and exited the room. Urayu pointed the way for them before departing back to his war council. Tatsuki thought to herself while walking. What are we going to do? Can those demon generals the woman spoke about really hold off all that until the cavalry arrives? Will Rukia be alright either way? A sudden pull on her wrist nearly sent the confounded young woman for a loop. She managed to keep from falling as Orium dragged her into what turned out to be an empty office. The busted teen locked the door before turning to confront her bewildered friend. We have to help. Tatsuki very nearly did a double take. Orium, whatever you can do, I don't think it's going to be enough this time. Rukia's going to die. A chill settled in her at these words. Standing outlined against the glow of the shield outside, Orium had a faint ghostly look to her, almost as though she was not quite solid. I know you feel it the same way I do, Tatsuki-chan. What's out there right now may not be as strong as a Vastolord, but it's more than bad enough. I can't tell whether those weird death gods can handle this or not. She took a shaky breath and let it out. There was a fierce cast to her face Arisawa could never remember seeing before. But that's not important. The fact someone's trying to kill Rukia means we have to act. You told me yourself that you didn't want to sit on the sidelines when our future was at stake. Well, the future, she's carrying it right now. And we have to go all out so that there's no doubt they'll both survive. There was a demand for action in that statement which brooked no refusal. Her eyes bore into Tatsuki, making the other girl feel oddly juvenile. Since when was there such a huge gap in our resolve? And whatever you do. I know what she's asking. But does she? Has Orium known all along? Orium, she spoke carefully, going all out, it means calling on something that hates us. For all I know, this might be more dangerous than that hunt out there. Inu shook her head and stepped forward to clasp Arisawa's hand. Don't worry. I can deal with things if they start to look bad. It's what I've been training to do. Just, no regrets, okay? Heart pounding. Head racing. She felt hot and sick with fever. Was it the presence of all those hollows outside, or merely the result of even contemplating this? Of all the horrible mistakes I've made, please, don't let this be one of them. Tatsuki brought their hands up to settle against her breast. She closed her eyes, fighting down the rising surge of panic and nausea. Find the connection. It's there, always. Follow it. Not here. Don't bring him here. No way I'd let that monster inside the barrier. Instead do that trick he did when I was in Soul Society. When I was confronted by that horrible. The memory came back sharp as glass. Primordial fear, hate, so strong it threatened to explode her heart and dash her soul to pieces. Titanic burning demon snuffing out the world as it reached down to rend. A slight gasp from Orium alerted her. Tatsuki looked up in time to see two great wings wrapping around her body. The night closed in, so suddenly and tightly she could feel nothing at all. Disorientation, like being flung into the deepest darkest depths of the ocean with no idea which way to swim for air. Lost and alone and bereft of hope. Then she stood on the crest of a hill overlooking the cemetery. Oh! Her heart sank into her shoes, for there in front of her still holding on tight was Orium, blinking and disheveled as the wind sent orange hair flying. The question was there in her eyes, how? What is it? Those eyes, full of hope and life a moment past, went blank with fear. There was no need to ask why. Swallowing down her own self-loathing at what was taking place, Tatsuki turned to find Ulquiorra Schiffer watching them with flat lifeless features. Why did you bring her too? Tatsuki rasped, shaking and sick so that she had to fight the urge to throw up. He ignored the question. The wind didn't touch him. Nothing did. He was back to that semi-human form she first remembered seeing when it all began between them, but in place of the white uniform Ulquiorra now wore only a wrap around his waist that reached to his bony knees. The hole in his sternum was fully on display, allowing her to see right through him. Bad enough when he had the form of a demon, like this it almost made the creature look human. That was categorically false on its face. When it became clear he wasn't going to respond, she tried another tack. I need your help. He spoke without raising his voice, yet still his words carried over the wind, as though it recognized a far greater force at work. I am obliged to do only one thing, and that you already know. His green eyes flicked momentarily to Orium, who flinched before her former captor but remained where she was. Apparently her presence did not merit further explanation, for Ulquiorra raised a dismissive hand. Are you calling on my services in that regard, then? Understanding of what he meant caused Tatsuki to bark, no. She wanted to slap him, or herself. This was a stupid idea. But like Orium said, I have to try. Lifting a hand, she pointed off towards another part of the city where monsters the size of mountains converged on their prey. You know what that is. He actually followed her gesture, studying the hunt with courteous dispassion. Then Schiffer brought himself back. Yes. What of it? Help us kill it. If Ulquiorra had been capable of laughing, she felt certain he would have done so. Instead all the Hollow Overlord did was calmly regard her as though wondering if she was an idiot. Or maybe contemplating whether it would be worth the trouble to just kill them both right here. Even if I were to do so, the hunt would simply return again at a later date. The only way to ensure their departure is by eliminating the one who has sent them here. You mean that Vazard thing? We don't know where it is. No. Ulquiorra's hiss was soft as air entering a long-sealed tomb. Yet there was a palpable intensity which hadn't been present before. That one is merely a pawn. On its own, it could never command the wild hunt. So it must rely upon the strength of the one who released the hunt from Barragan's prison to begin with. The very one upon whom we made our agreement. An interminable silence stretched between them for several moments. The two unwilling accomplices stared at one another. After a while Orium took a step closer to touch her shoulder. Tatsuki-chan. There was fear laden in every word. What does he mean? Her lifelong friend made no response. He's lying. There's no way to know that Ichigo's hollow is behind all this. This is a trick. He's just looking for an excuse. But if he feels strong enough to take the hollow on, what does it matter what I think? Does he need me to agree for some reason? Was there more to that deal we made than I realized? Maybe he can't move against the hollow until I give my permission. He's ready for it, that much I can figure. And once he's finished I'll probably die. I just didn't expect Orium to be in on this too. Can you do it then? Tatsuki asked. Cat-like eyes narrowed. All he said was, I am ready. A shiver went through her. He's a monster through and through. And so am I. But Ichigo shouldn't be involved. He's in Soul Society right now, fighting for Rukia's sake. Which is what we're doing. And the hollow is in Hueco Mundo, unless it isn't. Still, if he goes after Ichigo instead, he'll have to deal with the entire Godi 7 as well. Even Ulquiorra is not strong enough to survive that, right? She glanced over to where the bestial pack was congregating. In the face of this dread siege, all moral arguments seemed trivial. It has to be stopped. So what are we waiting for? Let's go before somebody gets hurt. Schiffer actually seemed even less animated than before. I know not where the creature is. Hueco Mundo is an easy place to become lost if one does not wish to be found. In the time it takes for us to locate him, the hunt will have already long completed their task. He hadn't even bothered to ask who was the intended victim. This alone made Tatsuki furious. Stop making excuses, you piece of... I can find him. They both turned to regard Orium. The anxious teen was gripping her hands hard enough to turn the knuckles white. She shot uneasy looks between them both as though uncertain which was more intimidating. All the same she continued speaking. I can tell where Kurosaki-kun is. His hollow's the same. I mean, they both feel the same to me. She shook her head and raised her eyes to return their stares. You need me. So I'm coming too. Ulquiorra tilted his head forward. Agreed. For her part Tatsuki could have screamed. Of all the stupid. Why? Why are you putting yourself at risk like this? Do you want to die? I'm not letting you do it. Get this through your head right now, you little. Orium just looked at her, and the words died before they could leave her throat. I can't stop this. I'm not in control. There's something else at work. It's like we're just actors in a play. Nothing to do but keep going until the curtain falls. She reached forward to embrace Orium. Stay with me. Tatsuki whispered. I'll keep you safe. The other girl returned the hug. For a moment Tatsuki considered knocking her out and leaving her behind. But then how would they find the hollow? Orium was right. There was too much at stake to not take risks. She turned her head and gave a nod to Ulquiorra. At this he made a small movement with his hand, and the air split, like a black mouth with rectangular teeth opening. He gestured for them to enter. Without hesitation they both did, hands clasped securely. The Vastolord followed, and the path to Hueco Mundo closed. At about any people outside the hospital? They're gonna get flattened by those things unless we drive them off. Uriah returned to find an argument raging. He had gone to check on Rukia's status after tending to the girls. The colossal loci of negative energy converging on this site was making him ill, and the obstetrician's words sounded like nonsense as a result. By the time he got back things had grown more heated in his absence. Dividing our forces in such a manner would only weaken the barrier. Our responsibility is to Lady Kukaki's well-being. Are you willing to trade her safety, and that of her child, for those you have never even met? Vite Alcarajo, Pura. The ONI general, as he thought of her, had actually grabbed Noboru by the arm to restrain him. This was a dangerous prospect as the kid had dropped the glamour on his soul cutter and now wielded a very real-looking katana. He looked mad enough to take the woman's head off. They were both shouting non-stop now. Komamura had withdrawn a few paces away where he just stood in a subdued funk. Steeling himself, Ishida stormed past his silent parent and jumped right into the fray. Calm down. What's the point of yelling at each other like this? Noboru ripped his arm free and stumbled back. He leveled his Zanpakuto at the woman when she tried to pursue, who hesitated to draw any nearer. With eyes full of tears that he made no pretense at hiding, the youth rounded on his hulking cohort. I can't believe you're taking her side. He shouted. You know the hunt better than anybody. You told me yourself you beat them once before, right? Help me do it again. You are severely overestimating yourself, Noboru-sama. The furry giant didn't look at them when he spoke. He just bit the words out as if every single one pained him. We have a fortified position protected by powerful Arashi magic. There are tales of those who successfully managed to outlast the hunt with far less working in their favor. You should let these warriors do their part. Like hell I will. The Kukaki prince abruptly floated into the air until he was at eye level with the enormous spirit. Ishida feared he meant to strike him, but the sword hung all but unnoticed in one hand. He looked more confused than outraged. Come on, Jeef. Don't quit now. You and me, we're a team. Okay, so maybe you can't fight anymore, but if you give me, like, support from the corner. I know, believe me I know, we can win this. Komamura kept his head turned away. There is nothing more I can do. Please relent. It is for your own good. Listen to him, young one. The Oni crossed her arms authoritatively. The best thing for all involved is to remain calm and not rush headlong into danger. This will bring more honor to you than any thoughtless attempt at heroics. Urayu had his own opinions on what constituted meritorious action in this case. But before he could voice these sentiments, young Prince Kukaki flung up both arms. What do you want, huh? You want I should beg? Fine. With that he fell to his knees and prostrated himself to them. Face down, the ghost boy spoke in solemn tones. Saijin Komamura, former captain of the Siraidai, pray lend us your strength and wisdom. I, Noboru Kukaki, beseech you most humbly to aid me at this time. The resulting horror on Komamura's furry features was a sight to behold. He looked on the verge of panic. Noboru-sama, cease this at once. You disgrace yourself and your family by. I demean myself before you, in utter humility and without any consideration for pride or status. Though I am weak and foolish and not worthy of your consideration. The masked woman stood behind this display unimpressed. Ridiculous, was all she said. Noboru's chant actually became louder at her insult. Still do I implore you to show my entreaty your favor. The supplicant held out his sword in both hands from that abeyant position. This lowly person asks of you what he himself is unable to accomplish. I will heap dirt upon my head and allow you to step on me should such be your will. For a hero such as yourself to even. Stop. The volume behind this scream served its purpose. Noboru cut off and sat up, breathing fast. Before him Saijin Komamura's muzzle was pulled back to expose sharp fangs, and his huge hands were balled into fists. Stop talking like this. The beast man backed up until he stood against the wall. From there he looked from one to another of the assembled party with wild, hunted eyes. You stupid boy, can't you see that I'm nothing? Hostile magic glowed around the Oni general in anticipation of some violence on his part. But all Komamura did was unleash a torrent of angry words, heaping bitterest scorn on himself with every breath, desperate as a fox brought to bay. I am worthless. Even before, when I held the title of captain, it was nothing more than a joke. I failed everyone, my command, my lord, the souls who depended on me for protection. Even my friend. I abandoned any vestige of pride for the mere semblance of authority which allowed me to stand as one of you, but it was all a lie. A mask. I was unfit to live among men. And I proved this at the moment of our world's greatest need. Darkness rose, and I fell without so much as putting up a fight. Any contributions I could have made were rendered meaningless, like my whole worthless life. I failed time and again until the heavens could no longer bear the sight of me and so reduced me to less than a worm. And you call one such as me a man? A hero? Are you blind? I am nothing. That great head dropped and shook from side to side in defeat. Nothing. Ishida Urayu had no response for this. Apparently he was not alone in that respect. The demon general had let her enchantments fade and now conversed behind her mask in a low voice with her forces outside. Noboru gaped at Saijin, then pushed both hands back through his hair and remained with fingers clasped behind his neck, head bowed. He seemed ready to just abandon any talk of support and go tearing outside to fight all on his own. Then to Urayu's surprise, his father strode past him. Ryukin came to a halt before the despondent Saijin. His eyes had not left Komamura since he started speaking, and now they continued to regard him without saying a word. Noboru appeared confused but drew aside as though sensing something was about to transpire between them. At last the former Shinigami took note of the silent figure confronting him and looked up with an expression of slack bewilderment. Ryukin studied this said despondent form. At last he opened his mouth and said, "Do you know me?" It was clear by the way those dull yellow orbs rested on him without blinking that the answer was no. That is, until a small furrow formed between them indicative of concentration. Komamura stared at the white-haired man, and after only a few moments his brow cleared. A look of disbelief stole over that previously disconsolate face, leaving him with his mouth hanging open in shock and eyes wide as though doubting what they might be telling him. The Quincy youth. he whispered in amazement. At this Ryukin nodded. Without breaking eye contact he tilted his head to the side. Uryu. Come here. The teen obeyed, uncertain what was transpiring but aware somehow of its significance. He crossed over to stand by his side. Ryukin took a step behind him and placed both hands on his shoulders. This is my son, the doctor stated in firm tones. His name is Uryu Ishida. He is a careless, disobedient, overconfident boy who vexes me dearly. His hold tightened to preempt an outcry from the person in question. More than this, however, it was the words his father spoke next that drew Uryu up short. But he would never have existed were it not for you. Komamura regarded the bespectacled teenager with astonishment. The younger Ishida found himself gazing back much the same, unable to look away. They watched one another, two strangers, having never met before this day. Still a connection existed between them. Perhaps neither could explain it to their satisfaction, yet had you asked them at that time, they could not have denied its validity. You are not nothing. Ryukin rasped. They could all hear the anguish he no longer strove to hide, an emotion so strong it rendered him hoarse. Never say that. You are everything good in my world. My son lives because of you. I live thanks entirely to you. I have blessed the work of death gods and held them all to a standard set by you. And I will permit no one to revile your worth and ability when I am living proof of both. Never speak of yourself in such a way again. For you are a god. All present could hear the sound of the wild hunt drawing ever closer. Yet even this could not serve to break the tableau they found themselves in. The air was charged with a force beyond spiritual power. It drew from memories, from recognition of something greater than oneself, from helplessness and respect and gratitude. It was the source of faith. It was belief. Blinking, Komamura finally looked away. He seemed uncertain how to deal with this clear demonstration of his own value. Yet the truth was standing not 3 feet in front of him, in the form of father and son. The sight was so mesmerizing he found himself drawn back to it without fail. Is this really my doing? The child survived and lived on to have a son of his own. Because I was there, and did my duty. Did I make good on the trust placed in me, if only once? Was once enough? To make a difference in both our lives? Right then a scream sounded, one which only he could hear and understand. Pointed ears pricked up as he registered that Cernunnos had just given the signal to attack. The answer came to him then, and he turned back to Ryukin. There might be a way. Dozens of Seros pierced the night outside. They struck the Arashi barrier, inundating it from every angle. For several seconds everything seen from their perspective looked red. Komamura could not be bothered to acknowledge the danger they were currently in. He remained intent on relaying the very information that might save them. One who has been targeted for death by the wild hunt and managed to escape can never be hunted by them again. This goes beyond conventional notions of clemency. To those multitudes of hollows out there, you simply do not exist. While the savage onslaught still rained down, the nearest Minos hurled themselves bodily against the redoubt without regard for being struck as well. They screamed and tore at the great cube of magic tooth and nail in a mindless frenzy. A huge set of gnashing jaws filled the window from one wall to another as a member of the hunt strove to bite through the barrier without success. In spite of all this, the defenses held. For the time being, at least. Ryukin turned to look outside at that slavering horror, eyes narrowed. You're saying they can't even see me? Exactly. Your soul has no flavor to them. They are as unaware of your existence as normal humans are of spirits. And that is why out of all the beings in existence, you stand the greatest chance of defeating Cernunnos. The elder Quincy continued to stare at the insane nightmare fighting to reach them. Me? He asked in a quiet voice. Uryu could never recall seeing his stalwart parent look so uncertain before. He had some notion of what such a challenge represented to Ryukin. Having heard the story from his grandfather Sukin, it was no secret that the wild hunt was responsible for ending the Quincy tribe long years past in nightmarish fashion. Virtually their entire family was exterminated. Yet it never occurred to him to wonder if the Shinigami responsible for saving both his father and grandfather had survived to this day. It was like learning a fairy tale had been based on real live people complete with names and histories. Family lore turned real and solid. Or rather, tangible. Off to one side, Noboru remained by himself, listening unobtrusively to all that was being said. Saijin continued in grim tones. The menace of the Hunt Master derives largely from his pack. It is their combined strength which makes him such a formidable threat. If in danger he can call the entire assembly to ensure his protection. By the law of the hunt they must do so, and they will target any prey on his command without regard for their own well-being. But even were Sir Nanos to order them to assault you, they would not be able to do so. The Lesser Hunt has not even an inkling of your existence whatsoever. You are the Hunt Master's natural enemy, for the greatest part of his forces cannot touch you. Here something occurred to him, and he asked, have you maintained your Quincy powers since our last meeting? Ryokan stirred and came around to regard his old savior. He hesitated for a moment, as though in doubt. Upon seeing Komamura's eyes, however, all he said was, there are hundreds of them. How do we find him? Leave that to me. The canine soldier then marched over to address the Arashi general. Can your forces allow one of us to breach the barrier outside if necessary? No emotion could be discerned from behind that shiny white helm, yet there was a cautious edge to her response. It is designed to keep enemies out, not in. You may pass through it freely. Once without, though, none but Arashi may return. We can permit no breaks in our formation. She studied Ryokan through those empty black eye holes. Are you resolved to do this? He considered for a moment. I need to make some preparations first. We will meet you on the roof, then, Saijin responded. I pray you, make haste. He and the ONI general drifted towards the ceiling. As they did though, Ryokan called out, Shinigami-sama. The two spirits paused, and Saijin glanced down. The boy he had once saved stared up at him with that same expression he had worn 40 years past. I never learned your name, Ryokan said, his regret at this lapse obvious. That shaggy head tilted. Saijin Komamura, he declared at last. I am Ishida Ryokan. Mindful of what this meant to him, Komamura gave a brief nod back before vanishing together with the ONI general. This left the two Quincy by themselves. Ryokan. Uriah began. Whatever happens to me, do not try and help. He marched by to open a drawer in his desk, then touched a panel in its top to withdraw a hidden compartment. Within were stored any number of small artifacts used in performing Quincy magic. Ryokan began to stash these around his person as he spoke. I've tuned the warding charms so that they will remain active as long as one of us is present in the building. Combined with those Shinigami outside, it should be strong enough to keep out any hollows until reinforcements arrive. I'm trusting you to look after everyone while I'm gone. He paused in strapping on a brace of small silver throwing knives to his ankle. Do you understand? There was nothing but deadly seriousness in his face now. Seeing this, Uriah found it hard to believe that previous display of weakness on his father's part had ever taken place. This was the man he recognized, the same one he had dreaded and loathed his whole life. However, now all he could say in return was, yes. Good. Having finished his preparations, the elder Quincy then approached his son. Reaching into his coat pocket, Ryokan produced a silver pentacle on a chain and held it out to him. For a moment Uriah could only stare. That's grandfather's. I've decided. This belongs to you now. Without so much as a change in expression, he then added, it's fitting you should have this. Your grandfather taught you well, but the time for training is over. Then in a more urgent tone, take it. Hardly daring to believe, Uriah did as his father bid. He held up that mystical artifact and watched it turn slowly from side to side. Stop gawking and get to the roof, the elder Ishida ordered him. I'll check on the status of my patient and join you soon. Go. Too much was happening all at once to even consider arguing. With one last anxious glance at the ungodly power screaming outside the hospital, Uriah spun about and raced from the room. Once he was alone, Ryokan withdrew a small wooden box and shut the drawer once again. Reverently, like a priest performing his order's holiest ritual, he set it on the desk and opened the lid to reveal a silver pentacle on a chain virtually identical to the one he had given Uriah. However, this example differed in one important respect. On its otherwise immaculate surface there was spattered a dried dark substance that flaked off with every movement. Like his son, the doctor held this curious family keepsake at eye level to examine it in detail. I swore I would only use this if they returned. That time is now. He wound the chain around his wrist and tied it firmly in place. There was no more time to waste. Now ready for battle, the last Quincy set out to confront his most hated enemy. Their small force gathered on the roof of the hospital. Father and son said nothing more to one another, clothes whipping from the tempest. Saigen Komamura stood at the edge waiting. Ryukin did not hesitate to join him, and together they looked out over the city. It was like something spewed from a delusional artist's brain. Whole fleets of gigantic black-robed horrors hurled themselves time and again in a mad scramble against the shield wall protecting the living. They shrieked and tore into one another without regard for anything beyond slaughtering the helpless victims who waited inside. Some had the generic appearance of Jillian, while others had managed to take on distinctive traits before losing out to their own bestial instincts. Office buildings in the medical district had been smashed underfoot on the giant's approach. It was fortunate this was happening at night when most of the surrounding community was deserted. There were absolutely hundreds of them, venting deranged cries as they obeyed the will of their master in search of blood. Ryukin watched this vile display intently. For the past 40 years he had seen and heard much the same in his dreams, deriving from a childhood trauma that tore apart his world. There had been no warning back then. The secret Quincy training facility which served as their headquarters suddenly found themselves under attack one evening. He remembered hearing an alarm sound, but by then it was far too late. The horde was upon them, composed of gigantic hollows who simply refused to die. It was like a nightmare made real. Upon overcoming the initial shock, the elders had tried to manage a coordinated counter-attack while sending all trainees and children to seek cover. It didn't take long for even this basic strategy to fall apart. Dozens died. Then hundreds. The safe houses were torn open, their protective spells failing against this unimaginable evil which seemed like a force of nature intent upon their destruction. Everywhere he looked there was only chaos. Terrified pleas for help mixed with the screams of the dying and the roars of demons. A small group led by his parents managed to fight their way through the carnage and rescue him, only to find themselves relentlessly pursued through a wintry white death hunt. Their numbers dwindled. Soon enough they found themselves pinned down and fighting like mad just to stay alive for a few moments more. Ryukin remembered thinking he had died already and this was hell. That is, until a god descended to save him. The very same one who now stood at his side. Once out there, I'll be all alone, against that. Had anyone else asked me to do this I would have reviled them as fools. But this man, he is the only one I can trust unreservedly with my life. No peril is too great when I have him with me. As a boy I used to imagine us fighting side by side against all my enemies. Together we would destroy the madness if it ever dared to invade our lands again. A child's comforting fantasy, born of shame and inadequacy. Yet now here we are. It won't end the same way. This time. I will let no one else perish. On the very edge of the roof Ryukin formed his silvery bow, keeping it in a reduced form for the time being. No point in going all out until he knew his target. On that note he looked over at Komamura expectantly. The warrior spirit placed a large hand on his shoulder in reassuring fashion. He then looked out across the scene of carnage. Clouds of dust rose from collapsed edifices. A seemingly endless screaming filled the air as that wriggling orgy of tremendous torn bodies reformed whole only to attack anew. Somewhere among them was the source of it all. Carefully Komamura scanned their surroundings, his eyes narrowed. One arm rose to gradually drift back and forth. Ryukin followed its path, waiting for the signal to strike. He palmed a small canister from his pocket and pulled back an arrow in preparation. The floating Arashi magicians out there had a great deal of space between them, for which he was glad. Nerves on edge, he forced his breathing to remain calm and even. Wait for it. He knows what he's doing. I have faith in him, above all others. Of a sudden Saigen's eyes flew wide. His arm swung to point at a spot outside the barrier. There. Immediately Ryukin sighted along this line and fired. A lance of blue Quincy magic shot forth to penetrate the Arashi shield, blowing right through several Jillian on its way until it struck the ground a short distance away from the hospital and exploded in a blue burst. There then came a howl that only Komamura could pick out from the rest. It told him everything he needed to know. "Go now!" he cried, and in a flash Ryokan Ishida formed a carpet of Hiran Kyoku beneath his feet. He launched forward fast as another arrow, passing through both Magic and Minos before they could recuperate and landing amid a grassy dell in a small copse of trees. He was now outside the barrier. If Saijin was wrong about them not being able to see me, then that means I'm dead. The archer waited in one spot without moving. Nothing presented itself. The raging pack did not turn to swarm him en masse. Even the ones he had attacked to get here paid him no mind as they pulled themselves together while continuing to bombard the hospital's defenses. Part of him wished they had taken note of his presence if only to give the defenders a brief respite. Another matter demanded his attention. There was no sign of Cernunnos. But that shot had been more than just an attack. "And I know how you like to play, filth. It won't be long before you show yourself." Something sprang from the very ground beneath him, but already the Quincy had vaulted clear, sending a blazing projectile from his bow in return. There came an awful shriek, and when he landed, it was to find his enemy had emerged from concealment. The creature that rose from the ground was nothing like what he remembered. While huge, this thing more closely resembled a man to some extent, though the way it crouched reminded him of a toad. It had massive arms and legs attached to a bulky body. The forearms ended in long thick claws like a mole. Its feet were conical lumps, and its skull-like mask bore a resemblance to a bear. Yet there were antlers sprouting from its bare scalp, and even some traces of clothing, like the huge fur cloak that fell from its shoulders, and what looked to be a broad belt of white brambles wound about its waist. A hollow hole perforated its chest. There were spikes all over its striped skin, as well as lumps and pustules which might have been indicative of disease. Perhaps that was simply a doctor's perspective. Whatever the case, this new version differed in every respect from the previous hunt master save for the smell. That same stinking, noxious odor of moldering flesh hung heavy in the air exactly as before, strong enough to make him gag. Like a dead animal whose carcass had been left to rot out in the open. He almost vomited at the memory of it. As they watched one another, Cernunnos uttered a roar. Immediately Ryokan strung his bow and aimed for its head. He did not fire, though, only waited to confirm his hopes. For a while nothing happened. And that in and of itself caught his attention. While the wind continued to blow madly, and lightning snapped across the sky in intermittent flashes, nothing else moved. They remained in their standoff. All around them, the Hun had fallen quiet. He risked a quick glance at those spiritual skyscrapers. They were just standing there. None of the masked titans made a move, rooted in one place as though uncertain what to do next. Their ranks remained spread about as far as the eye could see, rendered quiescent. While a relief for him, this turn of events apparently caught Cernunnos completely off guard. The great beast looked all about at its immobile pack and uttered a high-pitched scream. He could almost hear the confusion in that cry. "What the hell are you idiots doing?" In response those fearsome juggernauts trembled, uttering whines akin to thrashed dogs. "They can't help you now." A blazing bolt sped across the clearing to strike Cernunnos right in the eye. The great brute stumbled back clutching a hand against its smoldering socket. It howled anew, rage and panic latent in every ululation. Around them the hunt twisted massive heads frantically while jerking and slavering in a frenzy. Yet still no move was made to offer aid. The slaves had disregarded their master's order once again. As if realizing this, the lord of the hunt sank underground. Immediately Ryokan unleashed a volley that trailed over the earth in a deliberate line. The bellow that resulted almost brought a smile to his face. He reflected this was rather like playing whack the watermelon at the beach. Only in this case, even while blindfolded, he knew precisely where his target was. That first shot he used to get things started had been enhanced to leave a tracking mark on Cernunnos, allowing him to sense its location even without Saijin-sama's help. He had developed this technique after fighting the same enemy years past. There was nowhere for it to hide. The creature must have realized this, for it re-emerged a few yards distant to watch him once more. Upon first realizing the hunt had returned, Ryokan had been virtually paralyzed with fear. Now his actions were motivated by a steel-cold clarity that took everything into account without allowing it to overwhelm his mind. I won't fail. I can't fail. They're here to murder a woman, a helpless girl struggling to give birth even now. But why stop there? My son, my employees, maybe everyone in this city could die. To prevent that from ever happening. You die today, he promised the hollow in a flat whisper. Those empty black eyes narrowed. It then lifted its snout and sent out another pealing wail. This time the effect was immediate. Once more the hunt turned to attacking the glowing barrier which prevented them from reaching their quarry. Meanwhile the master returned its attention to him. Apparently it recognized this was to be a duel between them alone. There were tiny holes in its form from that last volley, but they were quick to close. Any damage done to the eye socket had also healed. The Quincy observed this with a dispassionate air. So it can regenerate. That was not unexpected. Just means I will need a lethal blow to end this. Suddenly the monster's arms began to spin around at the elbow like drills. At the same time sparks flew from its joints and eyes as though it was a toy ray gun from his childhood. The notion sounded absurd, yet there was no denying the incredible force building up in it as a result. Ryukin went on the offensive immediately. Before Cernunnos could charge fully he had already sent a glowing blue shaft straight through the monster's forehead. A second arrow followed into its right breast, and then the left. All three remained smoking there, and he crossed both arms before his face with a cry of, Trinitat. The arrows blazed with power to form a white triangle between them bright as the sun. Upon fading it left a pit of similar shape that went clear through the master from front to back. Half its chest was gone, including the hollow hole, as well as most of its face. Nothing, whether mortal or no, should have been able to survive that. Despite this the valiant Quincy was already dashing to one side while unleashing a further barrage. For even after receiving such an obviously mortal wound, the beast's arms were still spinning. And sure enough when he moved that blasted monstrosity swung in response. One sweep of its enormous paw sent forth a blast of yellow energy that inundated the spot he had just escaped from. The next came even closer to hitting its target, yet still the determined fighter slid clear without sustaining any damage. To his frustration the same held true for Cernunnos. Before his eyes the blast crater in its chest filled in until it stood whole and unharmed once more. The face was restored as well. This went beyond simple regeneration. Could it be the creature was immortal, just like its followers? No time to debate, as the Lord of the Hunt came barreling towards him on all fours with the grace and subtlety of a cannonball. Sparks still flying, its hands and feet pounded the earth, causing explosions with every strike that sent clumps of scorched dirt and rock flying. In marked contrast Ryukin slid across their battleground as though gliding on air. Which, in essence, he was. The constant application of Hirin Kyoku was an advanced art which required great strength and concentration. After decades of training it had become instinctive now, enabling him to focus on other matters with marked speed. He zipped along well out of his opponent's reach while determining what to do next. It must have a weak spot. But if I can't locate one, the best solution is to destroy it all in a single strike. A brief check of the situation going on outside their battle reassured him that the Shinigami barrier remained intact despite the Hunt's continued attempts to destroy it. Huge winged figures came swooping down from the night sky only to smash into their brethren and send them all careening earthward. At this rate they might actually last until morning. But there was simply no way he could run the risk of anything unexpected happening. Right then something red shot across the clearing to slam into the back of Cernunnos' head only to explode on contact in a burst of purple fire. The crown of antlers burst apart and went pattering down its broad shoulders in pieces. The Hunt Master came grinding to a halt. It swiveled around with a hiss, one claw buried in the turf and another poised to attack. Doing so allowed Ryukin to see that the entire back of its skull was missing. He could actually look through the thing's eye sockets from this vantage. And still it remained alive. Was nothing enough? More importantly, that was a Shinigami spell. Who could have? That same crimson flash retracted, resolving into the shape of a gold-tipped pole held in the hands of a prepubescent boy. Ryukin recognized him as the same spirit that had accompanied Komamura earlier. Which explained nothing about what he was doing here. Sorry. Noboru called as he took a firm grip on his enchanted weapon. I was starting to wonder if maybe only a Shinigami's power could kill this guy. He spat angrily as the half-beheaded hunt master regarded him from across the field. Guess that's not the case. In the time it took him to speak, the hollow's cranial cavity had sealed up and the horned crown was regrown. The Mad King let loose another awesome howl that rang over the wails of its minions. I guess we made him mad. You think that's bad? Watch what happens next. There was a certain satisfaction in the way Cernunnos just stood there like an idiot for a few seconds until the truth finally seemed to dawn on it. The beast whipped about to find that its call for aid had produced exactly the same result as before. The wild hunt had stopped moving altogether and now only moaned in a sort of existential distress. Those crazed cannibals had been ordered to kill something that, as far as they could tell, did not exist. Madness only went so far when it came to perceiving the world around you, and it seemed this was the one limit on their bloodlust. It reminded him of a stalled computer program unable to execute its next step. This might be what qualified as a 404 error for the hunt. He's not the only one you failed to hunt, asshole. Noboru called out, anger and a desire for vengeance burning hot in his heart. Cernunnos actually slammed its huge mitts into the ground and screamed with rage. The sight of its fury brought a smile to Noboru's face. "'S matter, Smokey?" He smirked meanly. "Gotta take a shit? We are in the woods, after all." His wrist bent and Hanuman snapped forth once more to strike Cernunnos right in the eye. The sleeping Kido of hyene he had placed on each tip roared into life on contact, and the abolishing flames took off a huge chunk of its mask. Not that this would do any lasting harm, but damn, did it feel good to get some payback. In response, the rejuvenating hollow began to whirl its arms again as sparks came pouring forth from the clockwork titan's hinges. Its elephantine feet drummed the turf in preparation. Noboru gripped his soul cutter with both hands for whatever came next. "Wait a second. What's wrong? Hanuman, don't we know this guy?" "Yeah, from your last birthday party, along with Amelia Earhart and the King of Shang." "I'm serious. There's something familiar about him. If I can just remember what, maybe it'll help." Before he could finish, the Hunt Master came rocketing towards him. His limitless weapon crossed the space between them in a split second to carry him off its temple, but the blazing juggernaut didn't even slow down. With a curse, Noboru Flash stepped out of the way moments before it could reach him, just as Cernunnos erupted in a blast of yellow energy that shook the earth and pierced the sky. The Monkey Prince righted himself and swore. He could practically hear Fang yelling at him, "Never hesitate. Once your course is determined, you must put all your will behind it. Worrying about harm that might come to you as a result becomes irrelevant. Would be kind of nice to have her around. Speak for yourself. We can do this alone. You should leave," a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "This is no place for children." He glanced over his shoulder at the Quincy, who had come up a moment past. The guy was giving him pretty much the same disapproving look Fang normally wore. Considering that even under normal circumstances he didn't like being ordered around, this provoked exactly the response one might expect. "I'm over twice your age, Blanquito." Noboru turned his attention to the smoking crater that marked their enemy's presence. "And I've got a score to settle with this thing, same as you." "Your power is still immature," Ryakan remarked. "As one who respects death gods, I ask you to leave this to me." When the boy only shook his staff irritably at him, he added, "I swear to you, I will not allow this beast to harm your aunt, Shinigami-san. On my pride as a Quincy." "You can take your pride, Anwoa." Both he and Ryakan sprang in opposite directions as something launched from the smoke screen to pass between them. Noboru flipped head over heels while reciting an incantation at the same time. Bakudo number 20, Keijiro Kyuden. At once their attacker was ensnared in a tangle of thick sticky filaments. He was just about to send an attacking spell to follow up when it struck him just what he had caught. It was a gigantic arm, thrashing about as it sought to free itself. The human hurled a silver globe over the captured limb and fired an arrow into it, resulting in a downpour of raindrops that glimmered like diamonds. Where they fell, both arm and the enchantment binding it smoked and dissolved away in a matter of moments as though consumed by acid. Even in such a short span of time, however, the sight of that severed body part struck a memory in Noboru. He wheeled about in astonishment as its mate rocketed forth, followed by two big feet leapfrogging over one another that caused explosions with every impact. The now limbless Cernunnos came with them, floating at the center of its rocket-powered appendages that whirled about fast as the wind. Cero after Cero flew from its mouth that blasted the surrounding woods to pieces. Unencumbered by a body, the flying limbs were definitely faster than they had been as a whole. Nevertheless, Noboru remained the son of Yoryuki Shihoin, goddess of flash. When they aimed for him, he had already disappeared like a tiny gnat, zipping around the ruined environment and ducking beneath searing beams of energy with no more effort than if he was playing jump rope. At one point, both arms swooped in from front and back to try and catch him in a coordinated strike. He waited until those clawed paws were virtually tickling his skin before springing high into the air and firing Hanuman back down, smashing each to earth in one go. As he did, Noboru looked up with both hands tightly gripping the crimson shaft. Across the field of battle, gold-tinged gray eyes met a fallen soul's empty sockets. The Lord of the Hunt powered up another Cero, and in response he roared its name like a challenge. Barinholtz. The ursine skull twitched ever so slightly just before firing. Noboru was long gone before the shot even reached him. But he had his answer. I don't believe it. I was right, it really is him. That big stupid hollow we fought in the caves of Hueco Mundo. But he's changed. Not just the antlers and the cape, those must have been what threw me before. That guy was a moron, all mask and no brains. This time's different. He actually used the smoke as cover earlier to try and pick us off. To say nothing of the fact he's controlling the wild hunt when before he was just dumb muscle for bigger fish. Somehow after our last fight Barinholtz became Cernunnos. Whatever the reason, I know how to beat him now. Elsewhere Ryukin rapidly fired two arrows that neatly penetrated the legs pursuing him. A band of blue light then shot out to connect them together like meat on a skewer. Into this he tossed a silver stake and watched as a vertical spire rose between the pair that transfixed the whole thing to the ground, rendering them unable to continue in their path of devastation. Any relief this might have granted him was short-lived as he was forced to dive for cover from another Cero. From here he could see that even the arm which had been completely eradicated by his Wawasser had grown back on the monster's torso good as new. His current plan was simple: if they can't be destroyed, perhaps they can be caged. Unfortunately this tactic did not prove as effective as one might have hoped. The imprisoned legs began to grind and smoke in a shower of sparks as they sought to break free. An instant later they simply exploded, obliterating themselves in a flash. Before the sound of their destruction could even fade, a new set had sprouted on Cernunnos and detached to renew the chase. The archer pondered their situation. This creature, is it mechanical? Perhaps we've been misled and there's an outside force controlling it. Since it's composed of independent segments, the possibility exists that what we've been fighting isn't the main body at all. The core might be located elsewhere while its component parts draw our fire. Should that be the case, we'll have to change tactics. I must inform the boy. Hey, Doc. The person in question landed beside him, twirling his magic rod around until it was no longer than a ruler. He wore a smile that didn't even try to hide his excitement, a far cry from the icy determination in which the Quincy fought. Could I have asked for a more dissimilar ally in this battle? Shinigami-san, I'm beginning to suspect. Never mind that. I know who this guy is. Ryukin strongly weighed the merits of clapping the obstreperous monkey in a shelter of Quincy magic and leaving him to proceed with the fight. He was not tired, but neither was he quite so sanguine anymore. You know it. He bit out sharply. Noboru waved his weapon in high animation. Cernunnos. I mean, this hollow, I've met him before. Before he became the Hunt Master, that is. His name's Barinholtz. He was working for this monster goddess in Hueco Mundo. Remember that time Don Kanonji messed up and got all the girls captured? Barinholtz was one of the goons that caught M. And he had a weakness. He swung a finger to point at the creature. It's in his midsection, a big black marble. See the part that looks like a girdle made of horns? That's new. I think it's there to protect his core. They had to fly at this point when further attacks came their way. Both man and spirit reappeared over 100 feet above the ground to give themselves a chance to catch their breath. Aminos actually walked right by them, roaring savagely without noticing the potential threats hovering at eye level. The only time he really got hurt was when his core was damaged. We've got to break through the thorn belt if we want to beat him. What do you say? Noboru indicated where Barinholtz Cernunnos lurked far below. You go behind, I go in front. We catch him in a crossfire and crack him right open. Ryukin considered. Fine. But I'll handle the front. You stay in back out of sight. Whatever. Let's just do this. I'll lay down cover fire. The Quincy strung his bow and aimed towards the Hunt Master. At the same time Cernunno's arms appeared to either side of them, whirling around so fast they were nothing but blurs. Quicker still, Noboru's Zanpakuto launched forth in both directions, knocking the incoming attacks for a loop. Afterwards an absolute torrent of blue arrows came raining down on the park below. So omnipresent was this attack that for a time it completely filled the sky, blocking out any view from the ground. In response Barinholtz Cernunnos spat a prolonged zero that met the incoming onslaught overhead, creating a hole in the downpour under which it could shelter. The instant the last falling projectile hit home, however, two forms joined the Hunt Master. The one standing before it hurled bolus made of 4 connected silver weights. This restraining weapon wrapped around their target's massive chest, at which point the ends of the enchanted cords shot into the turf and anchored there, momentarily preventing it from escaping. Barinholtz Cernunnos snarled, drool dripping from its fangs as it cast about. Across the way Ishida Ryukin had already strung his weapon. Between each clenched finger of the hand he had cocked back were serrated silver arrowheads, 3 in all. These were some of the rarest and deadliest implements in the archer's arsenal, requiring 3 years to make just one. They were not to be squandered, intended only for when a shot was absolutely certain. The shaft of spiritual energy they conjured was so intense it rocked the very ether around them. This enormous destructive power was now directed at Cernunno's midsection. The brutal wraith's black sockets seemed to widen upon realizing where he was aiming. By contrast Ryukin's eyes narrowed behind his glasses, face dripping with cold sweat. Never had he felt such clear purpose as he did now. While Saijin Komamura embodied all decency and nobility in his mind, the creature that struggled before him served the opposite, in that it was pure evil. Without reason, without a single solitary validation that might excuse its diseased existence. It hunted the living relentlessly. Destroyed families. Slaughtered children. It offered death to any who approached it, and deserved nothing but the same. It was the reason Quincy existed in the first place, to utterly exterminate the likes of this. And I am a Quincy far different than all the ones you killed before. Unlike them, I have a god at my back. As do you. Behind the monster Noboru braced both feet securely and took aim with Hanuman. He sighted towards the center of that patchwork pelt, obscuring his view in an educated guess of where the beast's heart lay. Miserable bastard. Think I'll let you touch my family? You're the one being hunted this time, Cernunnos. Now. He screamed, and fired. Die, Ishida thought to himself as he did the same. Hanuman's golden tip and Ryukin's charged shot converged to strike at almost precisely the same moment. The strength of their combined blow was so great it created a whirlwind right in the heart of the storm. A howl tore from the Hunt Master's throat as it was enveloped between these opposing forces. Shinigami spirit and Quincy magic, virtually anathema to one another in design, emitted an outpouring of blinding light that made it seem as though a star had dropped into the city center. The coruscating antipode faded swiftly. Noboru squinted against this dying glare. He could make out a tall form leaning at an angle like a partially uprooted tree. Something dropped down with a thud nearby, causing him to jump. Upon closer inspection he realized it was one of the Hunt Master's arms. The remaining appendages followed suit to lie scattered around them. Across from him, the scorched spire of Cernunnos was now stuck in the dirt, smoke drifting from its open mouth and eyes. Did that do it? I'm not sure. He edged closer to inspect the totem pole, wrinkling his nose at its burned stink. Nothing else of note occurred. Further off Ryukin regarded the seemingly lifeless remains of their enemy carefully. Rather than drawing nearer, he glided back until he could boast a better view of every fragment. His restraints had melted, and there was a dark hole where his arrow had gone in, but he couldn't tell how deep it went. Could it be over? Then he heard it. The screaming. All around them, the baying of the wild hunt, which was practically background noise by now, had not diminished in the slightest. Jerking his head around, he spotted the horde of giant black crows still flocking towards the hospital. Which can only mean it's still alive. This shout was all the encouragement his partner needed. Noboru instantly flash-stepped away from the fallen hollow. Too late. Stationed around him, the scattered limbs had already roared to life. Electricity arced from them to the tip of Barinholtz Cernunno's upturned snout. Immediately a pyramid of sickly yellow energy sprang into being around the perimeter of those body parts. Noboru slammed right into it and recoiled with a cry. He fell to the ground, having sustained harsh electrical burns on one arm and across the side of his face. A piercing bellow came from the Hunt Master. Its eyes and mouth flared brighter than a fiery furnace as arcs of deadly current now rained down everywhere within the confines of its trap. The prospect of imminent death did not go unnoticed by the wounded Noboru, who got to his feet and sped around that limited space so fast he appeared in several different places at once as after images. None of the lightning bolts struck this fleet-footed mirage. However, the prince still remained caught. It was only a matter of time before his luck ran out and a chance strike laid him low. Without hesitation, Ryukin rushed to the rescue. Around his forearm a metal bracer glowed. From there emerged an 8-pronged blue star the length and width of his body with concentric rings throughout. He raised this shield overhead to ward off any incoming attacks and dashed straight towards the raging lighting dome. It came as no surprise when he reached the barrier only to pass straight through without resistance. Cernunnos would not object to any would-be rescuers, after all. More victims that way. Only once inside would a violent response be incurred should one try to leave. Rather than make any attempt at escaping this snare, he instead headed for the unearthly spire at its center. That last strike was one of my best, and still it couldn't penetrate. This explains why the creature seemed so flimsy despite being able to heal. Cernunnos must have channeled its entire defensive resources to protect that spot on its body above all else. But one thing stood out. The damage his attack had wrought remained, a fist-sized cavity in the otherwise undisturbed mesh of braided antlers around its midsection. Ultimate durability meant no need to heal. This was the one weakness to exploit. By focusing on this area, there might be a chance to break through and reach the vulnerable interior. As he ran, the Quincy militant unsheathed what looked to be a slender short sword he had strapped to his back. Similar to the Seal Schneider, this more advanced version could still be deployed as either a projectile or a hand weapon. He chose the latter for fear of hitting the now omnipresent Noboru. Having unobtrusively absorbed the energy of multiple enemy attacks since the fight started, the seal was vastly more potent. Bolts of raw spiritual current bounced off his shield. Each one only made the weapon stronger. Little more than a blur himself, Ryukin lunged for the exposed crater. I must strike with everything I can before Cernunnos realizes what I'm doing. Something sprang up to bar his way. The White Knight skidded to a halt as a multitude of spears came stabbing towards him. His shield bore the brunt of this onslaught, yet still it proved fierce enough to bring him to his knees. The next thing he knew, huge bleached bone jaws were streaking towards his face. Ishida barely got his sword arm up in time before sharp fangs punched through the silver bracer. He screamed in wordless agony as they sank into flesh and lifted him on high. Ryukin dangled from those bloodied teeth. The pyramid had vanished. Before him there loomed a wall of thick animal pelts all stitched together. Atop this was the antlered skull of the Hunt Master growling in joy while chewing on its captured prey. Fool! You never stopped to think it might be able to remove the head as well. Those tremendous mandibles bit down with crushing force, causing Ryukin to choke back another scream. Switching the Seal Schneider to his free hand, the Quincy stabbed it deep into the monster's gaping pit of an eye socket. This brought only a hiss from Barinholtz Cernunnos. He could feel the bones snap in his forearm like kindling, veins tearing to gush hot red blood all over the snow-white raiment he wore. Only one course of action remained. Withdrawing the blade, Ryukin inverted his grip and brought its edge down hard. Through an agonized haze he caught a glimpse of Noboru landing amid that forest of antlers to start smashing into its scalp with his Zanpakuto like a jackhammer. The grisly hollow reared upright to knock the valiant youth off. Supernatural jaws snapped tight. There followed a short scream. Moments later Ryukin Ishida was flung high over the treetops to disappear from view. In short order Baron Holt's Cernunnos had recombined into its full form. It then turned to where Noboru lay panting in shock and confusion. His face was slack, eyes wide as he sought to catch a breath. Hanuman was held out before him defensively. The monstrous huntsman snorted, blood dripping down its chin. From the side of its mouth there dangled a severed human arm. Noboru stared speechless at this grisly token. For the first time since he joined the fight, fear took hold. I thought there was no way we could lose. But now, it's going to kill us. Terror flooded into his heart, just as it had the last time he faced the wild hunt. Am I about to die? Don't just sit there. Get moving or you're next. Neither of these things took place. Instead a small form landed on the hunt master's broad shoulders. Something like a pin punched into its skull impossibly fast, and then a second time in the precise same spot. That slight weight vanished just as Noboru felt himself picked up by a pair of brawny arms. Time to go, Masahiko. Noboru recognized his codename. His rescuer took off carrying the bewildered prince with him moments before a barrage of Ceros converged on their previous location. There then came a blaze of dark energy, followed by an unearthly shriek. Noboru looked behind and caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a black butterfly shape as it consumed Cernunnos in its entirety. More Ceros followed along in his wake, spat from a platoon of pursuing hollows. Teika? We seem to have got their attention. I can see that. Get him to safety, then return. I want the hunt master located and destroyed in the next 5 minutes or it's your head. Noboru found himself staring into the macho visage of Tetsuzumon Iba. Racing along nearby was his very pissed-off superior, Viper Company Captain So-iPhone. There was no time to ask questions as they suddenly found themselves under attack from dozens of Minos Grande. Their maddened screams were cut off as So-iPhone activated her Shunko, erupting in swirling energy. She then proceeded to tear through those ebon mountains as though they were no more than glossy black garbage bags. Iba didn't bother to stick around and instead sped determinately off with Noboru held to his bare chest in a secure embrace. The boy gazed around in amazement. There was a new sense in the air. Where before he had been almost suffocated by the sheer noxious pall of so much hollow energy, now he found it balanced out by an absurd number of Shinigami soul signatures. They were everywhere, battling the wild hunt in the air and on the ground. Some contrived to seal their foes with powerful warding spells, while others eschewed sorcery and just bashed away at them. There were thousands joining the fight, more than a whole division of death gods. A trumpet-like war cry overpowered all lesser noise as a great bone serpent came winding through the sky with a Minos clutched by the head between its teeth. Several hollows were transformed into huge pillars of ice as a winged white-robed figure flashed from one end of the conflict to another. He even spotted a centaur galloping across the sky striking left and right with powered-up lance to send her cannibal counterparts tumbling in pieces around them. As hardening as this might have been, one thing soon became clear. For all the damage being done to them, the wild hunt remained undiminished. They reconstituted seemingly from nothing in some cases or flung themselves at their restraints heedless of any injury it might cause. Which meant the master still wasn't dead. Let me go. He shouted desperately. I need to go back. Tetsuzamon's face remained utterly impassive. He took a firm hold on the prince's collar. I have my orders, Masahiko. You're to be delivered to safety and then, hey. Noboru wriggled out of his shirt like a greased weasel and went sliding between the lieutenant's legs before he could react. About to give chase, Tetsuzumon found himself set upon by a brace of angry Jillians. He hoisted his Kinjiasu with a curse before proceeding to catch one between its jaws and crush its skull into pulp. Elsewhere So-iPhone was flitting across the battlefield in search of a target, of which there was no surfeit. Finding the right one was what made this such a frustrating endeavor. Marking those hollows that had received mortal damage and recovered allowed her to eliminate them as potential candidates for the leader. The fact that so many of them looked virtually identical did not help matters. If necessary they would just have to kill them all in order to put an end to this infestation. 3 of the hunt came charging at her in a frenzy. The head assassin had just decided how best to demolish them when a bright red streak slammed into one, carrying it along to crash into its fellows and send them all toppling in a heap of flailing white arms and legs. Feng. Her teeth clenched as Noboru popped up beside her minus his shirt. If I must drag him out of here myself, so be it. Her adolescent liege danced back as she made a grab for him. Wait, Feng, I order you to listen to me. She paused, noticing the angry set to his face. There was fear there, to be sure, but also a determination that stemmed from more than just youthful bravado. The realization of this stayed her hand. Loyalty to the line earned him a further reprieve. Be quick about it. We are in the middle of a military operation, and that takes precedence over even your wishes, Masahiko. If you're trying to find the Hunt Master, it's the one I was fighting back when you came in. He could see her gimlet eyes narrow and hurried to answer the unspoken question. It isn't dead. Even Suzumibuki can't kill Cernunnos unless you hit him in the right spot. There's more to it this time. Haven't you noticed none of the lesser members are attacking me, even those guys I just hit? It was true. The trio of fallen Minos had clambered upright and now went baying off as if unaware they had been struck. This was certainly unusual behavior with the Hunt, which could be counted on for exorbitant reciprocity under normal circumstances. Noboru continued to explain. I escaped being hunted once before. That's why none of them can attack me now except for Cernunnos. If any of you try to go after him they'll all join in, but with me, he's at his weakest. Get it? She recognized what he was asking, and her frosty expression was enough to let him know what she thought of this suggestion. The youthful lord reached forward to grasp her bare shoulder. I can beat him, so iPhone. Trust me. I'm not going to fail. I need you to protect everyone else until I can finish this. Okay. It wasn't a lie. For all his faults she knew this boy well enough by now to recognize when he might be playing games, and this wasn't one of them. She could feel him trembling. Noboru was out of breath, shaken and uncertain but resolute all the same. Which in no way diminished the threat he proposed facing alone. This served to remind iPhone why her family would do anything for his. Very well. Noboru blinked, as though he couldn't quite believe what she just said. At the first sign of danger you will be removed, and I will take over. As you value Lady Rukia's life, accept these terms. He swallowed back a protest and nodded vigorously. Go. iPhone turned away from him. I will judge your efforts. Do the Shihoan name proud, Wakasama. She sped off to rejoin the melee. Noboru looked around. Everywhere was bedlam. Gods and demons chased one another through the storm-racked city. This clash of warring otherworldly energy was gargantuan enough to affect the physical world. If things kept up it might actually start a typhoon. Okay, he breathed raggedly. Let's do this. You got a plan? Yeah. Shut up and dance. Classy. Bite me. The bare-chested prince looked down at the ground. From here he could make out the spot where Cernunnos remained. Its presence was like a hot sickness in the back of his skull. There was no sign of Ryukin, and no chance to look for him. It's all on me now. I have to do it myself. Back at the site of the battle between Hollow, Quincy and Shinigami, a bizarre scene was taking place. Even one long used to things beyond the ordinary would have found themselves disturbed by it. Hanging in midair seemingly without any support was a mass of conjoined antlers so tightly grown into one another they left no gaps between them. After a short time a white liquid substance began to seep out from top and bottom. It grew, taking shape and solidifying into a durable mass. The torso reformed, followed by legs, arms, even the fur cape it wore. Last came the head which sported a rack of wide-reaching bone spikes proclaiming it as undisputed king of the wild. Baron Holt's Cernunnos huffed and shook itself as though to settle things about. It took note of how the conflict had changed in the last few minutes. More enemies boasting tremendous power now challenged the Hunt. In addition, the magic wall behind which their true quarry hid remained intact, giving no indication of having been weakened despite all their efforts. The hulking monster brooded upon this, raking the earth with its claws in agitation. Hey! Ursa Mirda! The Hunt Master grew still. It turned to look behind it. There stood the tiny spirit from before, cradling his staff in the crook of one arm and feet planted shoulder-width apart. We're not done, the child said in a quiet voice. It watched him for a time. There was fear evident in every inch of his bearing. Nor did he attempt to attack. Slowly the hunt master came about fully. Both its paws slammed into the ground, followed by a defiant growl that hummed with bloodlust. The child tensed but gave no response. At this Barinholtz Cernunnos lifted its snout to the heavens and uttered a pealing wail. The call lasted several seconds. When it finally cut off, that antlered head snapped down once more to regard the boy challenging it. Silence reigned. They stared one another down, waiting to see who would make the first move. Unbeknownst to Noboru, the hunt master had already executed its endgame. "What's going on?" Uriah demanded. "Can you see my father?" "I can't tell what's happening, there's too much interference." Saijin crouched motionless on the roof. He did not respond to the anxious teen's entreaties, only continued observing. It had been shocking enough to realize Noboru had slipped away to join the attack, much less his immunity to the hunt's tracking. This explained why the prince was so interested in them. He had been their target before and escaped. There was no point in telling Uriah that Ryukin had fallen. Doing so might prompt the boy to try and mount a rescue, which would only serve to put him at risk as well as weakening the enchantments protecting this place. That last part might have been a lie told to keep Uriah from running off. He knew the human's father would not wish this under any circumstances. With the introduction of Soul Society in the last few minutes, their chances of victory had improved considerably. It might even be possible to rescue Ryukin. A ghastly shriek sounded sharply in his ears. Upon hearing it, Komamura stiffened. He understood what that call meant. The response was instantaneous. In every visible direction the wild hunt went still, seemingly forgetting about the thousands of Shinigami offering fierce resistance. Then all turned to face the hospital. Those imprisoned by ice broke free as much as possible, while the ones held inside Bakudo spells twisted their heads at grotesque angles in imitation of their brethren. This behavior had not gone unnoticed. Uriah was shouting in his ear. Impossible to determine what he might be saying. Saijin no longer heard anything, aghast at the implications. Cernunnos had just ordered a full-scale attack. No longer did the Jillian emit tortured screams. Instead their mouths opened wide. As one, they began to charge their Seros. Hundreds of them. All at once. There was no longer even the remotest possibility that the Arashi demon generals would be able to withstand this. Even if subjected to fatal injuries, the hunt would simply rejuvenate and continue to fire. The resulting devastation would annihilate this building and conceivably wipe out a significant portion of the town. Humans. Quincy. Shinigami. All gone. They were helpless to stop it. Saijin closed his eyes. He could still hear the promise of death inherent in that absolute command, one the hunt was compelled to obey. They must answer the call of their ruler. Komamura-san. He hadn't felt himself leave the rooftop. The dog general soared straight up into the air, passing through the Arashi Kido wall without even noticing it. Saijin Komamura was operating on instinct, a level of reaction that underlay all reason and consciousness. This was a part of his soul he could never fully comprehend. It remained past everything he had lost, and no matter how he wished it wasn't so, this side of him endured. Finally he stood tall against the backdrop of the storm. Far below him war still raged. Saijin drew in a deep breath. And he called. Bastard! Noboru had realized what was happening the moment he saw all the hollows turn. They were going to launch a coordinated attack, one that would completely obliterate the hospital and everyone within. In an instant the fear that had previously immobilized him was replaced with heart-bursting rage. He whipped Hanuman up and fired at full strength at Cernunnos. The resulting detonation nearly blew him off his feet as every drop of spirit power he could lay claim to was compressed into a lightning-fast deployment of the magic rod. The entirety of Noboru Kukaki's soul flooded down the length of his Zanpakuto and went hurtling straight at the hole in Cernunnos' stomach Ryukin had gouged out earlier. A clawed hand reached up and seized the soul cutter mid-flight. So great was the strength of this attack Barinholtz Cernunnos actually flew back a few paces, feet digging through the turf. At length it drew up short, still holding onto the end of Hanuman. The huge hollow hissed. Its head rose to take in the boy now standing several dozen yards away. There were tears in his eyes, teeth gritted and tendons standing out in his neck as he furiously sought to force the pole past the Hunt Master's iron grip. To no avail. Suddenly the world took on a red tint. Noboru looked up. Throughout the town a countless number of budding crimson Ceros now lit the night in preparation for slaughter. He wanted to scream in frustration, but knew it was useless. Like me. I failed. They placed their trust in me and I failed. He heard a scream then that embodied all the hate and savagery he felt in that very moment. For a second Noboru almost believed it came from him. When he realized this wasn't the case, the startled prince looked up. Surprisingly, so did Cernunnos. And they were not alone. All around them, the wild hunt followed suit, their heads snapping skyward without hesitation like a puppet with its strings jerked. Deadly cannons still trembled on the cusp of firing from those great foaming mouths. Yet none did so. For the entire putrid conglomeration had heard the mark of command emblazoned upon their souls, and as such not a one of them could disobey, merely react in slavish deference to that heaven-sent cry. Forgetting the helpless soul before it, Baron Holt Cernunnos sought out the source of this intrusion on its sovereignty. Its gaze raked the stormy sky until finally zeroing in on a lone figure high above even the loftiest Minos. When it did, the beast sucked in a gasp. Even from this distance, their eyes met. And for the second time ever the Hunt Master found itself confronted by the dire visage of Saigen Komamura. His muzzle was pulled back to display sharp teeth. Spots of red burned in his pupils. That unforgiving soul focused on his nemesis with a rage that lanced across mere distance to stab straight into its core. Know me now, demon. The scream that burst from Cernunnos was terrible to hear. It was the sound of an animal in unbearable pain, twisting and thrashing as it sought to escape from whatever might be hurting it. Blind panic in search of an outlet. With utmost clarity this roar carried the Hunt Master's wishes directly to its pack. Kill. 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 So they did. The wild hunt aimed all its collective power at this new target. Saigen remained where he was. He did not attempt to run. There was no fear in him. Instead, looking down on the force of valiant Shinigami below, he felt only pride at their enduring resistance after all this time. Fight on, he admonished them in a voice like thunder. All of you, fight against the monsters. Show your courage and determination. The world is full enough already of fear. Now let all see instead what bravery can accomplish. Create miracles for them to marvel at. Remind them why you bear the title of gods of death. At these words scarlet hell spewed from innumerable throats and rose in a wave to greet him. Arms flung wide, he accepted the incoming storm. Do your worst. All nightmares end eventually. You are no exception. Saigen Komamura closed his eyes at death's approach. He felt it pick him up to carry him away a moment later, and knew only peace. I don't care what anybody else says. A woman spoke. Having not been expecting angelic intervention at this point in his life, Komamura blinked uncertainly and looked up to find himself being held by a Valkyrie. You're still a captain in my book, Komamura Teiku. Rangiku Matsumoto grinned at her shocked burden. With him dangling limply in the crook of one arm like a small puppy, she zipped away from the confluence of beams meeting far behind them now. When the hunt attempted to adjust their aim, they were cut off, quite literally, by a silver flash that swept from one horizon to another, beheading the vast majority of the Minos Grande and causing their severed masks to fly screeching up into the air. The cannonade of Ceros died out in response. Upon finding itself thwarted once again, the Hunt Master howled furiously. The usurper had escaped. This meant he could potentially divert its forces once again should it try the same tactic. With its options reduced, Baron Holt Cernunnos could rely upon no one but itself. The Hunt Master flung away the stripling's staff contemptuously as if he posed no threat. Instead it whirled around and dropped to all fours like a great toad. The Beast King drove its pointed claws deep into the earth to brace itself, then slammed both piston feet through the torn soil as well. Its forearms began to spin while the taloned tips remained immobile as tree stumps. Sparks leapt from its eyes and a terrible growling rose from the creature's throat. Beneath them the ground began to rumble. Noboru looked on in dismay. What's happening? It feels like he's building up power, but there's too much. No way all that's coming from him. The answer came as the Minos horde around them screamed. Flashes of electricity flowed down their long dark cloaks while they continued to clash with the Shinigami. Like living lightning rods, spiritual current coursed through them to converge upon the Hunt Master. Baron Holt's Cernunnos began to glow as raw energy surged and crackled into it. No way. He's using them all as batteries. Shit. Is he trying to finish this by himself? As if in response, that living cannon took aim at the glowing cubicle which housed the hospital. Burning black holes appeared in its flesh through which yellow light came pouring out. The antlers were wreathed in electricity that danced from one spoke to the next. Its malodorous pelt had caught fire in several places and looked ready to go up in flames at any moment. He can't handle it all. He's gonna blow. Noboru, run. What if he pulls it off? I can't risk it. Will you stop trying to be a hero? You can't win this, you're still just a kid. If you don't admit that, then your aunt's as good as dead. The awesome power of the Wild Hunt in its entirety now focused within the body of its leader. A glowing nimbus surrounded Cernunnos. Noboru was brought to his knees from the spiritual calamity forming nearby. It felt like ground zero of a nuclear explosion. I won't run. I've got to save her. If that thing blows, it'll take Cernunnos and us with it. Get clear and call iPhone, have her kill him. You know she can. So that she can die instead of me? No. Don't you get it? We have to do this. You and me. Nobody else. Noboru, please. I don't want you to die. You're all I've got. I'm not a kid, damn it. And I'm not a hero. Saigen said it himself. Baron Holt's Cernunnos opened its mouth wide as possible. The suicidal Zero forming within took shape. I'm a death god. On the brink of firing, something streaked in and whipped around the top of Cernunnos' snout. It snapped taut. The maniacal hollow gave a startled bark as it was yanked upright. Noboru remained on his knees facing resolutely away from that impending doomsday bomb. Hands wrapped around the haft of Hanuman, his eyes were shut tight and teeth clenched, tears streaming down his face as he braced himself. His limitless Zanpakuto extended out as far as it would go, which resulted in nowhere near its proven length. The reason for this came from the casting of Bakudo No. 4, winding binding rope around one end of the shaft while the other had lassoed the Hunt Master's upper jaw. Grow. The battle staff launched itself farther before slamming to a halt. Like a fish caught on a line, the hollow shot violently backward. Its trembling arms remained anchored deep in the turf. Desperately, Baron Holt's Cernunnos struggled to keep the massive amount of power it continued to absorb from bursting out. At the same time, the brute called on all its colossal strength in a mighty struggle against the leash that held it. Slowly but surely the Hunt Master's aim began to realign with the medical center. Hanuman, grow. Noboru. Splinters burst off the straining red shaft. It managed to surge a few inches higher, dragging Cernunnos with it. The monster foamed and spat before gathering itself to heave forward once more. They were trapped in a tug-of-war, both sides throwing everything they had into this contest. Each felt themselves being torn apart by the opposing forces involved. The Zanpakuto was now bending in a bow shape. It produced no further result, however. As if sensing this, Cernunnos dug in and lunged ahead more forcefully. Grow. Come on. I can't. Don't give me that. Grow. It's no use. This is as much as we can give. No, it isn't. Now grow. Wheezing painfully, their monstrous enemy gained further ground. So much power was now contained inside it that the abomination might explode at any second. The staff's master looked no better. Every muscle in his body stood out as he threw himself against that immovable bulk. He shook from the effort. Blood dripped down his chin, and he was covered in sweat. Yet still he held on to the magic rod with no intention of letting up. Further cracks appeared in Hanuman's surface. Noboru, I'm gonna break. Then break. But do it after we take the bastard's head off. The young Shinigami gave a feral snarl. He bore down even harder, screaming wordless defiance. All right. I won't quit. I won't fail you. We're gonna win, hear me? We're gonna win. Yeah. and he poured out the very depths his soul had to offer. In response Hanuman gleamed. Its splintering wood sealed back into place, then surged skyward with an almost audible shout of triumph, hauling Barinholtz Cernunnos with it. The massive hollow bent like a pretzel, uttering a panicked squeal as its head snapped violently back to stare straight up. For one heart-stopping moment they were both frozen in this titanic test of strength. All sound went away. Critical mass had been reached, and the living bomb was set to explode. A pale figure shot across the field to land right on top of Cernunnos. The Lord of the Hunt looked up to find itself surmounted by Ryukin Ishida, feet planted to either side of the thing's head and bow held in one remaining hand. The seal Schneider salvaged from before rested across the frame, and the blood-spattered Quincy aimed this lethal bolt directly down the frantic beast's gullet. The stump of his missing arm was wrapped in a clumsy tourniquet. Undeterred, he had pulled the string back with his teeth and now stood ready to release. Ryukin's glasses were gone, and his dark eyes blazed freely as they looked upon the momentarily helpless hollow. Those eyes were the only part of him that had not changed since their last meeting. The past rose up to grip them both, so that for an instant it seemed they found themselves right back there in that snow-covered forest where this all began, the grown man bestriding the wicked spirit. They were surrounded by its victims, silent men and women wearing white raiment who looked on with the impassive faces of the dead. My mother. My family. Die. Ryukin fired. The thrum of the unleashed bowstring sounded like an entire orchestra plucking their instruments at once. As he did, from his sleeve there slipped free a silver pentacle swinging on a chain, its gleaming surface encrusted with dried blood. Like a magnet the pendant arced over and was caught on the point of the Quincy arrow to be torn free. This murderous dart then went soaring down to be swallowed by the Hunt Master, taking all the energy building there with it. For a moment nothing happened. The archer remained in that position, breathing hard as he stared into the volcano of raw power about to erupt. From out of the thorny belt encircling Cernunno's waist there suddenly burst 5 huge lances of blue energy, their tips glowing a smoky crimson. The Hunt Master fell to its knees. Blood erupted from its eyes, mouth, and limbs as though a bubble had been popped. Ryukin hit the ground shortly thereafter. Not me. Not me. Out of every gap and seam in the creature's body there erupted bright turquoise flames. Like hungry rats they swarmed over its skin, eating up everything they could find. A terrible wail split the night like a siren. The gigantic form cracked and split apart as though no more than cheap clay in an oven. Incandescent pieces tumbled down in a burning heap on the ground where they became a crackling primordial bonfire. The top of its head peeled off from the rest, still dangling on Noboru's source-rouse chain. That burning skull went swinging side to side like a pendulum before the exhausted prince. He watched it get eaten alive by the vengeful Quincy's flames. Only those empty eyes remained untouched, swiftly becoming nothing more than rings of blue fire that glared at him with a queer sort of intensity. He looks pissed. You would be too if somebody just fired a nuke down your throat. The crown of antlers snapped, withering to ash with no more resistance than dried leaves. As though this were a signal, the remainder of Barinholtz Cernunnos was completely consumed. A chorus of howls accompanied this event. Throughout the city, the wild hunt caught fire and burned the same as their master. A scant few simply vanished without a trace, but the majority joined in this shared immolation and quickly became towering infernos that lit the night blue. Their death screams dwindled away to nothing. In just a few seconds, the wild hunt was no more. Well, that's enough excitement for one day. Come on, let's go. A rumbling noise followed, upon which 2 gigantic red doors with skeletons on each frame shot out of the ground. Oh, look. The gates of hell. The chains between the doors snapped, permitting them to swing wide. Out of the exposed formless mayhem there emerged a blob of swirling plasma that touched down and transformed into a man in a white dress suit. The hat he had on sported a face-concealing white veil upon which was written the word demon. Jigoka looked down at the astounded Noboru and said, H-E-Y-U-F-D-T-E-E. Didn't catch that, can you ask him to repeat it? As if having heard, the demon promptly did so. R-T-H-E-Y-U-F-D-T-E-E. UMM. Noboru looked around uncertainly. No hablo, infierno. He had meant it as a joke. but there was an effect. Jigoku straightened up, and in doing so once more became that ribbon of lurid red smoke. It slipped soundlessly back into the gateway which closed behind it and sank out of sight until nothing remained to indicate it had ever existed. Numbly the boy got up and went over to check on Ryakan. He found him still breathing, much to his surprise. Of course, after what just happened, nothing should have surprised him. The Quincy stirred as the young death god knelt beside him. Gone. He breathed. Noboru knew who he meant and gave a weary nod. Good, Ryakan grunted. Well done, Shinigami-san. My name's not Shinigami. It's Noboru. Noboru. He hesitated for a moment, then decided. Shihoin. Thank you, Shihoin-san, Ishida Ryakan said, and closed his eyes so that he might finally rest. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.